Hello, if anyone's watching this part. I think we've got 4 people in at the moment already. So I've got my brother Adam on stream with me at the moment. He's just gone off to sand some stuff. Um, during quiet parts of this stream, I think I'm just gonna sort of talk through what I'm actually working on. Um, but when there's other people talking, it's not a programming specific stream that I'm doing. So I'm gonna try not to talk over other people when they're explaining whatever they happen to be working on at the time. So whether that's as I said, building IKEA furniture or drawing or painting or more programming or whatever it is. Any any creative project or thing that you're interested in building or making, yeah, jump on and start making stuff. Oh, here comes Adam. I heard some noises. Hello. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to hear my Spotify, which I currently have playing, but if you want to listen to it, it will be there's a link to a shared Spotify party thing in the Discord, which is linked in the description. But I might as well explain what I'm going to be making. So my project that I'm going to be jumping into as part of this is might be easier if I explain sort of what the purpose of it is. Um, so like the idea is I've got several groups where groups on Discord or WhatsApp or whatever where we have loads of people suggesting songs that they want to recommend to people, and you just end up with a massive list of oh yeah, you got to check out this song, you got to check out this song, this song, this song. And I introducing someone to a new artist they haven't heard of before is one of my favorite things. So I love that. But you end up with just loads and loads of songs, and people just don't. People they just go past, and once several songs have been recommended, it will never be seen again. So you could chuck everything into a playlist on Spotify or something. But then you have a problem with if you get loads and loads of suggestions coming in. They'll all be from all kinds of different people with different backgrounds, different genres, which is great. I love being introduced to new stuff that I haven't heard before. But if you get this weird random mishmash, it is just going to be completely cluttered of all different genres, jumping up and down at different tones and moods and everything. So I would quite like to have some way of having everyone to just throw their suggestions into a bucket, and then for that bucket to then spit out, maybe every week, spit out a new playlist with a sort of selection of those songs, and merge similar sounding ones together or from similar genres, and then say that's this week's playlist. This is all the maybe this is all the hip hop and R&B to transitioning into I don't know some genre which is similar to hip hop, and then that'll be this week's playlist, and next week's playlist might be all of the metal and sort of harder rock genres that can all be sort of merged smoothly together, and it will sort of just cycle round and we give a different playlist every week, but in using the song suggestions that people have put forward. So that's what I'm going to be making. I think Adam might be back. No, not yet. He's busy sanding stuff for his project that he's going to be doing. He's going to be burning some wood. And if anyone else has got anything else they want to make, then they can jump on. And I've got a few people who said they're interested in joining in making stuff, so a range of projects coming. But anyway, I will start off. I'm going to open PyCharm. I'm going to start a brand new project for this. I've already kind of thrown together some prototype stuff. and sort of tried out a few ideas. But we'll have to see. I'm just going to do a quick check to make sure the audio is working on my stream. So it's going to echo for a minute. To make sure the audio is working on my stream. Yeah, it seems alright to me. I'm just going to mute my music so I can echo for a minute. To make sure the audio is working on my stream. Yeah, that all seems fine. Right. Cool. And I'll mute that. There we go. Sorry about that. No more echo. Okay, cool. So this is some sort of... Oh, here comes Adam. Anyway, so this is sort of a few tests I've been running. And I'm just going to make a new project for this. Oh. I can hear Adam sounding. I might turn him down. There we go. So I want to call this the Magic Bucket, because I don't know, it's just kind of a name I settled on because I want to, it's a bucket that everyone can just chuck their music into and chuck their song suggestions into, and it will magically give you a selection of them. Like pulling names out of a hat kind of thing, but yeah. Okay, so I want a new... nope, I want to make a new environment for this. Okay, that'll do. Let's make... Come on. So I've currently got some... what playlist have I got playing? I've got the Chill Out Lounge playlist on Spotify. And if you want, you can hear what I'm hearing if you jump on the Spotify party room in the Discord channel or Discord server, which is linked in the description of the YouTube video. Okay, so there we are. Brand new project. I'm just going to configure a few things. Oh, I want to set up the GitHub link as well. Let's see. Magic Bucket, that's the one I've just made. Yep. Select that folder.
Hello.
Hello, who's this? Oh,
it's Paul. How are you?
Hey, Paul. How you doing? I'm good, and you?
Oh man, I'm hearing two of you. I need to mute.
Oh, you got me on? Yeah. Mute me on the stream if you're in the voice chat.
Yeah. Am I on the stream?
You are. Yes.
Oh, hi.
Just letting you know. It's fairly it's gonna be pretty informal, so don't worry too much.
Hello, YouTube world. How you doing? God, have you seen that? It's O.J. Simpson has a Twitter account.
No, I haven't.
And he just says, he posts little videos going, "Hello, Twitter world." I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing. It's like an old man figuring out what the internet is for the first time.
Cool. I'm just setting up my project.
Hi, anybody watching the stream later. I'm Paul, and I run a podcast called One for Paul. You can find it by searching One for Paul and going to Patreon and searching One for Paul and maybe throwing me $1.
Yeah, do that.
Just throw me $1.
His playlist is actually podcast is it's been keeping me sane during
oh, thank you.
Boring parts of my work.
Production has ground to a halt because December is a thing and nobody wants to record a podcast in December. And it's very difficult. So, would you like to do an episode?
Okay, cool.
Michael.
Hello.
Would you like to do an episode?
At some point, probably, yeah.
Hooray! Because I said that and you just had silence.
Wait, what do you mean when?
Just now.
Oh, what? Hang on. Did you say it twice?
I said it twice.
I wasn't even paying attention. Sorry. Yes, I would.
Sweet. How's like tomorrow?
Wow. That's a bit
Never
short
mind.
notice.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
How about like in 20 minutes? Are you free in 20 minutes? You can
know
do this
what?
in 20
Maybe.
minutes, right?
Maybe if you just like open up the stream, just record the stream and send that out.
hmm
Okay, cool.
You know what we need to do is we need to record me reacting to this video and make that a reaction video, and then we can have you react to that video.
Infinite reaction. It's like if I what was that?
Reactionception.
Hello.
Oh, hello, yeah.
So yeah, it's like if you do this with it's like if you come on. It's like if you do this with OBS, and you get the
Oh, you got the feedback through
the
the
feedback
OBS.
through it, yeah.
Oh, the
The
stream
OBS.
is lagging, really,
Yeah.
Is it?
against the Discord.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
So mute the stream if you're on the stream. Sorry, mute the stream if you're on the voice chat. Okay, cool.
It's
So-
very confusing who's talking because of the delay. Because I see your mouth moving, I don't quite understand who's talking.
Okay, now why has I'm gonna have to sort this out because GitHub has created. It's created a project it's created a project folder inside my project folder, which is not where I wanted that to be.
Yo, dog, I heard you like project folders.
Yeah, I don't want that. Go away.
Can we maybe have a share screen on the
Yeah,
Discord?
if you've got stuff you want to make, then
No, for you, for your stream.
oh, for me.
Because it's going to be much easier. The Discord is not going to lag.
Yeah, I might give it a go. We'll see. It might be dependent.
Yeah, but
on
then
my,
he doesn't get viewers for the, viewers for the algorithm. Blood for the blood god.
Let's see. What do I get?
Is that a Technoblade reference?
No, that's a Warhammer 40k reference. Skulls for the Skull Lord, blood for the blood god.
Oh no. That Technoblade streams are the only place I
Here we
heard
go.
that.
I've got the.
I mean, it sounds like Technoblade is up my alley. Sorry, Michael.
So I've just put the stream up on Discord as well. Just
Hooray.
if anyone wants. Let's get.
No, I mean, the stream is open in YouTube right now. It's just muted.
Adamski, you are coming through, but quietly.
Oh, right.
Hang on.
Also, I think we just keep talking at you, over you, and then the gate keeps going.
Yeah, I had
no.
him turned down because he was sanding stuff, and that was picking up on the.
Ah,
Okay, I want to add from.
Hello.
hello.
Hello, this is my brother. Yeah.
Cool. Does anyone play Star Citizen?
Oh,
No,
I have it.
no.
I played it a little
looks
while
cool,
ago.
but I don't feel like spending £200,000 on a virtual ship.
I've never played it, but does anyone know if there's any cooking in it?
It's Star Citizen. If there isn't, I'm shocked.
There seems to be a little penguin character.
What?
Pico. Pico the penguin.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's see if I've got this right this time. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And if I've done everything right, a bunch of. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're in
The
business.
screen
Here we
share
go.
is so much better.
Is it?
Oh yes, I
Well,
can.
better than
You're
the-
clicking, and I don't have to wait for 20 seconds to be like, I wonder
Yeah.
what you clicked.
I did
The
test it
suspense is
before,
killing
and it
me.
was like 8 seconds.
Yeah, but there's no webcam. That's kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
a downside. We'll have to go to the stream to see that.
my beautiful face.
Blah.
Okay, what is wrong with my version control here?
You're immediately into settings I don't understand. I only
Yeah,
just
to be
figured out
fair,
what a
I'm-
while loop does.
I'm not too sure what a lot of these settings are. I mean, I've been using Git for a while,
Oh,
but
good.
Oh, why do you use Git in the IntelliJ? Just use the command line. It's just so much easier. Like, just
potentially, but
type
this
the
is
command and
automatic
that's it.
and it's pretty.
nah.
Do you not want pretty code? I feel like everything should be pretty.
It should be pretty. You just don't use the tool for the Git. Just go straight to the command line.
Cool, we're all good. Oh, go away.
Every time I hear just use the Git, I'm like, okay, so there's a person who's a Git, and we hate that guy.
It's this problem
need-
with
we need to use
programming
it.
as an English person. Cool. Okay, let's open a new file.
The first time I told someone, oh yeah, I posted something up on GitHub, I'll send you the link, and they went, wait, what?
Okay.
What hub? Is that where all of the awful people hang out? And I was like, yeah, kinda.
So I'm going to need to start off by just grabbing a few things from the Spotify API.
Did you just comment out a block by putting 3 quotey
Yes,
bits?
yeah, that's how you do multi-line comments. And
I
it's,
searched for how to do that for 3 hours the other day, and
You can also
every
do
answer
this.
was, nah, you can't do it.
You can also do this. So the way I've done it here, it's what you call a doc string if it appears at the top of an element. So if it's at the top of a module, or if it's the top of a class or the top of a function, it's good practice to do.
You want to keep your balls safe.
So right?
I thought a jock string was something you wear to keep your balls safe.
A doc string,
Junk strong.
like documentation string. Yeah, it goes
Oh.
up at the top to
That's
explain.
Python, right?
Yeah.
Junk string sounds better. I think we're renaming it now.
Yeah, it's now the junk string.
So I'm gonna make a new app on Spotify.
I'm of the opinion that computer terminology is not complicated enough, and it's far too scrutable.
Let's
I've decided it's probably easier than trying to think of a pun to just do hack and slash on a chopping board.
Okay, cool. So this is the Spotify dashboard. So this is the developer dashboard. So this is where you can, create your apps, which is basically just a way of
It's where you
It's
keep
kind of
all your
like
dashes.
yeah, exactly. It's kind of like creating an account, but for your program. So magic bucket.
Well, yeah, where else are you going to keep a dash? When you gotta hurry, you gotta go. The pun's never gonna work. Sorry, can't win all of them.
I see that that's a pun. I just don't understand what the dash is.
Meaning that. Well, I was going for dash as in going quickly, as in I need to dash off somewhere. But I was also going dash as in you mark it down a quick little dash on a paper, just as a mark. Maybe counting things. And I tried to do both, and they got jammed up in the door on the way out. It's fine. We can move forward now. The joke has failed in this real specific way that I could continue explaining to you if you want.
Okay, I think I got it. It's you know, most of the times when somebody explains the joke, it's ruined. Like it's just completely ruined. This time, I think it's okay.
Oh yeah, I found a method for being like explaining the joke is itself a gag. So as long as you can do that, then that my whole life has just been being like, okay, well, how do we avoid awkwardness? Let's invent new forms of comedy in order to avoid awkwardness. And it doesn't work.
Okay.
But at least
Right.
it's funny.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my my secret stuff, and then I'm just going to move it off the stream so I can paste in my secret numbers. So
It's still on the discs,
the discs.
Discords. Like I'm looking at you type client ID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to type this, and then I'm going to move it over to my other stream.
Oh, I see.
Other screens, sorry. Okay.
Not only are you a streamer, you stream multiple streams at the time.
Screens. Not, well, I am doing multiple streams because I'm on Discord as well.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I've got too many windows open right now. I'm getting confused.
At what point is Yo-Dog gonna stop being a thing for putting a thing into a thing that itself is the same thing? Because
Well,
I
I mean-
think people haven't seen the show that's from
Yeah.
yet.
I mean, Inception is still used for that as well. So
I get you, but I feel like suddenly all of my things are outdated, and I talk to any guy who's younger than like 30, and it's like, haha, Yo-Dog, and they go, wait, what? I'm waiting for you to say something after that, because what you said just now is hello.
Oh, that's so painfully true.
Well, this is part of the podcast that I run too, right? Like, I've not seen most movies, so I get people on who are like, wait, how have you not seen Gremlins? And then they get me to watch Gremlins, and then I walk them through a scene by scene, and we make jokes.
okay. So why is Git not ignoring that secret? I better. I'm just gonna turn off my. Just gonna put it on face cam for a minute, just so I can. And I'm gonna stop the Discord stream. Whomp. Okay, cool. Because I have to figure out why my secret is not
What's the secret?
kind of like password. But for your
So, hold on. You put a key into just a document. like
yeah,
that.
it's a way that's fairly commonly done with Python projects. You like the ideally it would go into an environment variable, but like yeah, a lot of people do it
That's
this
so broken.
way.
No. I mean, no, this doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying to figure out why that doesn't make sense, but again, I only just figured out the difference between a for and while loop like last week.
No,
so.
no, I mean, so here's the thing. Oh, by the way, you upload, Michael, you upload to Git?
Yes,
You have the file in gitignore.
yes, and it's going to be excluded
Okay,
as well.
that's good. Yeah, check that.
Yeah, I know. That's the first thing I'm doing.
So like basically, you have like your password, right, for the application, which might not be such a big deal in this app, but then you put it into a file that you can just open, and like that's it.
I mean,
Oh, so
ultimately,
like anybody
it's-
who's got the program will just have a file there that says password, and then there's
Yes,
just
yeah,
an unencrypted string.
Well, pretty
That's-
much.
Here's
yes.
my password. Don't change it, please.
yeah.
Please don't steal.
But this is going to be present on the user device in some way anyway. It's only used for, in this case, it's only used for what's it? Oh, I've forgotten the word for this now. Analytics. It's only used for analytics. And you know, if we get hundreds of people all using it, you might get rate limited, but that's not likely. It's all going to be on my local machine anyway, so you know, I'm not.
What
too
are you
bothered.
building, by the way? I didn't ask.
Oh, I'm building a thing, a magic bucket. I've called it. So it's it's going to be a playlist on Spotify that people can just chuck their song recommendations into, and it will then look through that, sort them into genres, and then sort of spit out weekly playlists made out of them.
So what you're saying is we should all start spamming Justin Bieber at the recommendations.
Sure, yes, why not?
How is that? How is this related to each other?
Well, I guess the first time I met like a computer programmer, they said we talked about it, and they were like, "Man, you think like a hacker," and I was like really chuffed about that because I was like, "Well, wait, what happens if that happens?" And they were like, "Oh, I need to get back to work. Fuck." And it was something like, "Wait, but what if I put in a negative number?" And their eyes widened, and they were like, "Oh fuck, it's live. I need to go." So I don't know where I was going with that. Finally, I got brain stuff today. Sorry.
Okay, so speaking of
Oh, right.
this,
I remember the thing, but you go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why. Speaking of what you were just saying, I'm trying to figure out why my secret is not being ignored. I mean, I haven't actually included.
I mean, you keep talking about it. We're interested.
Okay.
Adam, your level is definitely super low, and
Mhm.
it's tough to hear you. I'm not sure whether that's on your end or on the stream end, but like I can hear you talking and I can see your thing light up, but your voice is coming through real weak. Also, I assume your name is Adam because your name on here is just Adamski.
Yeah.
Got
I
it.
think he might just be talking in the background. I'm not sure if he's talking to us.
Oh, so it's just opening the gate.
Yeah.
Set your gate, buddy. Yeah, that's what it is. He's clearly got his own secret,
Why?
and he is better at keeping it.
Just gonna.
Now, you see that? I'm certain you were saying words, Adam.
Yeah. So right now I've just set my my ID and secret to A.
Hmm.
And it's not currently ignoring it for some reason. So I'm gonna have to clear that. But
While
it
secret
is-
equals A, ignore A.
Oh, maybe it doesn't like that. No, it should be. Oh,
While
wait, hang on.
secret equals secret, ignore secret.
There we go. That'll be why. I'm pretty sure. Urgh.
While secret equals ignore, secret equals secret.
I should have amended that. Oh well.
I'm trying to do circularity for fun and giggles, and it's not working.
Sorry, I'm
Probably because I
focusing on
don't know what
something
I'm
at the
talking about.
Why is that not ignored? Seriously. Have I spelled something wrong?
Are you spelling the word ignore correctly?
Am I spelling the word secret correctly? Yeah.
I mean, like, for real though, the number of times that I have done this, and I'm like, no, I'm certain I've done this 2 million times since I was 5, and oh no, look, it's not spelled with a K.
Okay. Maybe it is. No, it isn't ignoring it because it's been sending it in commits.
Maybe it is spelled with a K.
Let's just stick a comment in it and see. No, it's still trying to commit that. Why? Oh, it might be because it was in the repo at the start. So let's delete it. Commit that delete.
This is so stupid. Why have a set square which has a couple
I
of...
feel like your space needs some posters.
It does, yeah.
Like on that angled ceiling bit. That's just
Mm.
asking for posters.
If you're trying to measure something flat on the side, it has a couple of millimeters.
Yeah, Adam does not know he's on stream. Should
Yeah.
we tell him?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Adam, we kept telling you, no, dude, your thing's open. Set your gate, buddy.
Hang on, that's weird because I've got a mute thing on my microphone thing, and it's actually muted.
Weird. I mean, we can hear you, so
Well, next time I want to mute, I'll just,
yeah, just do it on disc,
I'll do it
right?
on- yeah.
But also, your gate might be a little sensitive, like might
Yeah.
be set a little low. Yeah, like we couldn't hear the words you were saying until like I could hear distinct words. I was like, okay, that's kind of funny when it was mumbled, and then it's like, oh no, someone should tell him.
So it's still.
'Cause otherwise,
trying
someone
to-
might say something about his penis, and he'll be really, really embarrassed.
Of course.
Why is it still trying to commit my secret? I've set it to be ignored. Right up at the top here. I've probably done something stupid like spelt it wrong somewhere, but that's not.
Have you saved the Gitignal file?
I have, yes. Sure, I will add the unversion. Hang on. It automatically picked something up there. What was that?
Is Python trying to be helpful?
Okay. Well, PyCharm did it automatically for me there, so everything's fine now. I don't know what I did wrong, because it did the same thing that I did earlier on, but... Oh well.
I think that sentence is
it works now.
everything
It
about
works now,
programming.
so... Cool. And that's not actually my secret, that's just a random hand mash of keys, so I'm not too worried about that being shown up on the screen. Cool, okay, we can actually start now. Great.
Remember to screen your share.
Screen my share? Oh yeah, on Discord. Here we go. Where's the button for that? There it is. Nope, I do not want to stream the screen that I've got all my secrets on.
No, that would be the opposite of
That
want.
would be the opposite of want.
So I have a 4-year-old little goddaughter, and we were trying to teach her about the idea of opposites the other day, and she started saying like, "Oh, okay," and like trying out the idea, and said stuff like, "What's the opposite of an orange?" And I looked around and I was like, I guess a pear?
Surely it'd be
but
cyan.
Still, I guess a fruit. So like technically a cyan, but there's no fruit called a cyan. So I need some kind of cyan fruit. So I went on the internet and I tried to find a cyan fruit. Pro tip, there are no cyan fruits.
I don't think you can have opposites to those things, even the fruit.
Oh no, I know, but like the concept of opposite is very strange, right? Like what's the opposite of smooth? It's bumpy or spiky or uneven.
At one point there was a TV program in the UK, I can't remember what it was called or anything about it, but there was these people who pitched true opposites, which is you take apart the word and like the meaning of it, and then you find something that's the opposite. So the opposite of a fork isn't a knife, it's something that takes holes out of food.
Oh, it's like operationally a different...
Yeah.
Okay, so like the function of the thing is the opposite of the function of the original.
That's the one, yeah.
But again, that's only one definition, one possible definition of opposite, because you could also be talking about just its topography. Yeah. So the opposite of a hammer is whatever the negative topography of a hammer is. Or whatever a hammer looks like in 4 dimensions.
Whoa.
This got to me from a 4-year-old questioning, like trying to figure out what opposite meant. And I went, I don't think I understand what opposite means.
Don't all the best questions.
I love that though, right? Mm-hmm. It gets very thinky being around little kids like that, because they start questioning every base idea. And I go like, why do I accept this base idea? That's a weird thing to have just accepted out of hand. Like everything must have an opposite of course it doesn't have to have an opposite necessarily, but what if it did? What if we live in a universe that's the opposite of some other universe? Help, I'm going down a brain hole.
I did see a thing once that was like, they were trying to, someone was trying to find out what the opposite of every single thing was, and they were like breaking it down and properly like analyzing it. So, like, what's the function of the thing? What is it designed to do?
You were saying that's a TV show, yeah.
Oh, really?
We've been watching the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
That sounds like the opposite of watching.
God, no.
Like, what's the opposite of a motorcycle? Then let me try that out. What's the opposite of a motorcycle? It would be something that doesn't propel you forwards, it propels you backwards. Except no,
or something that keeps you stationary.
Something that keeps you stationary and uses,
but also
and generates energy.
A motorbike is designed to be, smaller and single person thing. So it's a prison.
Oh, it's got to hold like a stadium
a prison
full of people. So the opposite of a motorcycle is a stadium.
No, but it's a prison because it's designed to keep people stationary.
Yeah, because
A
like at a
motorbike
certain
is
point
designed
you
to
have
make
to
one
want
person
to
go
be on
fast.
the you have to want to be on the motorcycle, but nobody wants to be in the prison.
That's my thinking. Okay, cool. So I'm going to.
God, that's fun. I need to make that TV show again. Except, please don't tell me what it's called, because otherwise I might copyright myself. At least this way I can be like, hey, that's an old defunct idea from, I don't know, the 40s. And then I can be like, I didn't know. I ain't Obama.
That's not how copyright works.
Oh, I'm aware, but like deniability is the thing.
Okay, so what?
I
do-
understand copyright better than most copyright lawyers. I have dealt with the bullshit through it enough. So maybe as well as many copyright lawyers.
Sounds like Tubo.
Ugh.
This-
Real answer, there's like what it is on paper, and then there's what it actually does. So like YouTube is not a DMCA system, for example. It's just not. It's their internal system. They never actually interact with the US DMCA system unless you specifically go out of your way to do that. But nobody does because YouTube handles it more quickly, at least for the claimant. And if you're the claimed against, well, you just have all of your shit stolen from you and you've got no recourse.
Hooray!
Hooray, YouTube. Also, thank you for hosting all my shit for free, YouTube.
Oh, that's the only reason why I still watch YouTube.
So I'm disabling my AI because it was annoying me for a minute.
I like your background.
Oh, thanks. It's Skyrim. Okay, now why is PyCharm not opening? Come on. Ah.
Which
Hang on, I'm
AI?
gonna have to. So I've got like I don't know. I was trying it out for a little bit. A sort of AI powered autocomplete, but it ended up actually slowing me down more than speeding me up. So I'm disabling it. PyCharm, where are you? Why are you? Oh, you're still open.
Hey,
Yeah.
you've been fucking around with Houdini, eh?
I have, yes.
It's good fun, eh?
It is good fun. There we go. Now it's working. Cool. What we got?
Should I keep distracting you?
No, that's fine.
What's a hypotenuse?
It's an
I know.
animal. It's an animal that's
Yeah, it's got legs that are shorter on one end than on the other end,
yeah,
so it can only go uphill.
and it really likes watermelons.
Yeah. Also, sometimes it gets stuck in trees, but then drops down on people.
What
And
was
then
wrong with my
once
route
it
map?
drops down on people, it's so relieved,
No way.
it says thank you in exactly the voice of Kelsey Grammer. Also,
Okay,
it has
cool.
the face of Kelsey Grammer. Also, it just is Kelsey Grammer.
Okay, so I have the Spotify daily installed. So now I can start getting data from Spotify.
They called it Spotify.
Yes, they did, because Spotify didn't actually make
An API.
well, they made an API, but they didn't make a client for
Oh, I
Python
see.
at least. So a third party's come along and made it for them. And you know,
Got it.
if anyone is, you know, if any what's it? If anyone makes anything open source with Python, it's going to have puns in it. It's just a law of the universe.
I think it's one of the most charming things about it, frankly.
Mhm.
Even the fact of the name being a Monty Python thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I think that it's nice to have a field where people don't have to be super fucking serious all the time.
Mm. Also just love that the documentation for Python is filled with like references. So it's all like, you know,
Oh yeah, and they're
spam and
reasonably
eggs
subtle
instead of
too,
foo and bar.
right? I was like,
Uh-huh.
here's an example, and we're just going to use the word spam 50,000 times because we're demonstrating the risks of using variables that are too similar. I was disappointed the other day. My sister has one of these Alexa things, and I figured, oh, I know programmers. I know exactly what they would have done. So I said, Alexa, tea, Earl Grey, hot. And Alexa just found me a website for tea, and I was very upset.
Aw.
I was like, you know what? You gotta let the coders have some jokes, man.
What did you expect?
I was expecting it to bring me to a Star Trek fan site or something.
Yeah, Google would have done.
Google would have done. Google would have sent me straight to the Wikipedia page for Jean-Luc Picard. Yes, I'm incapable of saying his name in the English pronunciation. I don't know how to say that. I've heard other people say it, but it's not how it's said.
For context, Paul is Canadian.
Yeah. Literally, my neighbors were called things like Monsieur Picard, right? So watching Star Trek growing up, I was like, oh shit, they're from where I'm from. Awesome. And he's the cool one. So in my universe, it was Jean-Luc Picard and Wolverine were my guys, because they were both Canada.
Okay, and I've got to remember which scopes I need. And this is what... So basically what I'm doing now... What I'm doing now is I'm kind of setting up... You know, whenever you log into a new app, and like a web app or something, and it gives you a little pop-up saying, do you give permission for this app to use this information here? So that's what I'm setting up now. So I'm deciding which information it is that I actually need. Okay, which should be...
You could just do the thing that everyone seems to do, which is, just give me all your information, please. And in exchange, I'll give you an app that shows you a number.
Well, with Spotify, it's actually easier to do just the things you need, because you have to, you know, paste in each and every one. So you need to read... No, not a collaborative playlist, actually. You need to read a user playlist, not a not a collaborative playlist. Okay, because I also kind of want to make... I also want to make a thing which is going to scrub through a Discord channel and pull out all of the song suggestions. And
anytime someone writes anything, it says, is that a song?
Well, no, it would be like, you know, it would pull out... First of all, it would pull out all the Spotify links, and then it would pull out all the YouTube links and check if it links to something which is formatted like a song. And they tend to have a fairly standard format for that sort of thing. So what have we got? We want playlists on a modified public, read private.
I don't think...
I don't need it. I don't need a scope to read public one, do I?
I don't think reading all the links to YouTube is a good idea.
No, not necessarily. Yeah, I haven't thought entirely about how I'm going to handle the YouTube links, but yeah.
I think you need some sort of like a moderation kind of thing.
Yeah, or maybe
goes through.
Or just make a command that reads
something. Make a command for the bot.
Somebody wants to do something like you know, I don't know, exclamation point something or other.
Yeah, exclamation mark REC for recommend or something like that.
Please not exclamation marks, because these are used by bots.
Or dot.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I'd make a bot to do this or something. I'm not sure.
See.
We'll give it a go and see what.
I think making a bot to do it would be kind of cool, because then you could have the bot scrub through at some random sort of long interval. Because people aren't gonna. You don't need to do this as a while loop. It doesn't need to do it 60 times a fucking second. It needs to do this once every like couple of minutes, right?
That's like too frequent. I would do it a little less frequent, because it's going to be like
once every couple days, really.
Right? You know, so just once a day would be enough.
True.
Okay, so actually, I think the only scope I'm going to need for this is playlist modify public, because everything else it's going to be accessing, everything it's going to be reading is public data, so it just needs the ability to edit that one playlist that it creates every week.
Out of interest, are you drawing out the logic of this system before you get to code, or do you already have an idea, or are you like sketching
yes and
in
no.
code?
So I've already sketched in code.
Okay.
In a different project, I've just thrown together some things to figure out how the ingredients are all going to fit together, and then now I'm kind of jumping in and doing the real thing. So
I mean, you always want to start with the algorithm and understand what you want to do.
Yeah.
If you just start, programming without knowing what you're gonna do. That's kind of
I tend to find it easier to do that kind of planning in code. So I open up a sort of temporary, prototype file, start throwing stuff together in there. I often, draw stuff, make diagrams, all sorts of things like that.
I guess you're adept enough at Python
Ish.
where it's
I've been doing
about
it a
as
while,
easy to
but
throw something together in Python
Yeah.
as it is to get out a pad of paper and do the triangles and whatnot.
Okay, we're also going to need the redirect URI, which is just going to be a local host.
It's like, remember, I learned my computer stuff originally in like the late 80s, early 90s.
Mm.
So we were drawing out logic and then we'd go out to the computer and write it out in BASIC, right? Because there's not really a way to sketch things in BASIC. It's not abstracted enough. Maybe some people can. God, I'm jealous of those people and also fascinated by the amount of craziness that takes.
I mean, you always kind of start with, like, you can't just, like, what do you mean sketch? Like, you still...
I mean, to achieve an idea of what the logic of the system should operate like.
Yeah, but, like, you still start in the paper, or at least in your head.
Yeah.
I've seen a really cool video about beginner programmers and how to teach them. I can link it maybe in the general. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
That would
actually
be good,
quite
thank
interested
you.
in
I
that because
appreciate that. I'm still very much a beginner, and I'm sort of still learning, like even what computers do now. Because again, like a lot of my stuff was like, oh yeah, you flip a variable and you can do math with it, and then it's like, right, a color is just a number. So you just display a whole bunch of those on a screen, and you do that 60 times a second, and you got a moving image.
Oh, everything's a number.
Well, exactly. Yeah, everything's a number, and even like a memory address technically is a physical location, but you address that with a number. So everything is a fucking number. Once I got that, I was like, oh, I can do math to any bit of this. That's crazy.
Sometimes you can. For example, in C++, if you try to do math on a string, that's kind of like...
You'd have to try to find a way to convert the string to something else. In Python I can totally multiply numbers.
One of my favorite programming jokes I've seen is it's like uncool languages. No, you can't multiply a string. Python. Print. Haha. String. Go. Wait, I need to go
Times 20.
BBR, and then I'll just go
BB
R times 20.
R times 20, yeah.
String go brr.
God, I love that.
That was one of the points of that video, actually, when the guy created a script, and it says, input one number, input another number, add them together, output, what's the result? He inputs 3, 5, the result is 35.
Yeah, because it's concatenating the two strings.
That was actually not the first thing I thought, because I was like, hold on. If he creates a variable, that must be a type, like it has a type. There's no way it's like just random stuff. And then I'm like, oh, that's Python.
Yeah, it's going to default a type for you. What it is. You don't actually have to define it, because they were like, normally it's not that different to be like, we have a default type. If you don't do it, it's just this now. And then if you need a different type, you define it. That's not terrible. It's not that different from define a type every time. It just takes a little bit of the paperwork out.
But then you have, like, okay, so let's just say you have an input. Mm-hmm. How do you know, like, you need to define a type for the input, because the user can input anything, really.
Yeah, in that case, you would want to specifically define it, which you still can do. You just don't have to. Like for clarity, if you want to make your code more readable, yeah, totally. You can just say string this. But otherwise, like in this case, for example, it's the green bit. So it's easy to read, it's easy to see. So, and the code run, it compiles the same. So I don't see that there's a problem.
Yeah, but then I was watching, not really watching, was helping out the guy on r/learn C++. Actually, I think it was learn programming. And he asked like, oh, what does this variable do? And it was Python. And I look at it and it says new equals, and then probably numbers. but like it's an array. And like, yeah, okay, that's like, what is this? Like,
Oh, okay. So you're thinking because is it because you're unfamiliar with it, or are you saying it actually the logic of it doesn't make sense to you given prior stuff that you're used to?
I would say that's both. I don't know
Okay.
Python, but this just it's just stupid.
I mean, as a beginner, I can tell you that the most frustrating and actually scary thing is when I run a program and it throws an error. Because when you're starting off and nobody's told you anything, you don't have a programmer around, you don't have a manual in front of you. If something throws an error, I panic. I go, "Oh no, I've broken the computer." Right? I've broken $600 worth of computer. Oh no, right? So from a beginner perspective, there's just a psychological thing too of if it just handles a few things for you, everything gets so much easier because then I'm like, well, why did it throw even once I'm past the scary bit, even once I'm like, okay, it's thrown an error, why did it throw an error? I have to go through and be like, oh, I didn't tell it that this word is a word and I didn't tell it that this number is a number. If it can just do that for me, then I'd be like, oh, great. And if I type a number and I want it to be a string, then I'll define it, right?
I'm an idiot. I forgot to call my.
So I
client.
don't mean to say you're wrong. Of course
no.
not. I only mean to say
Right.
I have found personally that this is quite useful while I'm learning because of course I understand that there are data types and I'm like, oh, when I need it to be different from normal, then I change it.
A lot of the time, in fact, almost all the time, I do add type hints for Python, but it's just helpful when you're sort of building quick things. You're just trying out ideas to not need to worry about that.
I see. So you reckon that going forward I ought to be a bit more diligent about defining types, or like is that good
you don't
practice?
have to.
You'd
I mean,
say?
it's good practice, yeah.
Okay.
But
I mean, it's up to you, really.
it's up to you.
I saw like a question on, I think it was Learn C++, that's for sure. And the guy asks, I have this auto is basically the same as in Python, where you don't define a type, so it defines it for you. So there's auto, and there was something related to vectors. And he asks, oh, why can't I just, add numbers or something? I don't remember. And people say like, okay, so you have this auto. But what you don't realize because of this auto is that this is an iterator. So you can't just do certain things with it. And he's like, yeah, of course. And it's like, dude, if you're a beginner, why do you use auto? That's like such a weird thing to do. Because you don't get like a specific thing. And you might be missing something really.
I see what you're saying. So your preferred method of learning, for example, is really start from the bottom, build up from there. So you want it quite discursive. Like when I'm writing a type, I need to define the type, and if not, I need to make sure I change it.
I don't know. Just like C++ more. It's like that's basically.
Is that like? Because I mean, I don't like C++ because I've never done C++. I have no opinion about it, I should say. So. Like my bias is Python is the one I understand, and when I hear people say like, "Oh, I don't know Python," I'm like, "Wait, am I learning the wrong one?" Shit. So,
nah.
You know what I mean? So again, beginner, I lack context. Like that's the main thing I lack is context and experience. So. But also, I like learning in a way that I can start building stuff right away and start getting the point of it. Because once I'm like, oh, cool, I can build a thing that like randomly generates an entire D&D character for me. Great.
What I like about Python is that it's a scripting language. So a lot of the features you can just kind of like, let's just say you want to create a window. You don't need, like, you can make a Python interpreter that will create a window for you. And I don't think have you started GUI?
No, that's the next thing I want to get into. Like I bought a book and I'm going chapter by chapter. So I'm getting loops now. I think I've got a reasonably good handle on loops. I can sort of make them and think in them, which is the main challenge for me. So learning anything now feels like a lot more difficult than it was when I was 12, I'll tell you.
I used to teach Python to kids as young as 7.
I
I think
helped you
was our
make that
youngest.
course, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I did the video editing for that course.
But before that, I did a bunch of like in-person classes for it as well. So, okay, now why?
Haven't heard back from them. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, the point of the good thing about Python is you can add like an in-language feature that says like create a window for me, and the interpreter just handles that. Like you don't need to think about it. Although I don't think this is how Python is done.
Yeah.
Is it?
Interpreter is like a kind of compiler, right?
Yeah, but
it's
it doesn't
a runtime. It happens while you're running it. Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
Oh, the compiler compiles the program into something you can run, and the interpreter is doing
it does
a similar job while at runtime.
Yeah. It does it line by line. It's like the what have I done wrong there?
You need to probably define a variable.
Oh, no, that is.
Did you call the number a number? Because it doesn't like being called. It doesn't like being called a string anymore.
What is it not like in there?
That's going into territory I don't want to joke about. It just I thought like, wouldn't it be funny if a number like children's story like a number really 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 wants to be a string and you just can't figure out how to do it.
Why is it not liking my auth manager?
Would that be a useful kid's story for programming? We got the number 6 here, but the number 6 wants to be treated like all of the other words.
Possibly, yeah. You'd be getting into very young programmers there, but
yeah, I have a 4-year-old who likes fun stories. Well, I don't have a 4-year-old. I have a goddaughter who's 4, but yeah.
Okay. So it's there. Why is it not liking it? Okay. Maybe I'll just try and copy this in and see if it works. Oh, wait. You know what that is? I'm just being an idiot. Yeah, it works now. Cool.
Oh, did you not comment it or something?
No, I just ran one part of the code and not the rest of it.
Oh, I see.
Except it still isn't prompting me. Why is that? I suppose let's try and... I guess let's just try and request something from it and see if that works. Let's ask for a track. And the track ID... I'll just grab what I'm listening to right now.
Bonus points if you find a song called Trace.
Trace?
Track and trace.
Because
then the next time we ask, why isn't it working? We can point at the code and be like, well, there's your problem. You tried to build it in Excel.
There we go. This is a track called Trace.
Anyone outside of the UK is real confused right now. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Using localhost, enter the URL. Cool. This is the error that I should be getting.
That's a lot of errors.
That is not the error that I should be getting. Why is this happening?
This is not the error you're looking for.
Yeah, the main error is in the very top.
Yeah, no, so it wants a port, which is what I was aware that I should be getting that error. That's fine. Let's try this again. Oh, wait, you know what it is? I might have the wrong thing posted in my secret. Oops. Let's try this again.
I like how the compilers tell you a bunch of errors.
Oh, yeah.
But then you go up there and you see like, oh, you forgot the semicolon, and then everything breaks. And I like how a beginner would look at that and he would start solving those bottom problems. Really, you have to go to the top.
Well, it's often somewhere in the middle.
Because I'm reading natural language style, what I'm looking at is a big block of red. So the way I was reading those really was top to bottom. Like, okay, I should read all of the things that it just printed because I don't understand. Yeah,
but then if you're in the console and you ask G++, please compile, and he just piles, and it just the console was like, I don't know what, 30 lines. He piles 120 lines.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. In that case, the thing that's most forward would be the first thing you see. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Except it's often somewhere in the middle.
The worst thing is, you start looking for the beginning and you don't see it because in the console it's just all kind of all together. It doesn't clear the screen after that. So you have to literally, before you type the new compile command, you have to add a little space in the console so that you could see that space where your input output starts.
Okay, why is it not like
yeah.
that?
Oh god, I'm running a D&D game with some
okay.
people, and someone just sent me. I'm gonna post it up in general, just because it's too good not to. Oh, is it too powerful for Wempus? It's not too powerful for Wempus.
I'm stupid. This is like, I've done this a bunch of times now, but this is just, So, the problem that I was having was because so you need a redirect URI. This is basically for, like, Spotify to call your program back and say, hey, this is, you're allowed in kind of thing. But you also need to, it's like, it basically triggers the next step sort of thing. So, the problem was that I didn't give it permission to use it. So you need to actually explicitly state that, yes, this particular app has permission to use this, which I did not do. And that's why I've been getting errors for the last, 20 minutes.
Got it.
Okay, so let's just...
think. So
Yeah.
you told the thing that you want to use it, and it said, okay, but I'm still not going to let you.
Yeah, because Spotify kept coming back saying it was invalid, and I was like, why is that happening? Why is that happening? It's just because I haven't told it that, yes, it's valid. I forgot the part that's like... Yeah. It'd be nicer if that was explained in the error message, but oh well. Yeah, I'm kind of new to using APIs. I've been programming for a long time, but I've just stayed well away from web for a long time. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, cool. Now, client dot track, and then let's paste in. I wonder if I can just drag over this song from here. I wonder if that'll work. It should do. Let's just drag over trace. No, it doesn't work. Oh well. Oh, great. Now Spotify's frozen. Ah! Really, Spotify? Oh, hang on. It's prompting me with something. Somewhere.
I just tried to compile my C++ game, and it's me just setting up the libraries for ECS, and it just piled out, 2,048 lines of errors. And the worst part, it doesn't allow me to go to the very top.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oof.
It just says line 31, and that's it. Like, you can't see the first error.
And that's why people get scared of programming.
And the weird thing is, it says 2,049 lines, which looks suspiciously like 2,048.
Mm-hmm.
Which looks like it just ran out of numbers, really. Oh, thank you, Emacs. You are being so helpful. I'm gonna run this in the console now, because Emacs is not helping me out.
So I threw a thing up in general. I'm running a D&D game. This is what thing
Yes,
my
it
players sent me.
works! Finally. There we go. I've got
Amazon and Wish logarithms are trying to figure out if I'm a D&D dungeon master or a BDSM dungeon master. And it's the guy with the string on the wall.
You know what? Maybe that would explain something.
I mean, I don't
Okay,
know if
cool.
it'd explain why your code isn't working.
No, it
Unless
works
you
now.
need me
It
to,
works now. Look. This
Hey,
here.
look!
That's
Album.
a track that I just searched for called Trace. So if I say,
Did you actually call it Trace?
oh no, not credits. Let's get results equals. So here we go. This is the song I searched for, and it gives you a gigantic. Bleh. I'll tell you what. I'll
That's a
import.
lot of... Is that just all the metadata from the track?
Not all of it, but a bunch of it.
Okay.
So if I use my PP on those results, it gives me all of this. So, let's enlarge this. So this is what a track looks like when it comes in. It doesn't actually contain any of the sound data, but this is all the metadata about that track. So, it shows me. Oh, actually linked an album rather. I've actually linked an album rather than a track. So, this. Oh, no, it's a single. It's
album
a single.
type equals single.
Yeah, so it's a single. This is the artist. If I open that up, it takes me to Factus.
So those all hex values?
Oh no, that's just that's what we're listening to right now. No, these are strings. So this is just it's an HTML request.
I don't have a thing on my... Anyway, not a big deal.
Oh, is it? Oh yeah, so Spotify crashed, so I had to restart that. But if you rejoin the thing on the Discord, it will. It's in the
Spotify
party link. Yeah.
Got it. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
I've just seen your link in general. The
yeah,
image.
It's pretty good, right?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Wish is all BDSM gear. There's, I mean, I've never used Wish.
Wish is just the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I see people posting about it, and my first thought is, well, I don't want to do that. That sounds like an awful place to shop.
Yeah, so here's the spot.
Here's the turn down the music. 1 second.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just on my Spotify.
I'll do that as well
perfect.
on my stream.
No, stream is fine. I can turn it down on mine.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't be able to hear it in the stream anyway. So here's the external URL. So that's what you get if someone shares that track with you. So if I click that, it takes us to the song or the album, or whatever it is we're currently listening to. Which is, that was what the previous track was. But
I get you.
Then, where are we? This is your ID. So this is actually just this little part at the end of it. So everything on Spotify has a unique ID like that. This is the name of the track, I think. This is this is the artist. So yeah, this is all within the artist block here. There we go. That's the artist URI. And if I scroll down, this is going to be the majority of all of the entries in every single thing I request. Is just which markets it's available in. So these are just country codes. So GB will be in there somewhere.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, there we go. So I'm allowed to listen to this if I'm in the UK. There'll be ones there's the US, all of that. So this is that annoying thing in Spotify where you add a track to a playlist and then it suddenly gets grayed out one day because the artist has had some kind of copyright dispute with someone and they've had to block it from particular countries.
Labels.
The labels,
normally it's the labels talking to Spotify and being like, we want more money, and Spotify takes them down.
It's always my favourite song from the album.
You could just buy those records, right?
Yeah, and I have done for that sort of thing. But and then you can upload it locally on Spotify as well, so you can still listen to it in the same playlist, which is kind of nice. Yeah. But it's
and you can
annoying.
still do all the streaming shenanigans too if you just own the thing. Because I have a whole collection of CDs from the 90s. So
cool. And then we've got images. So this is like the album artwork. So if I click on that, it will show me the album, which is nice.
Neat.
It's just a link to
buy
it.
albums. If you like bands, buy albums.
I like to use Spotify
also buy shirts.
That's a good point. Merch, yeah. No one's
always buy shirts. I mean, because people forget if the artists aren't going to make any money, we're going to not have professional musicians anymore. It's all going to be amateurs, and the music we're not going to have as much good music to.
I really miss gigs. I need to go to a gig.
Gigs. I want to work. I want to work again. I miss my job. For those not aware, I'm a live sound engineer, so I fucking miss my job.
Okay, we got the name of the track, we got the release date, we got the total number of tracks in that album, URI, we got artist, we got loads of stuff, and that's all just too much information right now. So
no, country codes. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we can listen in Zambia.
Cool. So that's that. So that's working. Now I'm just going to make a playlist. Make a new playlist. I think I might have already made one called Magic Bucket when I was testing. No, I didn't. Okay, so let's make Magic Bucket. Shiny Magic Bucket for recommendations. Can you hear my keyboard typing, by the way? On the stream?
Only very slightly.
Cool.
It's not bad.
Yeah, because the mic is actually right behind my keyboard. So.
No, it's fine. It's not drowning anything out. It's because you got the shotgun mic, right?
Yes, and I've also got sort of noise cancellation set up in there.
Sure, but I mean the mic itself, if it's side addressed to the keyboard, then it should be
Well,
rejecting
it's
a whole lot of that.
If I didn't have the noise cancellation on, it picks up so much of the keyboard. So,
Oh, I see. So you're also doing some software.
yeah. Okay,
Got
so
it.
I'm just gonna like grab the. No, because I want a mix of genres actually. So if I just grab the top, say 20 of this, I'll get. Yeah, so I need some testing.
Okay, well,
I'll use my top songs.
start with. Well, I mean, sure, but do you listen to all the same stuff?
Not actually. No, this is good mix, but
Yeah.
I mean,
alright.
this is just for testing really. So I'm just
Got it.
chuck a bunch into my magic bucket and see if it reads it properly. So let's get magic bucket. This is probably going to be replaced fairly soon, but magic bucket has Spotify. Alright, cool. Okay. Actually, don't need this bit, but it'll chop it off anyway. So, okay.
What is URI?
Unique resource identifier. I think it's identifier or indicator. I can't remember which
Okay.
one. But a URL is a type of URI. It just means this is a unique
it.
ID for that thing.
Yeah, understood.
So there won't be two songs with this particular ID.
Yep, totally.
And,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And having a bunch of mixed capital letters, characters, numbers means that you can just fit more songs within the same number of characters.
Yeah, it looks like what YouTube does with the base 16
exactly.
numbers
And
or whatever
it's
it
to
is.
the point where there's so many possibilities within that even though YouTube gets millions of videos uploaded every single day, they're good for the next several thousand years. That it's at the point where they can just generate a random number,
base 16.
and then
Jesus.
Yeah, they can just generate a random thing, and then
But also
if
they
that
could just add
already
a character at
exists,
the end.
Yeah. But if that already
And then-
exists, then they just generate it again, and it's so unlikely for that to happen. And it's
they're
even
really-
more
they don't
incredibly
bother
unlikely for
trying
that to.
to-
Yeah, it's even more incredibly unlikely for that to happen more than once. That they don't bother having any kind of smart code to look up and try and find
Even finding a match, though, that sounds like that's one hell of a sorting algorithm.
Not really. Watch, I'll do it. Hang on.
I guess no. Hang on. It's if the
There we go. I found a match. There we go. I'm watching Adam Savage talking about imposter syndrome. There we go. That's that
Right.
match. I just searched for this, and it came up. There we go. That was quick, right?
I guess that's right. Yeah. So the way that the code would do it is if it is a real website, or if some element of a website exists, or some handle or something that you put onto the website is there. So like go to that website if true, if whatever is there, then generate a new number. Check that again. So you loop that until you get one that doesn't throw up that flag, I guess. Yeah, okay, got it. Is that approximately the logic you reckon?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Again, I'm just trying to unpack the a lot of my job, as far as I'm concerned, is to figure out the logic of stuff, and the actual syntax is like I can brute force the syntax. I'll get it eventually.
There we go. So this is a type hint pool.
Okay.
So if you add a colon followed by a type, so for example, I'm pretty sure this Spotify.spotify is a class, and if I control click it, it'll take me to it. And there we go. Yeah, it's a class, so I can use that. Ooh, they've used old style classes here. I suppose it's compatibility with Python 2. So yeah, if I link that, it will recommend that I use. It'll give me a warning in my code if I try and use something that's not a Spotify client.
Got it.
So client dot. So then I can be reasonably sure that I can, use commands which are part of that. So I should be safe to go playlist. Oh, not playlist, tracks. There we go. And then I can just link the URI. And you know what? For now, I'll just return that. So I should be able to just go get underscore play magic bucket. Called it magic bucket. And the URI is, oh no, the client, sorry, client equals client. And there we go, it returns my playlist. So I'll just do that. So my playlist, yeah, I know, go away. I don't care about, I'm only going to be running it in Python 3. So yeah, here we go. We've got information about that playlist. So we've got whether it's collaborative, which it's not right now. I've got the description, which I just wrote on Spotify. I've got the number of followers, URLs, ID for it, which is that I just searched. Images for it, which I haven't set up yet. The name is empty for some reason. That's weird. Huh. Don't know why the name is empty.
Let's see.
It's not. I called it Magic Bucket.
Should that be the name of that or the name of something else?
Well, because this is the playlist. Oh well, I'm not too worried. And then we got the tracks here. So this is the big important part that I'm going to be looking at. Well, actually, tracks items. So it comes back all nested like this. So what I actually care
that's
about...
in a dictionary, yeah.
Yes, well, it's JSON data, which is kind of like well, it's very much like a dictionary.
JSON data.
JSON, yeah. In fact, it is. It does load it as a dictionary there. So JSON data is just a human readable way of getting data from like websites or passing it around to various things.
Okay.
So tracks equals get magic buckets. I can probably I can just hear people, if anyone is actually watching this who is a web developer, probably getting angry at me or about to start a war based on the way I pronounce Jason or JSON.
And that's not the biggest of the problems.
We'll have the problem with SQL.
I don't like how you hardcode the URI. That's like kind of weird. Like, why is it in the just?
This is temporary.
Yeah, that's just bothering me.
What is it about it that bothers you?
I mean, let's say you want to use this function somewhere else, and you're like, okay, we have to change this out. But then you use it in two places, and you're like, okay, now I'm pretty much, yeah. So like, it's something that can change, and if it's subject to change, it should pass as a parameter, or you somehow get it in the function. You don't just define it in the function itself. Or the function, if you want to kind of not pass it as a parameter, the function needs to ask somewhere.
I see.
Just hard coding it will, like if you want to repurpose the code, it's gonna be a hassle. Especially something else is, let's say you have this URI hard coded in multiple places. It's gonna be a nightmare to find all.
Yeah. And trust me, I will be doing that. So here we go. We've got a list of tracks, and that is just a list of all the tracks, which again is. Yeah, so the parts we need to look at, I don't care about whether it was added or who it was added by, because, yeah, that's fine. I don't care about the primary colour or the video thumbnail or any of that. All I care about is this track. So I can just go tracks equals T track. So I'm going to take out the track item from... for T in tracks. So I'm just going to basically rebuild this, but I'm stripping out just the track part of that. So now tracks should be easier for me to read because it just contains the information that I care about. So for example, we got the album it's from, the artists. Still don't care about available markets too much, but then it's got, the duration, whether or not it's got swears in it. The ID of the track.
Well, if you're playing this to whoever's on Spotify, presumably they'll handle it on their end anyway. You don't
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
do
yeah.
anything for which country are you in? Are you allowed to listen to this?
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. I'm not. I mean, it will still show up in the playlist, but it will just be grey.
Got it. I only mean to say I was running myself through the logic of not needing it because I was like, right, because Spotify is going to do that, and you're accessing Spotify with this bit of code.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not like building a new Spotify. Oh, there goes Adam.
Oh, there goes Adam.
Adam, come back. We miss you. So to finish the thought on the hard coding thing, if you were to do that, you would have to be pretty confident that you're not going to use the code somewhere else.
No. You don't do this. Like, if it's a prototype, it's kind of okay. But if you're writing anything that's remotely serious, you just don't do that.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna, you don't know what you're gonna have to edit later. And the problem with this approach is that it just keeps growing. And at some point, if something breaks, you're like, oh, I just gotta change that little thing. And you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of the entirety of the code.
I see. Whereas if you make it like a modular thing, you
There
can
we go.
change that module, and anything that references it changes by the same amount.
You happy now?
Where did you put it?
Well, at the moment it's just in main, but that is slightly more portable now. There we go. I've got ligatures on, which is going to make some people angry as well, but I'm trying them out.
Oh, done. Oh, you made it a parameter, right? Okay, see it.
Yeah. Okay, so what do I want to do? It's going to return a... Ooh, what is it going to return? It's a dict. No, it's a list filled with dicts.
So when you say a thing is portable...
I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
I'm just talking about... hang on. I'm just using words right now. These aren't the official terms for anything.
Oh, sure. I think I know.
I'm just making it more
No, sorry. Go ahead.
More reusable, and I can.
I like the word portable for that, actually.
Yeah, I like the word portable. That's why I used it.
I can sort of bring it to somewhere else in the code and use it there. Is the idea that you're trying to convey?
Yeah. Okay. What do I want this to be? It's going to be a list of dicts. And actually, you know what? I'm not going to specify.
This is where you keep your list of dicts.
Yep, this is where I keep my list of dicts.
That's on the internet now.
It is. It is on the internet now. Why are you not liking that?
Does it also not like ligatures?
What is going on here? No, ligatures aren't actually a thing. That's just how it displays it. Maybe I won't specify a type hint. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, I'll deal with that later. Okay, cool. Oh, I've totally forgotten where I was going to go with this now.
Is that me distracting you? Sorry, I can shut up.
No, that's all right. It's okay. So I want to chuck all of this into a database because I don't want to repeatedly call. No, I want to have it local, so I don't want to repeatedly search for the same 1,000 or so tracks, which will use up all of my allowance that Spotify gives me.
Right, because you can only call the API so many times or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the third-party client thing I've got here will take care of that. It will automatically slow it down so I don't get, limited. But it's from my end, it still works the exact same pretty much. So let's make a folder for data.
That is only a thing I know because I used to play a game called GeoGuessr.
Yes.
One day GeoGuessr was gone, and I was like, "Why is GeoGuessr gone?" And it's
used to
because
love
Google started
GeoGuessr.
charging a whole bunch for API calls, and that whole game is API calls.
Yeah. Well, no, it's actually, they always had them. They always had charged, but it's only after you're over a certain amount, you get a certain free allowance.
That's what I mean, yeah. And because they were super
then it got popular,
but not
yeah.
making money out of it. Yeah. I fucking love that game. But it's
so
like,
much
I
fun.
wish Google had just bought it and been like, that's a fun game. We're here's $1 million. and we're gonna we're gonna do a thing with this and sell ads on it.
Okay, so I barely know. Well, I mean, so I was about to say I'm very new to SQL, but that's not entirely true because I did do one project when I was like 12 in school, and I have this textbook from it, which yeah,
Skelete.
SQL. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but this with the IT at the end, I was just trying to pronounce it.
Oh,
Skelete.
yeah, SQLite. People pronounce it as sequel. Yeah, you kind of can't pronounce that if you pronounce it like I do. It's SQL. SQLite, yeah.
SQLite.
SQLite. SQLite, yeah. I like that. It sounds...
SQLite.
SQLite.
Escuelite. It sounds almost Spanish. Esto
Okay.
escuelite.
So I can do most of this stuff, but I can't remember how you actually create a new database in... If that's even possible to do... Oh, no,
By the
wait,
way,
hang
nice
on, you
to
just...
meet you, Max.
Oh. I think he's
He might not be
on
might
right
not
now.
be.
He might not be
This
right
is
now.
fun, by the way. Thank you for inviting me.
That's all right. I'm going very slowly right now, but that's all right. It's nice to have...
Honestly, it feels good to me to be looking at the speed you're going at and feeling like, oh, good, I'm actually pretty quick.
Yeah. I'm a little distracted right now, so this isn't the speed I normally go at, but
You're welcome.
yeah. I mean, it's still better than... yeah, it's still nice to be doing it with people.
Yeah, I agree. It's such a solitary pursuit most of the time. It's nice to work with folks.
So, what I need to do is...
You know, my computer skills are such that I'm printing out a little Christmas gift to somebody. I've got like an A5 booklet character journal, effectively, for D&D. I'm printing it out for them so they can have it. And I want to make like a nice cover and everything. And it's going pretty well, except that I spent like several hours and like a lot of paper figuring out how to print this fucking thing because Adobe was fighting me every step of the way. And then I finally realized, wait, I can just print this to a PDF file and I don't have to use a piece of paper. Fuck. All right, well, I guess I have a bunch of scrap paper now. This is where my computer stuff is right now. Also, it wasn't helping that I was doing this at 2 in the morning. I think I've forgotten how to have conversations.
Yes, we're all going to need, like, retraining when all this is over.
I think we all need to have a lot of patience with one another for a while, because we're going to show up to places and be like, how do you do this again? Do I ask what you do? Is that a thing you're supposed to ask? Because, like, I think we all know what we're all doing right now. How was lockdown for you? Too soon? It only ended yesterday.
It's not going to end all in one go. It's going to be a very, very slow build up back to reality. It's not going to be a snap back to reality. There goes gravity.
Gravity is definitely going to remain, is what we're saying, because the whole time has been like an excess of gravity.
Yes.
It has felt an awful lot like a whole lot of gravity. Just piling up in pools.
Okay, so so I think if I create a connection to my file, which is just how you basically load it effectively, that's just a funky way of opening the file. That will create it if it doesn't already exist. So I think it's alright just to pass it the file rather than opening it. Yes, okay, I can just pass it a file path.
What's in your top 20 Spotify, by the way?
Ooh, well, the 2020 one.
Yeah. Oh, is that what we're listening to?
No, actually, I could play that.
Yeah, play it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, Foals. I'm also a fan of Foals.
Oh yeah, this song. I mean, in 2020 I played Life is Strange, like all of them.
Oh yeah.
And this song, it gives me emotions now. I just can't.
I haven't played Life is Strange. I hear it's
You
good
have
though.
to. It's honestly one of my favorite games of all time now, and it's definitely the game which has made me feel the most.
Have you played Brothers: A Tale of Two
Yes,
Sons?
yeah, that one. That's another one that does that.
Because I was going to say, if you haven't, then it seems to me like a very different
Mhm.
way to achieve that. And I'm
Feelings.
surprised nobody's done anything similar.
Mm,
Granted, it takes a lot of work to be able to do it, but, I'm not even
Okay.
sure you could recreate that.
The thing with-
is that
the
just
thing
a
with this-
one-off?
I don't know. Yeah, I've played it. It's quite unique.
Like, the moment, right?
Mhm.
The one that you have to
I
discover.
cried at that moment. I cried.
It took me a minute.
It's
It took me a minute, and I was like, oh no, oh no!
like, oh shit, that's the way this game is going. Oh no.
But it's like the whole game is that moment, the game, because the rest of
Mm.
it is a perfectly passable little like dexterity game, puzzle game. It's a cute little fun
Mm.
romp
But
through
life,
like some fun
life is
fantasy
strange.
land.
Life is Strange. It's like they found the formula to distill that, and then
Oh, like it's got mechanical stuff?
it's a point and click game. It's kind of Telltale style. So it's not. Yeah, it's kind of mechanical because the whole game, or at least the first one, is based around being able to control time.
Oh, okay, I get you.
Um,
Well, don't spoiler it for me. If
Yeah,
you're
that,
telling
that
me it's
that's
worth. I trust
that's
your
kind of the
opinion rather
tagline
a
of the
lot.
game. That's kind of the tagline of the game. But my addition is it will make you feel things,
Got it.
and you will love it.
Oh, I do not feel
It
like
will
feeling
put
things
it will
right
put
now.
feelings inside of you.
Michael, I have far too many of those right now. I need to wait until I don't have as quite
But
so
it
many
will help. It
piling
will
up.
help you deal with your real world feelings. I think.
Oh, I don't need. That's no dealing. We just
Okay,
need
cool.
to let
cool.
those pile up in the pool for a while.
Okay, so we want to get the.
I'll deal with them once it starts rotting.
But this track comes in at the during the sort of closing scene, and it's just
Might turn it up a little then.
it's pretty quiet on Spotify.
No, it's okay.
I've got it turned up a bit as well.
No, your output is fine. I was like halfway down on mine.
I mean, you won't be able to hear my output. Oh, why have I not?
Oh, so you're not controlling output to thing. It's just yeah. I
No.
get you.
Why am I not putting these in strings?
Oh no, yeah, I know this
so-
song. Like I said, I'm a big fan of Foals.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Birch Tree is kind of my favorite. The drums in that are just so weird and good.
What should I call my database? What should I call the file?
Birch. Just name
Maybe.
all of them after trees.
I mean, I want it to be, because these are just all of the data, so I could just call it data, but yeah.
Just something related to music, really, I think.
Record shop.
Because it's going to be
Where do you
tracks
keep a lot
and
of?
artists and genres and other information that I get, so
Just music, really.
Call it library, because that won't get confusing.
that's not bad. Library.db.
Yeah.
And why are you... Oh, right, os.path. So the annoying thing, this always gets me. So in Python, there are two different
Yeah.
like standard ways. Well, there's two different functions which do a very similar thing. So there's string.join, which you pass a list to. I'll do it down here, not up there. Oops. So if I say like, I have a list of things. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6. And then I want to create a piece of text which is each of those letters or numbers or whatever it is with something in between each entry. So let's say I want to have it print out 1.2.3.4 whatever. So you can do oh, my music's getting too loud now. This song is really quiet for the first half and then suddenly it gets loud.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty hype.
I'll put a dot in the middle and then say dot join, and then I will join everything in A with. Okay. It also doesn't. Yeah, that's annoying. It also has
What
to
did
be
you press to get the thing back?
up,
Like you reprinted the whole. Oh, just up.
the up key. Yeah.
Fuck.
So it wants me
that
to
should
turn
be
that
a
into
tutorial
strings. So
in
yeah.
this program.
Okay, so there we go. So I printed out 1.2.3.4, whatever. And for that, I gave it a list of... Well, I turned it into a list of strings here, so I'll make it simpler there. Copy.
So you started with a list of strings, you ended up with one
Oh,
string.
yeah. Oh, here, Paul, this is a tip for you. So a string... So if I pass in a list of something and it wants it to be strings, you can use the map function, which basically it runs a function on something. So whatever you give it, like if it's a list, it will run that function on every single one of the contents. So I can tell it to turn them all into strings. So
Well,
here they're
it'll
all
run
here they're
the
all
list?
integers. Kind of. It will run this function once for every single item in this list. So it's like a for loop.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically so what
so
I'm doing
for
now.
indexes within this list, it'll
So yeah.
go
So
through
A
those.
is
So
that,
instead of
whereas A
for
underscore
loop,
string.
okay.
Oops, it's a map object. But if I then turn it into a list.
And that's just like a hex number.
Oops. There we go. So see, if I show that list, it's strings now. They're in quotes, right? Whereas before they were integers. So you can do this on anything. So let's say I have a list of numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Nums equals that. And let's say I want to like square each of those numbers, and I want to have a new list which is the square of every single one of them. Oh, I actually don't know if it will. Oh, we'll give it a go, see what it does. No, it won't. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to make... Okay, I'll give you 2 tips in one. So I want to have a list of squares, which is like the square of each of those numbers, right? So first off...
What happens if you just do nums squared?
I actually don't know. Let's give that a go. I know if you multiply it, it'll just repeat that list. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
whereas
'cause
if
it's
I
not a
say like
number.
nums times 2, it will repeat that. By the way,
it'll make a
that's
new
how you
list,
square stuff.
which contains 2 of the list.
Yeah, so if I want
Got
to
it.
square that list, so squares equals... oh, hello.
Not square
How
the
you doing?
list, but you want to square each index of the list.
Yes, so if I make a new list... this is my dad, by the way.
Oh, I couldn't hear another person. I have
Oh,
music in my ears.
But if...
I'm not
if you
looking
look
at the
at the
stream,
stream-
I'm looking at your
Yeah.
Discord.
Cool. So I make a new list and I will map that.
Also, hi, Mr. Michael.
It says hi.
Hello.
And I'm going to give it a function and that list. So actually not sure if it matters which order I do them in, to be fair, but let's do the function first. So it wants a function to run this, to run on all of these. I haven't prepared that function, which is going to square stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make like a temporary function, which is called a lambda. And then I did a n or number. And then I'm
Lambda
gonna...
to me is a frequency thing. Is that not the same in computer science?
I actually don't know why they use the word lambda. There's probably some kind of mathematical reason. Most of these things are mathematical symbols, but
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is lambda to me means wavelength.
maybe. But in this case,
but
a
this
lambda is
isn't-
like a temporary function. So it's a function you use once, and you don't really give a name
Oh, okay.
to. So if something
Got it.
wants a function, but you haven't prepared a function, you don't really want to add code to do that.
Yeah, it's called, I
Um,
think, anonymous function, right?
In
Anonymous, did
Python,
you
they're
say
called
function?
lambdas, but yeah.
Yeah, the point is you don't name it, you just kinda
It's just
declare
like a kind of throwaway function that you're using in one
Got
place
it.
and one place only.
So you know you don't need this to be portable, as we said for
Yeah,
the other
well,
thing. So
yeah.
therefore, you're only using it once.
You know you don't want it to be reusable.
Got
So
it.
I'm making a function which is just going to square everything in that list. So I'm going to then pass it that list. So nums, and if I haven't done something wrong, which I did, must have at least. Oh yeah, okay, that's me being stupid.
Does Python have function pointers?
So functions in Python are first class. So you can pass functions as objects, which is just the most beautiful thing.
That's so weird.
So yeah, there we go. Now
Why
I
is
have...
it weird to be able to pass functions as objects?
There we go. So now I've got a list of all of those numbers squared because I ran that on
Got it.
every single one of these things. So that's the map function. If a function already exists, like it does, for example, so if I say stirs equals, oh, I love this track. Lists. Keep mistyping that. If a function already exists, you don't need to do the lambda, so you can just say str
Sure.
nums. So that is going to turn all of those into strings like that.
Got it.
And
So-
you don't
so what
call the
map
function
does-
there. You don't call
So
the
if-
function, so you don't like do that at the end of it. You just type the name of it, and it will call it for you.
Got it. So this is like a for loop, except it's not iterating.
Yeah, it's literally a
integers.
shortcut
It's
to going.
iterating. Let me see if I've got it. It's iterating index numbers of a list.
Kind of. I mean, it's
So it's
behind the
going
scenes.
index
That's
one,
what it's doing.
do
Yeah,
this to index
behind the
one,
scenes.
move over to index two, do this to index two, move. You see what I mean? Is that the loop?
Yeah. Effectively, it's a shortcut for doing this.
Sorry,
Strs-
Max, you were saying you got
Yeah,
cut off there.
pretty much.
Oh, okay, good. So conceptually, I've got it.
It's
Yeah.
like a for loop, really.
Hmm.
Okay, I understand. But where a for loop acts on integers, this acts on items of a list.
You will, like, let's just say you want to act on an array.
Mhm.
You're still acting on elements of the array. You don't act on the int that is in the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Although if you do need the index for that, there's a way to do that as well. So yeah, what I've done,
Well, yeah, you just pull out
this
the index and then do
this
stuff to
line
that
here,
index.
this
Yeah,
line
yeah.
here is just a shortcut for that. Effectively, is what I've done. It's just easier to type. that.
Sorry, go back down real quick.
It's a
S-
you create an
for
empty-
n in nums string. Oh yeah, I get
create
you.
an empty
Yeah,
list
yeah,
and then
yeah.
append this the
in
string
this
version
case,
of
you
it.
don't
So
actually have-
that's exactly what I thought you were doing. So I'm glad that I got the idea there. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In this case, it's not really necessary to do it that way, but also I've completely forgotten what I was doing.
That's okay. We're having fun here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Max, you got cut off there. What were you saying?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this for loop here is not on an int I. It's on the this end thing, but you have already said that, so
Yeah. If you do need that though, you can go for I, n in enumerate
hmm
nums. Except that's just gonna hang on. str strings. I mean, this is just going to print out the same stuff basically, but
Yeah, but it's
There we
doing it
go.
a different way.
So,
oh, okay, yeah.
because I started at 1, index 0 is 1, like
Yeah,
that.
of course.
So
So it's giving
I,
you what is the
n.
index, what is the number.
Yeah. So you're telling it pair up whatever the index is with the contents, and then you're
Got it.
shoving each of them of that pair into I for the index and N for the contents,
Oh,
and then I'm
okay.
just printing out
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Okay, I'm starting to get lists. I think I
Yeah.
understand now.
I remember what
yeah.
my original the start of this tangent was, and that was the fact that I'm annoyed by the fact that there's two different things. One of them was string.join, so join. There we go. So that adds a dot between each of those things. But there is OS. So there's os.join. Sorry, os.path.join. Which is a way to like join together like folders to find a file path. So if I say, you know, what I'm trying to do, what I want to do, because with the
Sorry, so OS operating system path, literally like the path to get to a file or a folder.
so this is
and you
a
join a bunch of them.
so this is a module within the OS system. OS module, sorry, no, within the OS package, and join is the name of a function in that module. So in the name, it's a function.
So
in
OS
that file.
package is like Windows, is what we're saying.
No, it's a package in Python, in the Python standard library, for dealing with the operating system, for like doing stuff related to, so finding file paths, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay. So this is a Python way of saying Python's going to interact with the
But
operating
yeah, it
system.
will
and
load
then it's
different-
got other, yeah. Okay.
But this OS module will load different code depending on what operating system you're on.
Got it.
So it will do the right list of instructions no matter what operating system, or no matter what OS you load it on.
Yeah, because Python's got the
Yeah.
thing going
So-
for it
so
anyway. Yeah,
This string.join wants a list of whatever you're going to be printing. It wants a list of strings. This one, so if I say data, comma,
Data 2.
something dot txt, it does not want a list. So there's two different things that do a very similar thing, but one of them wants a list and the other one wants just a sequence of stuff. There we go. It gives me data something, and it prints 2 slashes because that's an escape character. So if I print that, there we go. It comes out as 1 slash. But it's just annoying that there's
So
two
join-
different things with the same
Okay.
same name
Yeah,
that
I don't
are very, very
understand.
similar, but just
Yeah, I don't
that
understand
one
the
little
difference,
difference.
but that's okay. We can move
Well,
on.
the difference
I'm
is-
gonna not understand a lot of stuff.
The difference is, if you put it in a list, if you put these square brackets around one of
Yeah.
them, it works, and the other one it doesn't. That's the difference.
Because the other one, it's not storing it as a list. It's trying to make one mega string.
It's a fairly simple function. It doesn't do anything too complicated, at least not from what we can see. All it does is it says, this is the path you want in like steps. So each step of the path. So this goes into the data folder up there, and then this finds a file called something.txt. It just puts a slash between each of them. That's all it does, and then it returns.
Oh, okay. So
contents.
yeah. So
But,
you
like,
can
if you're
join
on-
stuff by putting a backslash, and therefore
Yeah.
you can use that to define a
But,
path.
like, I think-
because
I
that's
think-
how they. Yeah, okay.
I think Linux uses a forward slash. I can't.
Yeah,
Linux
but
automatically
here
uses
you're
a
doing
forward slash
backslash
instead.
as you're working on Windows.
Yeah. So os.path is like aware of that, and it goes, "Oh, we're using Windows. That means I need to use backslashes." And
Got
if
it.
it's and it also remembers to use double backslashes because Python
So
escapes that.
join puts a character between items in a list and turns that whole thing
Mhm.
into one big old string.
Yeah.
Got it.
Cool.
So
What
you
was
can
I
put
doing?
like the letter N in between there if you wanted to. It's like
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Got it.
Okay.
There's a lot of this that's very like programmy. Like, why would you do that? Oh, well, you do it to make another part of the computer go. Oh, why would you do that? Well, that part also makes another part of the computer go. And why would you do that? Well, that prints the color orange on 1 pixel. Like, oh, okay. That's the part that I need to get to. I need to be like, oh, right, that's how I make orange.
Yeah. So I need to.
It's probably why it took us so long to get computers, right? Because a lot
Hmm.
of this is like, how do you do subtraction with only ones? Can we have a 0 too? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Oh, well, now it's easy. Just do these 40 steps.
Okay. So we need to have none set first. So if it can't find that file, it will make a new one. And if we get an error, okay, so I'm gonna import dot error. Is that right? Yeah, I am really just getting started with SQL.
With SQLite.
SQLite.
SQLite sounds like a kind of rock, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Like, look, right next to this magnetite, there's some SQLite.
Oh, that is right. I did do it right. But nah. And I'll give it a name as yeah, so I don't know if you've used the as keyword much before, Paul.
Not really.
But it's effectively like renaming something. It's giving something an alias. So here, I've already imported the module
Oh, so
SQLite.
So you don't.
But I also want
it
a
has
sort of
a giant
shortcut.
goddamn name as you import it
Yeah,
as.
I don't want to have to
less-
type
Got it.
SQLite 3 dot error every time I want to use it. So I'm importing error from that, and then I'm giving it a name SQL.
So it's almost like a variable name. You're just saying,
Yeah,
call
it's
this
exactly
that.
that's exactly what it is. Because if I now search for this as if I was searching for the value of a variable, it will give me the name of, or it will give me that function.
Got it. Yeah, I don't think I've needed to use that, but it
That
came up when I was learning about variables.
It probably wouldn't. I mean, it probably will have done, but they haven't really mentioned it. You know, that's something that you realize later on down the line. It's like, oh, hang on, that's exactly the same as this thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, like, at a certain point, I'm still getting my head around loops.
Yeah.
I think I got loops. I think I
You'll
got
probably
the whole point
find
of like,
a lot
I can
of
loop shit forever, and that's sometimes useful.
You'll probably find that a lot of the stuff I'm doing is, if you really look into it, it's a lot of the stuff you've already learned.
This is what I'm getting, is that there's sort of a few parts to this, and those parts get combined in increasingly complex ways, but the parts themselves don't get more
the
complicated.
parts. Yeah, and anything that is complicated is usually just something I've loaded from another module. And if you follow the connection through that, you can actually look through it, and it's made of the same simplish parts. Except, you know, they'll import modules, and then those modules import modules. So it's all the simple parts are there. It's just you have to kind of go through a little bit of a trek to find where it gets simple. Everything complicated is just a bunch of simple stuff mixed together.
It reminds me of music in a lot of ways, because there's, at least in Western notation music, there's only like 7 notes. 12 technically, but there's like 7 chords and 12 notes. And they're not hiding. Like, they're all right there. You can put your fingers on them and play them out anytime you want. So, but when you start combining them into harmony, you start going, oh, there's a lot of these that don't work, but they also do work sometimes, depending on what else is happening. Holy shit, that's weird. Except in that case, you don't have something like, oh, hey, cool, the program works. I guess that's fine now. The only equivalent is, I like the way that sounds, which is much more difficult to arrive at. Analog and art, maybe? Like, there's only so many colors.
Are you listening to this track, by the way?
Everything's sort of on in the background. I can listen more carefully.
I'll rewind it for just. I love this track. I love this song.
KS Esto.
Huh?
KS Esto. What is?
Oh, do you know Luke Westaway from Outside Xbox?
No. Haven't followed the Outside Xbox guys for a while.
But he's one of them, and he's got he's a musician as well. And he's really, really good. He does a lot of stuff like about mental health.
I wonder if IFA's still working with them.
Tangentially, like they work on Dicebreaker, and they kind of do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because
I worked with IFA for a while.
Really?
I worked at Jinx TV for a year, and IFA was there briefly at the front, and then I worked with Lucy James, who's also excellent. I haven't seen them in like a fucking decade. Time flies.
But yeah, Luke Westaway does a lot of good songs about like mental health. I think he's got OCD or something like that, which he sings about.
I mean, cool. Sometimes though, I'm like, you know what I want is an instrumental song with some nice fucking swells in them. That's all I need right now. Because this whole year, I've just been like, I love emotional music, but not right now. Because fuck, I have too many of those myself. And songs hit me, so can't do it.
Cool.
I dig this guy though. I like his piano tone.
He's quite varied. He does a lot of sort of more punkish songs as well, and he also does some stuff which sounds a lot like show tunes to me. But they're quite funny. Like
is really very sparse though. I guess it's on purpose.
I
but
don't
to
know
me
what
it
that
feels
means.
like sparse as in like there's not a lot in there's not a lot of musical elements, and he leaves a lot of space. Right?
Okay.
He's not looking to fill the sonic scape with a bunch of stuff.
I'll try a few other things as well, because he does a lot of varied stuff. But he also has this album called Short Songs with Long Titles,
Oh, I love that.
and they're mostly under like a minute.
That's wonderful.
But they're stuff like I took a week off work and my
I'm
brain
looking at
didn't
it,
know
yeah.
what to deal with that clearly. An ode to the moth that was hiding in my towel. Oh, how you freaked me out.
That's pretty good. I
Mm.
like this guy. He's alright.
Yeah.
But this is very sort of lounge jazz. It's just
Mm.
lounge is what this is. This is like hotel lobby, which is not bad, but you know.
I probably don't need to do that, do I?
And he definitely sounds like a musical theater guy.
Yeah, he does. Not so much in what I've queued up next, though. Which is going to be
Yeah, maybe
a
not.
very quick tone shift, but, you know.
Sure, no.
Okay, so I have the database connection. So if
Yeah,
I
super
run
musical
this...
theater.
Um,
Run it.
and that is going to be database path,
Take the code and run with it.
play... Okay, good, we didn't get an error. Ooh. We didn't get an error, but we also didn't get a database. Okay.
That's like the part that concerns me when I'm doing stuff where I'm like, I don't know what it did. Did it just do bullshit to my computer?
Mm.
Fuck, I don't know. Which of course
So
normally
this
it's never
song's-
going to.
This song's more like pop punk.
I'm listening, yeah.
Why didn't it make a database?
Yeah, I mean, listen, his vocal style is still very musical theater. Like he's
Hmm.
got some training in musical theater.
Ah, there we
but
go, it
he's
worked. I was just
struggling to
running the
get
wrong
out
file.
of.
There we go, created library.db.
Hmm.
Do I want to add that to Git? No, I don't. I don't know if there's a shortcut to add to Git ignore. Oh yeah, there is right there. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. That's nice.
Without meaning anything negative about the guy, what this sounds like is a musical theater director who decided to put a punk song in their
Yeah.
in their story
I
about
think-
love in a rich part of a slum or something. I don't know.
So it's kind of he has been doing a lot of more sort of musical theatre style stuff, but he's
oh
experimenting
no, I mean like
with
I'm glad that he's doing it.
Yeah, like
and
this
I
is
think
his-
it's
this is
interesting.
his 2020
I just don't think it doesn't sound like punk. It doesn't feel like punk to me.
yeah,
It sounds
yeah.
like punk. It doesn't feel like punk because
Yeah,
so
so
much of it is.
He's done 3 singles in 2020, which he's exploring more sort of punky stuff with, which is
Oh, okay.
pretty good. Do you use F strings much, by the way, in Python, Paul?
Sorry, I was listening to music. 1 second. I'm gonna turn that down. You were saying?
Do you use F strings much in Python, or have you
I
encountered
don't know
them
what that is.
yet? Oh, they're my favourite.
I know what a string is, and I have a
so an
vague
F string-
understanding of the letter F.
So an F string is just a really nice, sophisticated, and simple and easy way to like put data in a string. So if I say print, oops, like if I'm trying to print a string and I want it to have like some piece of data, like a equals, and I want to print out a variable. So for now, I'm just going to say 1. And then I want to have it like, you know, print a new line and then say b equals, and then I want to print out another variable, so I'll say like,
NB appears to have 2 different
two.
colors.
oh, that's because that's a new line, so that's just saves me having to put a
Oh,
new
I
line
see.
there.
Yeah,
Oops.
I thought NB was supposed to be a thing.
Okay, I'll put that in 1. No, it's a mix of whatever. So there we go. So that puts a new line there. Oof.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that didn't go quite right, but oh well. So yeah, what I've done there is I've told it to, yeah, I'm printing out that. It's annoying to have to make this giant string of stuff, and it breaks up the flow of what it's actually going to look like. So what you can do is I'm just going to make a multi-line string, and I'm going to say a equals, and then I'm going to put brackets, and Python is... Oh, PyCharm normally does this automatically, but if you put an F at the start, it turns green. So the F goes before the start of the string. And then you put squirrely brackets.
Why are you putting 3 quotey
Because I'm
bits?
going to do it multi-line, so if I do that...
Oh, I
Oops.
see. Got it.
Not quite. If I do that... Ah! Come on. Oh, it's trying to be too clever. There we go. Okay, so now... Ah! it won't let me put a new line there. Okay, let's do this way. Oh. Ah! I don't know why it doesn't let me do this. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So. Okay, so. Oh, you know what? I'm doing up here. So, what I was trying to do is, if you put an F before the quote marks, and then you could start typing in here, A equals, and then wherever you put squirrely brackets,
Squirrely
it actually,
brackets.
yeah, squirrely brackets.
Very much like a squirrel.
Yeah, like a squirrel. So wherever you put them, it actually runs the code inside there that you type.
Yeah.
And then it turns that into a string. So if I, I'm just gonna, oop. No, I don't want to. Run selection. Where is run selection? Execute selection. There we go. So it actually prints out A equals 1, B equals 9. It runs the code that's in those brackets.
Why is B equals 9?
Because it's 1 plus 2 times 4.
Times 4, got it. I thought
Yeah,
that was
that's
a plus
a
from my screen.
asterisk, yeah.
It's on the screen. I don't know if I can...
So yeah, you can... It just makes it much easier to, like, if you've got a variable which is test equals 123, test 2 equals a list of A, 2, 1 in a string, and then I want to have it print out, A, and then I'm going to format it with a colon there, maybe. Or even I'll type out A is... Actually,
I don't know what you're trying to do.
Okay, cool. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a thing to, like, print out in plain English what the values of these variables are.
Okay.
So I want to have it print out test is, and then include whatever value test is. So if I do that with the F at the start of the string, and then I put in squarely brackets the name of that variable, it will print out test is 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay.
And I can
What is
format
this
this
called?
however I
F-formatting?
want. F strings. It's kind of a shortcut for something else you might have seen, but and then if I say test 2 is, hell, I'd even go and test 2 is test 2. So now test is 1, 2, 3, and test 2 is that. Right? So it's just a shortcut for...
Sorry, I was writing down a note of look up what an F string is. So print F test is test, prints whatever test is.
Mm-hmm.
Print F test is test, and test 2 is test 2.
Yeah, so this is just a sentence. I could type in whatever I want
Oh,
in here.
okay, yeah. So rather than concatenating stuff with plus and minus and whatever, I can do.
Yeah, it's just a neater, easier way to do that.
It's an easier way to read it.
I can type out whatever I want in there, and it'll put it there.
Come on, Fahukwagods.
Cool. Back to what I was doing. What was I doing? I had just made the function to open a database connection. I'd made the database. And
you're about to name something Fahukwagods.
Yes. And I'm using dbeaver to look at my
I don't
database.
understand what dbeaver is.
Neither do I, to be honest. But I know that I can use it to look at my databases. That's all I care about.
Oh, data beaver. Got it.
dbeaver database, and they've given it the prefix beaver. So if I open my library database, let's close all of... I don't know what I just did. Oh wait, yeah,
Okay, because good, me neither.
yeah, this program I started learning last week, so
I'd never heard of it.
close others. So here we go. This is my database,
Is a database just a
I
list?
think. Not quite. A database is like it's a collection of data sorted into stuff. So like,
So it's like a dictionary.
it's a list of tables. So
Oh,
like
so it's a
kind
it's
of
a
like
matrix.
Excel spreadsheets. Yeah, ish. So I can store a bunch of stuff. So I'm gonna make a. Oops, I don't want to close that yet.
Okay, so
So-
rather than having to define what's in a list in code, you can reference a
Hmm.
database where it's where it's stored.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
the main difference.
Um,
So like the database is on like a hard drive, whereas your other thing is at runtime.
Okay, so here's where I get
Okay.
into SQL, which is which is again stuff that I'm pretty new with. So here we go.
Max, we're getting some kind of electrical noise on your end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say, and I was waiting for a pause. I finally figured out what is happening in my program, why
Mhm.
it doesn't launch, and it took me a fair bit of time to scroll all the way to the top, and it says the first thing it says, this something cannot be blah 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 because you don't use C++ 17.
Wrong version.
Oh,
I'm like, yeah, cool.
great. Thanks, code.
Yeah, it was the only error really.
Wonderful.
Also,
Yeah, you should just jump in, by the way, because like you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
two ADHD people who we are just
Well,
going
three.
to talk forever.
3.
3. Oh yeah, you know better than most then.
yeah. But I mean, I just don't want to kind of interrupt you.
No. By all means, interrupt me because normally I'm like, wait, that wasn't important. Let's listen to you now.
Also, this is totally coincidental that that both of you have ADHD. This is from different groups, so
Weird, yeah. Yeah. Also, nice to meet you, Max.
Oh, thank you.
well, no, same group because Paul is now on that other group. But
Oh, the ADHD
Yeah.
Reddit.
okay, so what we got?
Yeah, I hang out there sometimes.
I don't know. I just, due to some recent things, it gives me anxiety actually
Oh yeah.
being there. Yeah, I'm just, there's been a bit.
Oh, no one's causing drama, are they?
Yeah, I just said a few things, not really good
Oh,
things.
okay.
It gets a bit chaotic there sometimes.
It seemed like it would be kind of okay, but then, I just don't want to be there. And
they're not like angry at you or anything. There's no one's like they're very like friendly with the rules. They never mean to like
But
shout
what
at
did
you
you
about
say?
anything.
Like, what could you possibly have said where people are like, well, no, we're never speaking to you again?
No, it's just there's quite
it's
rigid
like
rules.
it wasn't even about the rules. It was more of like just what you can just say to a human, really. Because I'm not gonna tell you what that is. It's so.
Oh, no, it's no worries, yeah. But, like, all I'm imagining now is, like, Nazi shit or something, and I'm like, should I be associating with you? Fuck.
No.
Because, like, I can't imagine the kind of thing that would make a community of people who are seeking help with one another. Anyway, whatever. Like,
It's just because there's some like rules.
is this just people being touchy?
Don't know.
I can't really tell if that's the case.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, sometimes over text, especially, it's weird. There's no real way to figure out intent. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I found it quite supportive for the most part. So occasionally you get an asshole, but whatever. It's the internet.
When they do a good job of like kind of making sure the tone is right.
Yeah, it's well moderated, I think. But again, I've been on there for like on and off every couple of days, maybe for a bit. I don't know. I haven't been on there long.
A lot of the times, it's more like I want to tell like a straight up fact, but it turns out that I can't really translate it into some kind of polite language. That's kind of probably the problem. I don't know really.
Yeah, there's ways to do that. There's
Not in
ways
my
to do
case.
that. Really?
I don't know. It was just a little.
Because also, especially if people know the fact, and like what I've discovered is when people are just speaking emotionally, getting them into like rational mind is upsetting. So for me at least, I've been like, right, what are they actually making an argument, or are they just upset about something and they're just talking? So
Which, is also valid, but
it's also valid. I've just had to start recognizing it in
Hmm.
other people and in myself, actually. Sometimes I'm like, I don't care about this. Why do I care about this? But I'm upset about it. I don't think I'm upset about this. I think I'm upset about something else, and this is just a thing. So
I find that I don't really enjoy being there anymore. It's
That's
more
fair.
like like the only server I am at, except this one, and I feel like this is not really the place I want to be at because there's not much I can talk about on
that's fair.
on that.
I like it because there's a whole bunch of people who have similar difficulties to me, and I can be like, oh, good, I'm not crazy. There's like a whole lot of other people who also have difficulty. Like, I cannot pay attention to fucking anything today. Right? And until I meet somebody who has that same issue, everyone around me is like, what do you mean? Your experience is weird and I don't understand it. Like, great. Thanks. So
Yeah.
I like it for that aspect.
I just kind of want to talk more about programming, really, on this server.
Oh yeah. So I mean, I feel like maybe that's not the purpose of that server. So you might have a better time on another server.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, that's okay though.
I mean, I can talk about programming just fine. I don't have any issues with that. But when it comes to like, oh look, I said like somebody said this, and then I respond, and they're like, oh, you probably shouldn't say that, and I'm like, yeah, oh okay. I guess I'll talk about programming then. that kind of anxiety.
Oh, I see. I mean, if I may, a lot of time if somebody's saying that, if they're saying, hey, maybe don't say that, then they're not telling you off. They're saying, this has potentially done something that you didn't intend your words to do. You might wish to be aware of it.
Yeah, but then it's happened like I think 2 days in a row, and I'm like, oh no, sorry guys, I'm just not really willing to be here.
yeah, it's okay
Have
to
you
take some time away
considered-
from it.
It's also sure, but I mean, have you also considered being like, I legitimately don't understand why? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. But also, if these are not friends of yours, then get the support where you need it and get on to groups that you like.
But then this just kind of I don't know what that is about. That's very kind of weird thing to say, especially when you make somebody upset about what you said, because that's like you're just saying that like I don't care or something.
No, I don't think that's it. I think if it's like, oh, I said something that I upset you, and I don't understand in what way it upset you. I'm sorry about that. It's a thing. I'm working on it. Would you mind helping me? And if they do, great. But otherwise, whatever. But I mean, it's also, this is the way I would do it with people that I know very well. And it now occurs to me we're talking about strangers on the internet in text with no nuance of voice. And that's usually what I find is the problem for me. It's like, oh, you read the word the word train, and you thought I meant something different. Oh shit. All right. That's stressy. I'm just talking out my ass now. I think what I mean to say is I'm sorry that you're feeling excluded from a group that I've found to be inclusive, and I wish that you were feeling
it was pretty
more
fun.
included.
It was pretty fun in the beginning, but then it just was like, okay, they're talking about stuff that I don't really care about, or if I make a comment, it may not be understood the way I intended it to be. Because I'm not doing it because I'm, I don't know, an asshole and I'm just trying to insult everybody. It's just
Oh
that,
no,
like,
of course not.
that's like, that seemed like a good
It
thing.
sounds to me like you misspoke, and you're like, "Oh shit, sorry, I misspoke,"
And
and people were not taking your apology.
I don't know. At this point, it's more like a general kind of association that, like, when I say something there's some chance that it would get some judgment, and so I don't even know if my concerns are valid, if they're actually, like, something that is actually a problem, or I'm overcomplicating it.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But still, the server is kind of boring to me, just because I can't really talk about some stuff like programming. I can just come on in every day and, like, oh, let's talk about C++. Oh, I made this. Like, people are just not for this on the server.
I see what you mean. Yeah. There must be servers for that. Like, because that's the original fucking Usenet shit. If there isn't a bunch of Discord guys, then I don't know. What's the internet come to if you can't talk about programming? What has the internet come to if you can't argue about which Star Trek captain was best Star Trek captain?
All right.
Which engineering department was superior? I think you'll find it's the Enterprise was the superior one.
I am not a Trekkie. I should be, but...
Oh, have you not seen Star Trek?
I've seen some of them.
Oh, which ones have you seen?
I don't know.
Was it like original
Whichever ones happened to be on
William
TV at the
Shatner?
time.
Well, original series like William Shatner, everything was super 60s.
Not quite super 60s. More like sort of 80s, 90s.
Was the captain a bald British man?
Oh, yeah. The captain was Picard.
Got it. So you watched the good ones, according to me.
I've also seen the newer ones. Most of the newer
ones. Yeah, the newer ones are. So Next Generation, it's on Netflix, and I recommend skipping season 1 entirely. Maybe even season 2. Because season 1 was weird in so many ways. And season 2 was like, it was fine. Season 3, it got going. By the time you're into season 4 and 5, you've got like fucking masterpieces of television. Some of the best television ever made, in my opinion. But don't let me oversell it to you, because what it is a good sci-fi TV show. If you've seen The Orville, have you seen that?
I don't think so.
No.
The Orville is made by Seth MacFarlane, same guy who did Family Guy and whatnot. And he wanted to make a show in the vein of Star Trek Next Generation, but now. So they do it feels a lot like Star Trek Next Generation, and it's pretty good. I think it got better too after I stopped watching it, because I watched a bunch of season 1. And it's good. It's a good show. Because what I like about the Star Trek setup is they are free to discuss weird philosophical concepts, and they might have a show about the difficulties in communicating with different civilizations.
I was just talking to someone yesterday about how sci-fi is great for that sort of thing.
Well, what's fun about sci-fi, what got pointed out to me a while ago, actually, now, was it's never about the future. It's about the present and what we want the future to look like, or what we think it might look like given current trends, or extrapolating a new thing that's happened in the science, and now we have to deal with this, right? So if we look back at the first science fiction book, Frankenstein, her intro was about Darwinism. And she was like, well, according to Darwin, this might be true, because if all life is just like electric stuff through meat, then
what happens if we put electric stuff through meat?
What happens if you actually manage to create a human life? How do people react to it? And her book was all about how society reacts badly to new forms of anything. So you got this poor guy who's now got a life, and he's like, well, shit, all right. Because he's called the modern Prometheus in her book, right?
What's the name again?
Frankenstein.
Oh, yeah, I should read that.
You don't know Frankenstein? Because if you've seen the Universal Frankenstein, you got like a monster who goes on a rampage and gets hunted by people with pitchforks and torches, right? the book is very not that. I mean, there is some of that. It's that is in the book, but it's very not that.
Hold on, you're talking about the old book, right?
Yeah. Not Bram Stoker. Mary Shelley.
I did not. Okay, all right.
Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. It is very good.
Yo, who's
Yeah.
that?
Hello.
New people.
Hello.
I
Is
might
that Luca's voice I hear? Hello.
It indeed is.
How's it going?
That good, eh?
Going fine. Just eating breakfast. So, yeah. I mean, I had my 5-hour and 4-hour exam last week, and next week is going to be homeschooling only.
Hmm.
And we are going on a full lockdown on Wednesday again.
You're a teacher, you say, or?
No, he's a student.
I might be not as old as you think I am.
I don't know. You got this huge, deep voice. That's the only experience of your person that I've ever had.
Well, I'm 18.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And
So you're
I-
a teacher then.
What? Was
No.
Got
you
it.
was like 16 when we
University?
first started playing D&D together, weren't you?
What
16
or
university
17 or
do you
something.
go to? Are you studying for your PhD?
I'm still in the 13th grade here in Germany.
Ah,
After-
cool.
After this year, I can study, but I'm probably going to be a air traffic controller instead.
Nice.
I mean, it basically is the same as I would do a master, 5 years of working, and then.
Oh yeah, that's super skilled work.
But it
super
also
skilled work.
good, like a good salary.
Yeah, those two things tend to go together.
Isn't all celery good?
Celery is my favorite vegetable.
So nice.
Yeah, but nice to meet you. You said your name was Luca.
And is
Yeah.
yeah.
My name's Paul. Nice to meet you.
Nice
My
to
name
meet
is
you
Michael,
too.
but you both know that.
Yeah, go away, Michael.
Bye. Actually, to be fair, I'm going to the loo. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool. So you're in Germany right now, or?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Lived and born here.
Nice. I'm Canadian living in the UK.
Hmm.
Excuse me. So I've been in the UK for longer than you've been. Longer than
mean-
you've been. Like 25 years, 26 years almost.
How old are you, by the way?
Interesting question. I mean, you now know like a limit on the lower end, but how old did you think I was?
When you said 25 years around that, I would say 28. You came to the UK with 3.
Ah, okay. I'm 35.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been here since I was 10. Never picked up the accent. I guess I got it from Canada and it's sort of stuck, but there you go. I could sort of do one, but I don't want to. Do you mind if I ask what part of Germany you're in, or is that too specific for you? I'm okay either way.
Sorry, I'm eating. Lower Saxony, like in the
Cool.
northern western area.
Yep, I know where that is. Yeah. I've only been to Germany once. I went to Cologne, which was
Mhm.
fine. It's perfectly nice. I have never felt more like a foreigner in my life because I speak no German, and everyone there was like they pointedly didn't speak English. I was like, okay, I'm trying so hard, guys, and I'd sort of point at stuff on menus, and I'd have people going, no, that's not how it works. And I'm like, okay, how does it work, please? I don't know how to read the rules. They're all in German. I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm coming for a weekend. I don't think it's really. I don't think it's reasonable to expect me to learn a whole language for visiting for 2 days. Sorry, I'm trying.
Like-
So I found myself in like a Turkish neighborhood, going like, "Oh, good. I understand how things work here. Great. There's Uncle Ahmed just like on the step smoking a cigarette. Great. I understand culturally where I am now."
like in Germany, it is like that. The northern you are, the better German they are speaking, the better English they are speaking, but also German. That's a funny thing. The accent here in northern German is like basically none. You can understand everything, even if you're from Bavaria. But if a person from Lower Saxony goes to Bavaria, you don't understand them.
You don't understand the Bavarian, or you don't understand the Lower Saxon.
The Bavarian.
Got it.
because of their accent.
Got it.
And like the same is with English. The English in northern Germany is good, and in southern Germany it's worse because they are more like to Austria and Switzerland,
Mm,
because they are also German-speaking countries.
yeah.
And
yeah,
the
yeah.
northern part has like Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, France,
Mhm.
Luxembourg.
Other than France, all countries that generally learn English at school, like from a very young age. I guess in France too, sort of, but they tend to do more French.
Like, um,
But
we
like the
started.
Danish are definitely like they're learning English at school from age 5.
I mean, in Germany, you start school at age 6, and you get to learn English at age 8. So that's
Okay.
basically third grade. And after that, it goes on until like 13th grade. And when you're in a like we call it gymnasium, like this is the highest school here. And
Gymnasium is the high school.
yeah, you could compare to that. Like
So like what ages would you go to school at gymnasium?
like we have our first school, right? And we go to that until the age of 10, and then we go to main school, second school, or gymnasium. Like we have 3 schools that part at the age of 10.
Okay, so
And
from age of 10 until you finish your education before university at age, I guess 18?
18, 19, maybe 20 sometimes.
Oh,
Depends.
okay, yeah. Yeah. So, so you sort of have 3 types of school from age 10,
Mhm.
and the gymnasium is like the more academic, I guess?
Yeah, the lowest one is the main school,
Mhm.
then the second school, and then the gymnasium. Yeah, and
Okay,
you're
and
only
the-
allowed to study when you finish the gymnasium. Everything else you need to like start working,
huh.
or you go to the next higher school, get your degree there, and then go to the next higher school, which is the gymnasium, and then you can study.
So you don't get into university if you went to main school?
Yeah.
And that's
You-
decided at age 10?
You can always switch, like after a year you can choose, like, okay, I'm gonna stay at this school, or I'm going one school lower because my grades are too bad, and then go up later, or I will go up now and try my luck there, and if it's too bad, I will go down again. Like you can
Huh.
always switch
That's
after
still
every year.
age 11.
I mean, at the age of 11, you clearly know everything about what your future career choice is going to be. So naturally, that's that's the best way to do it. I don't mean to make fun. I'm just like
No.
I'm coming at it from such a different perspective. I'm like, that seems very strange to me.
Like after your fourth grade, like the teachers look at your grades and say, okay, he can basically make good grades on gymnasium or second school. Or like if your grades are bad, they will say, okay, maybe you should go to a lower school, but you can always go up. Like even when you're 16, you can still go up a school. Like you can
I
always
see what you're
go up.
saying. I do wonder if the quality of the instruction is. I mean, it's Germany. I imagine the quality of the instruction is excellent everywhere. But I wonder if there's a trap of like getting stuck in that lower school because you don't have the chance to study or improve the same way that the guys at gymnasium would. Is that a problem that you see? Because it's the first thing that sort of sticks out to me as a potential issue with this sort of system.
Like we have in every school, there's a main part that every school needs to learn. After that, like the different schools have like a little bit of open space to choose specific topics.
Mhm.
And sometimes what I noticed when a person goes up a school, like from second school to gymnasium, they have problems because they didn't have that. Yes, but at some other point they have an advantage because they had that in second school. For example, the second school is actually harder than the gymnasium
Oh,
because, like, I don't know, maybe because you have a wider time span between the end of second school and gymnasium. Like it's a 3-year difference. But
so
you
wait,
also
so
have
everybody. So let me see if I've understood. So at age 10, you're assigned to gymnasium, for example, right? Your
Yeah.
teachers say your grades are good enough at age 10. You go into the gymnasium, and we're going to teach you in this way. And if your grades were not so good, we're going to put you in main school or second, and we're going to teach you in another way. Is that right?
kinda, yeah. But
Okay.
like,
I'm probably missing some nuance. I'm fully aware I'm missing some nuance, but I'm getting the general thrust of it.
like the German school system is actually hard to explain when you're
Yeah,
when you're
because I mean,
trying to explain it in English.
for example, let's go with the Canadian system that I'm familiar with in Quebec. For us, we have
Wait.
prime. Yep,
When I notice you say Quebec,
Quebec. Yeah,
and we are getting taught it's Quebec.
no, Quebec.
Same.
Like, is it
Here's the
pronounced
thing.
Quebec?
Here's the thing. In English, Quebec is okay. In French, it's wrong. I speak French. This is the French name of the place that I'm from, so I say it my way. So in French, Quebec is wrong. In English, people say it, and it's whatever. You'll be understood if you say that. If you say that to someone from Quebec, they might rib you a little, but you know, they might like gently make fun of you and say like, Anglophone, all right. But that's all that'll happen. Like they'll understand what you're saying. But it's a very Anglo way to say it. And also, you're going to sound German. So if you're in Quebec, you sound German, we'll understand that you don't speak French. That's okay. Right? Like it's fine. We don't expect everyone to have to. In fact, we have to learn English. So what I was getting at is our system is real weird in a way because you'll study in whatever language your school happens to teach in, English or French or a bit of both or whatever, until about the age of 10 when you start doing everything in French. Like you study chemistry in French, you study physics in French, you study mathematics in French, everything's in French. In my case, it was the opposite actually. It was up to the age of 10, everything was in French. Age of 10, we would have started to do stuff in English. So you would take like chemistry in English and mathematics in French. And like it's very much the two languages are approximately equal in that system. So again, anybody who's not from there is like, wait, what? How do you even keep that straight? I'm like, well, I don't know. We kind of have to because if we only speak French, we're not going to get a job, trading with the Americans. So.
Oh, that's so familiar.
Yeah, right. Welcome to our whole thing. So I guess in Germany you must feel that same pressure, like you have to speak English.
For the newer generation, I would say it's not a pressure to speak English. Like, mostly I'm speaking more English than German because of like Discord and stuff. Like, I don't mind English. What I mind though is when I came to gymnasium at 11th grade that I need to speak Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when you're in gymnasium after the 7th grade, you need to pick a second foreign language, which is in normal gymnasium Latin, whatever you call it. I don't know. I don't care. It's a dead language, or French, which is
which one?
from French.
No,
French is a dead language.
French is a dead language? Excuse me?
No, not French. But in my opinion, it is a dead language, or it's a useless language.
Ooh.
I'm sorry,
I
but
don't know, man. I don't know, man. All of North Africa, there's a good swathe of Europe that speaks rather a lot of French. You got Quebec. You've got a good chunk of the Caribbean speaks French. You've got a good amount of cinema history is in French. A good amount of writing through the 19th century was French, and there's some value to that. I think that there's a lot of value both as a language of trade and also as a language of history and of culture. Not to say it's unique in this, but that it has some value.
And that's one of the reasons why I left r/ADHD.
No, we're having a polite conversation.
Because of these kinds of things that I say, just generally, that's that kind of stuff. And then people are like, oh, no, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go.
Well, I mean,
programming.
Have I said something that
No,
has
it's
offended you?
just-
I'm sorry.
No, it's like it's just when people kind of make I don't know what to call it. This kind of like they tell me that I'm like, oh,
joke?
Did I?
Because I took it as a joke. I hope it was intended as a joke, because otherwise we're going to have problems.
I mean, most of the time I met French people. They were nice, and that's why I probably don't like the French language. and
Oh
French
no,
in
that's
partic-
awful. I'm
particular.
sorry to hear that. I'm sorry you've had a bad experience of French people.
Okay,
No, I'm
yeah.
serious. I'm sorry that you've had a bad experience with French people. That sucks.
The best thing is when they're trying to insult you with a foreign language, which is German, and you're from Germany, and you just stand there,
Yeah, I think some people are dicks.
like
Some
they're
people are
not even
dicks.
trying to insult you in English, because most of the
Yeah,
time
but
they
that's
can't
adorable,
speak
though.
it.
Yeah, that's adorable. Those
They-
people are
they-
adorable.
Then they go with the second best language, which is German. And you're
German
sitting
is
there-
the second best language, is it?
I mean,
After Mandarin, presumably.
All right, so I have.
which you learn in France. That's what I meant.
I get you. Yeah.
Like,
No, the French can be a bit funny sometimes, if I'm honest. But as a language, I don't think it's. I don't think it's the language's fault that it's spoken by assholes. You know what I mean?
yeah. But what I would actually want to learn in school is either Chinese, because it actually helps you with work later on.
Mm.
If you speak Chinese in Germany, you will get that job 100%.
Yeah, it's a fun language too. Dear friend of mine, their daughter is my goddaughter, and the mother of that family is from Shanghai. So I'm around Chinese household a lot. It's super lovely. So, but I mean, also you're 18, you just learn it. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, but what I would want to study is either Norwegian or Russian, or even Japanese, because I like Japanese culture.
Yeah, fair.
Why would you learn Russian though?
Well,
Russian's
Go
fun.
to Russia.
Well, you don't need a better language than I want to, right? Like it's your time, your free stuff. You feel like learning how to speak something, totally do it. You don't need a better reason than the desire to do it.
I was just thinking that you were gonna use this work kind of opportunity.
Yeah, there's work in Russia.
I mean, yeah, like the whole Eastern countries like Russia, whatever the fuck, I can't think right now. It's still too early for me. Like,
Isn't it like
they're
1 in
kind
the
of-
afternoon there?
It's
Yeah.
around 2 o'clock. 2
Yeah.
p.m.
It's 1:30 p.m.
It
Got it.
depends on the time zone because they might have some
No,
local time.
Well, he
It's-
told me earlier he was in Lower
Moscow
Saxony, so I
time,
was
I
like,
think
what
it-
is that, +1 from London? Yeah.
Yeah, the whole Germany is +1 from London.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
we
okay.
play D&D, it's always 1 hour after the rest of us.
Mm. Yeah, Norwegian's fun. I'm learning how to speak Swedish now, incidentally. I've been doing it sort of casually for a year or two, just sort of on apps, and I have a Swedish friend I try with a little bit. I'm not good at it, but I like it.
Like,
So, Norwegian's
Norwegian-
fun.
Yeah, Norwegian and Swedish is basically the same, but the pronunciation is a little bit different sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
spelling.
they're yes and no. They're mutually intelligible, but they are different languages. They're just on the cusp of that difference between dialect and language. So it is interesting when I go to Norway and I can sort of try out Swedish stuff and they get me. So yeah, it's good. I mean, like, totally do it. What I would say is you got time and you've got resources. And more importantly, you're 18 and you got a brain that's still able to take in info way faster than even in my 30s. I'm like, man, I'm sure this didn't used to take me this long. Fuck. So I would jump on it, learn stuff, do it. And, Japanese is fun too. Totally do Japanese.
Yeah, especially I will go to Japan like either next year or the year after,
Ooh, lovely.
because for my graduation, my parents are gifting me a journey.
Oh wow, that's
Like,
so cool.
and either I'm going to America to a friend in Florida, or to Japan,
Oh,
like for
don't-
3 weeks though.
Don't go to
Oh.
Florida. Don't go to Florida.
Go to
Don't
Japan,
go
definitely.
to Florida. Go to Japan. Japan's way better than Florida.
Yeah, but oh yeah,
Don't
Like,
go
one
to
day-
Listen, I've been to Florida. Don't go to Florida.
Like one day I wanted to do a road trip through America, anyways. Like
That's
from,
also cool. Yeah. I
east-
recommend
east to
doing
west.
that through Canada because it's way better. Way better. Plus, you can dip into the States when you want to. You can be like, you know where I want to go? Chicago. It's only 5 hours drive south. Perfect. Let's go.
Well, maybe I'm going to do a circuit flag from. We start at New York, go south to Florida, all the way west, then go upwards through Canada, and meet a friend in Vancouver, and then go
How
to
much
New York.
time do you have?
Like when I'm studying,
That's a long
the
journey. Do you
break-
understand how much distance you've just described in a sentence and a half?
yes.
Okay, just
And that's
making
the-
sure because sometimes Europeans, I'm like, okay, do you understand that when I go from one side of my country to the other, it's like going from London to India?
And I think it's totally manageable in 6 weeks.
No, it's not. Don't do that. That is so much driving and so little not driving. Don't do it. You
The
need
thing is, I
months
won't
for
be
that.
alone.
Oh no, I get you. Totally road trip. What I'm saying is plan fewer miles than you actually want to cover. And the reason you do that on a road trip is because you want to stop places and be like, do we have time in the schedule to just hang out in this cool little town for a day and a half? Yeah, all right. You want to be able to do that and not look at your watch the whole time going, oh, better get going because we only have whatever, and traffic jam will make you late for your flight or late. You don't want to deal with that. Plan less than you need for the time and plan some time to just be around is my advice on road trip. Unless you just have to get there, in which case, all right, takes if you're driving 24 hours a day doing 8-hour shifts, then you can make it in 4.5 days from, say, Montreal to Vancouver.
Hmm.
So if you want to do that in 6 weeks, great. You got plenty of time to hang out in the prairies. You might even say, hey, you want to go back to that other little town because there was a cool thing happening? All right, let's go north for a while. Let's go south for a while. Hey, we're passing by Montana. You want to just dip into Montana for a couple of days? So you need to be flexy. Also understand that the Americans don't like you dipping down there so much, now that I'm saying it, because I'm thinking like pre-9/11 days, when you could just go to the States with a driver's license. That's probably sounds weird to you, right?
Well,
It was
that
effectively
sounds too
Schengen.
weird.
If you were like a white person, it was effectively Schengen from Canada to US. Like you'd have to show your passport, or not your passport, but like the guy would just
Some
pop his head in
official.
and say, "Are you all Canadian?" We'd say, "Yup." They say, "Okay, have a good time." That was it. Anyone drinking? No, sir. Okay, later. And it used to be normal, and then they went crazy. And they're like, everyone has to have 6 passports on their person at all times, and they have to shake their shoes every 2 miles.
Well, that's like a big difference compared to Europe overall. Like if you want to go to, for example, from Germany to Austria, then
Mhm.
like at the border, you don't need to be like if you're a truck driver or something, you need to stay
You
and
need
get
to
the
declare
toll.
your goods, but
Yeah,
you don't have
but-
to. Yeah,
But like if you're a family with like of 4, you can just drive over the border. Doesn't
Yep.
matter. Like
Oh, I know.
It's in every European border.
I
Except
have
some of the
walked
eastern
from
states.
the Netherlands to Belgium.
I mean, yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah, no, there's a restaurant that is on the border, and they change where their front door is depending on where they want to pay taxes.
Hmm.
I
It's
mean,
wonderful.
that's actually smart as fuck.
It's hilarious because the way the tax code worked, I think in both countries was like, okay, we'll compromise. Wherever the front door is where the address of the place is going to be, because we're aware we're sort of cutting this town in half, and that might cause problems. So let's put in a little line in the law, make sure it's solved. Great, done and dusted. And then this restaurant was like, cool. Well, we don't feel like paying taxes in Belgium this year. We'll pay them in the Netherlands instead. So they moved the door. It's so
Ooh.
cool. It is so fucking clever, but also so like, oh, I'm sure that's not in the spirit of the rules.
Paul, I have a question for you.
I have an answer, I hope.
Being a music person,
Yes.
you know, you have the key of a track. You know, if it's in
Yes.
major key or minor key or whatever. Is there is there an alternative name for that? Because because key is
Yeah, I
a
see what
name
you
that's
mean.
already being used. So I want to. At the moment,
Key
I've got M
signature.
underscore.
Might
Yeah?
be it.
So I can call it key underscore
It's
sig.
not a key signature, is it? It's. Why do you need to know the key of the song?
Because it's some data that Spotify is giving me, and I might as well chuck it in
Oh.
my.
Oh God, how are they even defining that? I've had
I
in-depth
don't know, they've got-
conversations with musicologists
They've
about
got
what
AI
key a song is
doing
in.
clever stuff.
Yeah, the AI won't be.
Or it's
look,
defined by the artist, maybe. I don't know.
it's got to be defined by the artist. Because also a key can change. Anyway, so if you have a type of data, why aren't you using their data name?
Because their data name clashes with a name that's already used, so it's key, which
You could change. So what's other thing is key being used for? Because another name for a key in the sense of note is note. You could change that to note.
well, it's a
there isn't
little
really
less
another word
explicit
for
of
the
what it
key of the
means,
song.
though.
There isn't really another name for the key of the song.
Okay, well that's fine. I'll just call it
So-
M underscore key for music or possibly
Musical
T
key, yeah, that would be a way to call it, I suppose. Yeah. No, there isn't really another name for that, I think. Oh, we're missing a trick here. What's the German name for a key?
Schlüssel.
Even better,
Listen,
call it Schlüssel.
Schlüssel. We call it
Schlüssel.
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 I
Got it.
think I will forget what that variable name means in about 5 minutes.
Got it.
I wanted to live stream The Division 2, but I can't because I don't have the rights.
I mean, you can. You believe
No,
in
I-
yourself and you can do anything.
I sadly can't. You can't stream it to this channel.
Oh.
Into which channel?
This one?
You should be able to.
No.
Oh, I haven't enabled that for anyone. I will actually sort that out. Thanks for letting me know. Because if anyone actually wants to show what they're doing at any point, I want them to be able to do that.
Oh, okay, cool. That's a Discord thing. Look, I mean, the rights issue, what you're doing is screen sharing with friends. You don't have the right to distribute the software, but you're not distributing the software.
But I'm also broadcasting and it's technically public, so...
Yeah, but like you don't need a license. I don't need a license to publish myself using a tool, right?
That's true, that's true.
Max, no, we haven't. I can't hear you.
Oh, you're really quiet.
Very
okay,
quietly.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, the microphone was away.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Did you already
Okay.
change that with the live
I'm
stream?
looking for the setting right now, so give me a minute.
I think it's just one person that can stream at a time.
No. We
Yeah,
like,
we've done it.
I've been into a Discord with 50 people and like 30 of them were live streaming.
Oh God, that sounds not chaotic at all.
It wasn't actually. It was
Really?
fine. It was
Good
fine,
lord.
yeah.
Where is that? Where is that setting?
Mm,
Oh, hang on, I've got the wrong...
Yeah, I'm very
Channel here.
much sort of learning how to code, so I'm here to try to absorb stuff via osmosis.
I actually,
permissions, there we go. Talkers.
Yeah, well,
even though I was,
Stream. Save.
Sorry, Max?
yeah, I was just waiting until Moiko will.
Yeah, try now, Luca.
finishes.
I think he's just saying stuff about what he's working on.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just
Oh, someone else has gone live now.
What?
Who's that?
Watch stream. Oh, there you are. You're playing.
the
Shooter
Division
Man.
2.
Yeah, you're playing Shooter Man Shoots the Thing. That's the name of this game.
Oh,
Is
yo,
this the
holy
Division?
shit.
This is the Division.
Division
Is
2.
this
yeah.
better than the first Division? Because the first Division was disappointing.
It's fine. Like, it's actually fun, especially with friends.
Okay. I'm still weirded out in these games that getting hit in the face with a bullet doesn't kill. Like, I know it's
Oh,
RPG
have you
stuff
played-
and it causes damage, whatever. It
Have you
feels
played?
very video gamey. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Have you played Cyberpunk or watched something about?
No, a friend of mine just got it, but look, if I'm honest, I work live events and I haven't gotten any work in almost a year. And the way my government set things up is fucking boneheaded, and I've got no support at all. So I can't. I made sure that I had enough to buy Christmas presents, but like I can't buy myself anything right now.
Yeah, I was just watching a Let's Play, and the thing that really threw me off it's just so silly that you can shoot somebody in the head, and they just take a little bit of damage, and it takes them around, I don't know.
In
Ten-
the context of
headshots.
a cyberpunk universe, I think I'm more okay with that because it's like, no, yeah, literally the guy's brain could just be somewhere on a server and he's just streaming his own brain from there. I don't know, it's cyber shit.
By the way, if anyone wants
Still-
to listen to what I'm listening to a really good song on Spotify, and
It is good, I agree.
I've just restarted it. So I've just so if anyone else wants to join, go to the Spotify party room in the Discord and
Ain't no
click the
party
join
like
button
a
in
Spotify
there.
party.
It's Tash Sultana, and it's
I like Tash Sultana. I think
Yeah,
you
she's
introduced me
good.
to them.
at some point possibly, yeah.
It's good music.
I hate the way the library that I'm using is documenting things, because what they have here is it's in C++, so you have type safety and stuff,
Mhm.
so you can't just have
I'm
something.
doing my type hinting right now on Python, so
and so what they have here is, oh, let's call this registry view just auto, and the compiler will understand what that is at compile time or at runtime or something. And I'm like, okay, but what if I want to define it? Like, I want to know exactly what this is, and they just don't tell you. I looked up on the in the code itself, because you get the code when you download the library, and I could not find the registry itself. It's just not, or at least I wasn't patient enough. But they don't tell you the type. It's just like, oh, yeah, auto. That's it.
I
Cool.
see. That seems to bother you like a lot. Is it
Because-
sort of mission critical for what you're doing?
No, because like, first of all, this auto, it can be like, it's just so random. Like, what is this? What am I dealing with? Am I dealing with like, how do I treat it?
So
'Cause
you're finding
when-
it difficult to read your code, you mean?
Yeah, because like, there's a for loop for like every entity in this view, but then okay, it somehow gets an entity from a view, but how is it stored? How does it know that the entity is there? And like, there's just so many like questions, and I'm like, give me some kind of explanation how this works. And it's, no, it's just auto, and we get it from the registry. Wow, very useful.
I want
see
to
what you
have
mean,
one
yeah.
of these like mats here. I want to have one. Can someone get me one? They're probably expensive as shit.
What one of these? What now?
Like they're can be basically a TV or something else, but they're like mats. They can be folded and stuff like that. I want to have one of these.
Oh, I'm not on your stream. Let me watch 1 sec. Watch stream. Oh, that thing. Oh, so that sort of exists. Samsung makes something like that, except it doesn't fold over quite like that. The other way you could do it is with individually addressable LEDs.
Oh,
just
yeah, I love
woven
those
into
dudes.
a fabric. So I've known
done a lot
people
of
who've
projects
done
with them.
that.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you could literally make like a low resolution screen with just LEDs. And then weave a fabric as normal. You wouldn't be able to use copper if you're weaving the actual circuit into the fabric. You'd have to use steel, so like you'd be dealing with pretty high resistance, but it's LEDs, so normally it's okay anyway.
Why
Yeah,
not?
if you want like an HD screen that folds like that, it's a little spendy.
Hey,
I think they
And
exist
by
though. I
that-
think Samsung had that phone that folds in half, didn't they? People complained that like my phone folds in half, but when I try to unfold it, it unphones. It becomes a non-phone. That's another feature of the phone.
Max, do you know much about working with SQL and databases? Max?
Sorry.
Oh, yep.
Can you repeat that?
Oh,
I didn't quite
do
get
you
it.
know much about working with SQL and databases?
And that's the course that we have in university right now, but
Ah.
not that I actually understand. Yeah, if you have questions, I mean, I could try.
Well,
'cause
I was just trying to figure out, like, is it generally considered a good idea to be opening and closing your connection? Like, because I've seen, it's a good idea to close your connection when you're done with it. But does that mean that you should close your connection at the end of every single function that does something on the database, or is that just wasting time?
Oh, I never actually used it. I use it in LibreOffice
Ah, okay.
mostly. Like, what do you mean? You mean opening and closing the file?
Kind of. I think when you're working with SQLite 3, you use a connection rather than like opening a file. It's basically the same thing, I think.
So basically, what you mean? You have a local database, and you're trying to fetch some stuff from it, and you wonder when to close
Or
it.
write stuff
I
to
would
it, whatever.
say-
Yeah.
I would say what you would probably want to do, if you don't want to open and close it every time, you can create the wrapper class around it, and
Mhm.
you will create that class. It will open the database, set this all up. You just pass it into a function. The function gets all the stuff from the wrapper. When you destroy the wrapper, you make sure it just closes the database, and that
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay. I'll add a to-do for that.
I mean that's really just a you initialize it in constructor, then you get a whatever API you want for the database, some getter functions and setters, and then in the deconstructor you just destroy you close the connection. Or you can also do it with the function. Do you have constructors destructors in C in Python?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, deconstructors aren't used as much, but they are there.
Because like I was thinking, if you don't have them, you might want to create a function that like init and destroy or something. But that's very bad practice, because you need to make sure it actually is destroyed before you get rid of the object, and that's just something you'll forget, especially if you use it in multiple places.
Here, I am going to go make some lunch. See you guys in a bit.
I'll see you then.
Yeah, bye.
I should probably think about that at some point soon as well. Okay, so... see the way they're doing it here.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Rename that to something more recognizable. Okay. That's not quite right. No. I've done that wrong. Blech.
Oh, can you guys tell me if you can hear the music? Because
Nope.
I'm gonna play some of my stuff.
Oh, right.
It's gonna be. Yeah, can you hear that?
No, maybe try talking over it.
Nope.
No, I pushed
Yeah, no,
it
it's
top,
not. It's
so-
not picking up. Okay, so I need to make sure.
I guess it would be a problem if I was screen sharing, because now it's just the mic.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to do some funky stuff with my audio so I could listen to the music, but it wouldn't pick up on the stream.
I just realized that pretty much all of the free software that I use is basically the best software.
Hmm.
Because if you think about it, okay, OBS, super just flexible and all of that. I use some other software that is paid, and then you launch it, and you're telling you, oh, we have some problem. And you're like, yeah. And then there's this free software, OBS. And
Where
then,
if there's a problem, someone will come along and fix it because it's open source.
yeah, pretty much. And you can write your own code for that.
Hmm.
And then in some proprietary
And if
stuff,
not, you
just
can do it.
can't.
Yeah.
Then what else? Blender.
Hmm.
Like I use some kind of semi-paid. I don't know. Like
I mean, I
HitFilm
use
makes-
Maya.
No, I mean video editing. I
For
used,
video editing, you use Blender.
Yeah, HitFilm Express was what I used before, and it was like, we can do that, but like,
I'm using
and then
DaVinci
open-
Resolve now.
Yeah, and then you open up
Which is free.
Blender, and it's just like, oh, yeah, we just do that, and there's no problem. You can just use it, and like, yeah, thank you. I mean, this is so much better. And then the last thing is just the Linux, which I absolutely love because the way there's just so many better things that it was in Windows. Like one of the things, it's not really. I think it's more about like people were sitting down and they're like, what would be better for people, and they just thought through that. And then when Microsoft designed their Windows, they're like, slap something together. There we go. Because the most frustrating thing that was in Windows for me was when I had to type my password every time I logged in. And it would just tell me, oh, hold on a second. First of all, the first several seconds be Windows just figuring out some of his stuff. So he's not going to respond. Then after that, you're going to have to click with your mouse, which will open the pop-up. And only then you can type your password. And it just annoyed me so much. I opened up Linux, and literally the first day, I wonder if I can just start typing my password when the machine boots up. And I start typing, and it just recognizes the first character. And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool. No, wait, okay, it can lag, but then eventually when it loads, it might actually get all of those characters up into the thing. And it's so much lag-free, actually, because I can, especially the applications that load a very long time, you can just switch out of them. You don't have to wait until it loads.
Okay. Wait, no. So, Luca, are you make? Oh no, you're playing, aren't you? Are you still making maps for D&D?
Yeah, but I have done them like since Friday. But yeah, I will make them for next Friday, probably in the week, since I have the time now.
Oh, can you tell me about this D&D stuff?
Well, what do you want to know?
Yeah.
No, I mean just generally how you play and stuff. I know just basic stuff about D&D. I just wanted to know how you what's your setup basically? Because
we play on Roll20 and voice over Discord.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And D&D Beyond is a good place to put your actual character sheets, because It just handles a lot of stuff automatically. But then there's also an extension for Chrome called Beyond 20 that links the two together. So when you roll in D&D Beyond, which is just like a really quick automatic button press, it sends that to Roll20, so you can play in Roll20. Because D&D Beyond is kind of made to be on a phone or a tablet while you're actually around a table. But obviously at the moment you can't do that. So we've got Roll20, which in order to roll something in, you have to type, the command for /R1D whatever, and there's no like just click a button and it does it, like there is in D&D Beyond. So with the Beyond 20 extension, it does that for you, which is really nice. Okay, how many things are there in this? Let's... Okay. Let's be at least slightly smart about this. Oh, why is that? Ugh. It's warning me about SQL injection, but this is stuff that I'm putting into it. Okay, sure. Let's try... I'm just trying to avoid writing the same thing over and over again.
Oh, put it in the function then.
Yeah. Well, that's what I am doing, but I want to do even less work.
What do you mean?
As in, so I can have it like automatically adjust to fill in whatever data I'm writing using question marks, but you have to like put a question mark for every single value, and I'm always going to be entering the same number of values in here. But from what I'm looking in the documentation, there doesn't seem to be a way for it to just insert whatever, like this many things. So I have to count how many. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I need to work on my accuracy. A 59% accuracy is not good.
So there's 18. Cool.
I mean, if I'm being honest, if you're doing some low-level stuff, like the point I'm trying to make is you should just make a class that would just handle everything for you.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it.
The good thing is you can always just go into that class and change the way it works. But then your code, the rest of the code really just doesn't care. Also, why not use just a for loop to ask stuff?
Because I'm not very familiar with SQL. I'm just doing it the way I've done it before. So.
Oh, that's an SQL thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is. I'm using SQL in Python. But yeah, basically you just pass it a string containing SQL code into this execute function, and then it does it as SQL. But like I said, I've really only just started using SQL, so I'm not very familiar with what goes into this string. So I'm just sticking to the basics with that, and doing all the sophisticated stuff outside of all this. So I am inserting in that, and that needs to take as a argument. It takes.
I remember one of the turning points for me was when I watched Uncle Bob's what is it called? Clean Code, and that was just it actually explained a lot of stuff to me, because I was like, we learned about classes in the university, and then Uncle Bob's tells, okay, he actually didn't start with the class. He just said, okay, we'll have some function here. And he says, well, there's a lot going on, so let's just take some stuff out in separate functions. And he said, okay, let's take these variables, let's put them assign them outside of, this main function. Not main, basically the thing that does the work. And so he tries that, and he says, oh, these are like local they're not local, I think they're called basically they're inside of this function, so outside of the function you can't really access them, so you can't really initialize them outside of
Yeah.
this one thing. And he says, oh, okay, so we need global variable for multiple functions, but not like very global, just a little bit global. Well, that sounds like a class. And I'm like, oh, really? That's what classes are for? It was such a surprise, really. I didn't really think of it like that. Because when I
in Python, the general advice is just avoid global variables as much as possible.
That's like pretty much, I don't know, it's pretty much programming advice.
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
I started learning from Java, and I started learning from mobile development, pretty much. And it wasn't probably a very good starting point, because I would go on Google, and they would tell me, okay, well, there's this class, or there's this function, and we need to do that. And there's so much high-level stuff that just goes about Android, really. It wasn't really about Java. It was more like, okay, in Android, you do this, that way. And it was so confusing. And also the fact that they were saying, okay, now here we use a for loop. What's a for loop? Oh, we just use it. Pretty cool.
I have a question. How does this even stand up on your head? Please tell me.
Oh. Yep.
How?
I mean, that's...
Well, yeah, I'm running around with that. Okay, I want to have that, but I don't want to spend real money for that. Guess I would actually wear that. But same with this. How does it stand on your hand or be on your hat? Okay, this one is cool as fuck, but expensive as fuck as well.
Okay, so once I've done this, I should be mostly out of the SQL stuff, and I'll be able to actually do Python. Dot connection. Vector.
The documentation is just a pain. Because pretty much ADHD. Because there's a lot of words, and you're like, okay, let's just kind of go through it real quick, and there's no quick way. Oh my god, there's so much, and the fact that they have this auto, that's just why. My understanding of what ECS would be with this library is that you just have like a few functions that you use, and that's like it. There's so much.
3.
Oh yeah, I'll probably just do a screen share just in case somebody's interested.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll have a look at that in a second. Cool. Okay.
Discordception.
Yes. Oh, looks like you're making like a Hearthstoner-like.
Yeah. Basically, the idea is that I don't know how to set up GUI, so I don't care. I thought, what is I want to make a dungeon crawler, and what's the
Hmm.
best way to make like a turn-based game? And I was like, so we can do movement pretty easily with just inputting forward, backward. But when it comes to combat, I think cards would be kind of the best way to do it. But then I was also thinking, okay, we have cards, but I don't want it to be like in Hearthstone where they have a certain amount of cards and you can kind of choose between those, and it's not what I want. So I thought it would be really cool if I could procedurally generate all of those cards. And the only thing I would have to code is just the mechanics of how these cards work. And that's why I use ECS, because that's literally the only way to do it. Because the idea in ECS is that you don't write code that I don't know how to explain. Basically, you have an entity that holds components, and you can kind of put new components in, take them off, and then you have systems. And the only thing those systems do is they look at specific component, and they just do stuff on that one thing, and they don't depend on other things. So instead of having, say, a player class, which would have a bunch of stuff, and then a bunch of other classes that would update, the player would rely on all of that stuff, you have it split up in components, and you just tie them together into one entity. But they're all served by separate functions, and you can just remove some part of the game just by cutting out the functions and the components. And it's just so much better.
Ah.
Also, I was worried Emacs is catching all of my keystrokes. Could you hear me?
Yep.
Slightly, but not too bad, I think.
No, I mean, it was the audio going.
Oh, what do you mean?
Did you hear my explanation?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, it's just Emacs.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. It was fine.
Actually, Emacs is such a good software.
Mhm.
I wish I could make a layer on top of Emacs so that I had a better tool.
Some
do what
kind
I'm
of
doing.
Fmax.
No, I mean, let's just say I need to
That
organize.
sounds
my
like a
files.
brand of sanitary towels.
Fmax? Yeah, it does, you're right. Maybe let's choose a different name for the thing that sits on top of Emacs.
Emacs supports scripting was with the eLisp, which kind of reminded me of Python in a way. And so my idea was that, let's say I want to organize my files in my folder of the project. The way Visual Studio does it is it throws all the files in one folder, doesn't really care, and it's just a mess, and then it throws in some Visual Studio stuff in there. But when you see it in the actual application, it's structured virtually, so you don't actually have that structure on the disk. And that's the thing I was trying to make, and I never actually got to that, but that's kind of the kind of like the build off on top of Emacs that I was talking about.
Also, yeah, I'm back from lunch. So
Hey, what do you have?
Hello.
I made myself a little Cheeto burrito. Like just a bunch of cheese and ham and a bit of leftover rice. That was all right. Having a coffee. I'm trying desperately to read a textbook. And man, nothing's going in. Best, I guess I'll read it anyway. Maybe something will.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do now is I'm not sure if it should be a function or a class yet, but I'm going to have it load data from. We'll check first if the data is in our database or the track. If it's not, then we go get it from Spotify and add it to the database, and if it is, then we'll just read the data and return that. And then I need to figure out how the connections between tracks and artists and all that is going to work. So, mind you, that should be automatic, actually.
The connection between artists and tracks.
Yeah, so in the database, I have, there's no data in it yet, so you can't see anything yet. But if I go to my... I do not know how to use this. I do not know how to use this software yet.
What do you...
Hang on, connections, library, there we go. Tables. So, I have tracks, which has all this data in it. So it's got like the ID of the track, it's got the title of the track, it's got the duration and blah, 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 all that stuff. And the ID is what I get from Spotify. It's what you get if you right-click, share, copy Spotify URI. And that is well, not quite that, but it's going to be a string of characters, 22 characters long, which they all are. And then I also have tables for the artists, which is similar but much smaller because I only need the name and the popularity of them. And the same thing for genres, except there's no URI for genres because it's not directly from Spotify. I just get the names from the artists. Because if I go to... let's make sure I'm running the right thing. I am client dot artist, and then I find, so for example, I'm listening to Nothing But Thieves right now. So if I copy the artist link and I paste...
That album art is fucking dope.
Oh, it's really cool, right? That is not the right thing. Oh, it's probably that, actually. I'm just gonna... Tell you what, let's try that again. Let's just go to Nothing But Thieves, share URI, that's what I want. Okay, so if I paste that in there, it gives me... oops. So it gives me all this data when I ask for an artist, and it includes this genres category here.
There are only 4 genres.
Well, for this artist. So
I know, I get you.
Nothing But Thieves makes alternative pop rock, modern alternative rock, modern rock, and rock. That's just, you know, a list containing strings. So if I go R dot genre... Oh, no. R is a
Also,
dict.
are you using a primary key?
Yes. Genres. Yeah, so it just has a list of. This is what I get from Spotify. It's a list of strings containing this, and I'm assuming that these are fairly standard things.
I guarantee you that
if not, then
you
I have
something to Spotify. One of two things happens: either you declare this is what I think it is, or Spotify's algorithm sorts it into
if
stuff.
You've ever been to everynoise.com, you get a list of all of the genres that anyone's ever put their music as on Spotify.
Oh God,
it's really, really cool.
Oh God, that's both amazing and also terrifying.
So you can hover over this and it will play songs in that genre.
Oh, God, that's awful. Am I gonna make this reference? I think I'm gonna make this reference. Any jungling guy?
Oh, is this a League reference or something?
Human League. No, it's Human Traffic. From the movie Human Traffic.
I have not
seen
this.
Just sort of like, they dolly these guys up to the counter of a record shop. Like literally on a dolly. And they slide forward into like this super fisheye lens. And they go, any jungling guy? He goes, yeah, I got jungle in. And then they start dancing in the record store. It's real silly and amazing. I love it. It's such a fucking weird movie. I did that for a One for Paul with my friend Rachel, who is super into the rave scene. And like, I do not understand the rave scene. So I was like, oh, it's sort of like in heavy metal and this happens. And she was like, no, darling. Great. I don't understand. Wonderful. Normally I understand slightly more by the end of watching a film, but this time I don't. Because there's like a whole culture behind this, and I am not a part of that culture. Anyway, how goes your program?
Wait. Are the
going okay.
lyrics? I'm a black man, and then what?
I'm a black man in a white world. Is what the lyrics are.
Oh,
I'm not saying that myself, but
Yeah, because you are like just a man. You're like the default man according to society.
according to that's kind of what the song's
Yeah,
about.
we're
I
like
think.
default people. It's those other people who are different. Don't you hate those other people? Anybody who doesn't know me and isn't seeing me smile now probably has one
Oh,
of two
yeah.
ideas about me. It occurs to me now.
I
Sarcasm
think your
does not come
sarcasm was
across
fairly
well
clear, though.
over the internet. Sorry.
Where is? Why is it still trying? Oh, screw it.
why is a Tech 9 a main weapon? What the fuck?
Probably because all of that death it causes.
But the Tech 9 is as small as a handgun.
I don't know what kind of handguns you've been handling, son. Tech 9's a reasonably large weapon. It is a submachine gun, though, so it does fire pistol ammunition.
I mean, it is around the same size as a D50, right?
Don't know what a D50 is like
A
size-wise.
Deagle, like
Oh no,
a
listen.
Desert Eagle.
You understand that that's a stupidly enormous gun, right?
What, the D50?
The Desert Eagle, yeah. That's a 50 caliber fucking bullet. Those things are enormous.
I mean, yeah, and but it's counted as a handgun.
Yeah, like barely. There's a lot of hands can't hand that gun. Let's put it that way. If you got big ol' hands,
No, well, I got big old hands.
I got you. Yeah. Oh, I'm suggesting to you that in the class of handgun, that thing is enormous. So saying that something, okay. Like the Tech 9, you use it as one-handed, but there's no reason not to use. Like, I don't know. Are they doing sort of urban stuff? I'm not watching your stream. Let's just watch your stream. Watch stream.
I mean, the D50.
No, where you are, yeah, totally. Like interior breach and clear, low caliber weapon. Expected? Are you expecting resistance with body armor or?
Yes.
Okay, maybe not then. But like, I don't know if you'd give that to a squad designated marksman, but you certainly would have someone with something like that to keep heads down because you can carry a whole bunch of bullets and it doesn't weigh much.
I mean, I'm currently carrying around 450 rifle ammo on me.
God. That's a lot of ammo.
And around 830 submachine gun ammo.
Yeah, which is pistol ammo. So if that's not, that's heavy. I don't know what gun laws are like in Germany. Have you handled weapons, or like is it taught to you like gun safety stuff?
I mean, you need to have a weapon like license for even small arms. You need to have a weapon you need to have a
same in
license for
Canada. Yeah, you
everything.
got to be licensed for it. But like I was taught even. I've never really handled firearms, but I know enough about them to be like, I am not interested in real life firearms. Maybe once or twice in my life I'll go to firing range or something. But things like you see a gun, don't fucking touch it. You don't point anything that looks like a gun at anybody. Stuff like that. Like, are you taught that at school, sort of thing, or?
No, because no one has a gun in school. So
no, but I mean, like as a normal matter of growing up. I mean,
mainly that's what the schools want the parents to teach.
I see. Yeah, but it would be like a normal thing. Like if I'm around a German guy, I can reasonably expect this guy's been around firearms or knows what to do with them, or more accurately, what not to do them. Because I've seen some British guys who are not instructed in this. Let me put it that way. And they're terrifying people because they'll like hit a target at a firing range or something and like turn around, waving their gun muzzle past people, going, "Look at all of the death I just caused."
Like when we have like a festival around here with a shooting, like a small shooting range, they always tell you that you don't point the gun at the people at the booth when they are running around. Yeah,
Oh,
like
God,
either
yeah,
you
don't do
you need
that.
to point it up or you point it down, but
Mhm.
never still at the shooting range.
Yeah.
Like even though it's
The-
a small caliber, like it's not even real powered. It's like pressure powered.
Oh, like an air
Uh,
rifle. No, those things can cause damage, man. You hit someone with the eye in those things, it's
I mean, yeah,
they're not having a
obviously.
nice day. You can
But
cause some
still,
harm with
like,
those. It's not going to kill. It might kill someone if you hit them wrong, but like normally, it's just going to be real not fun. But yeah, I see what you mean. Because in Canada, it's sort of like my granddad just had guns in a closet, like not secured or anything, but like the rule was you don't go near grandpa's guns. And like, why would I need to go near his guns? But like, he was a hunter, so like he would go out hunting, and like
like
that's a tool that you use to feed your family, right? Like that's the way we see guns.
I mean, when you have a weapon in Germany, you need to have like a vault for it. You need to 100%, otherwise
Oh, in
you're not
Canada
allowed
now
to.
you have to, but we're talking old school. Like the guy served in the fucking Second World War. He knew how to handle a gun. But it was also a time when most people served in the war and could be reasonably expected to know what the fuck they were doing with weapons. And then later on, it became less true, which frankly, good. I don't know if it's a healthy thing for a society that everyone goes to war all the time.
Not really.
Yeah, interesting to note the differences though. Because I guess it's just not part of normal life in Germany to be around guns, unless I guess you're super rural and you use them to kill stuff that kills your livestock.
I mean, even though you're not allowed to shoot wolves here that kill your livestock, because like the wolves are coming back to Germany, and that's kind of what Germany like made Germany big at some point. The wolves, like it's actually an attraction sometimes.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of wolves in Europe, are there?
Well, we have more wolves than in the 70s.
Yeah, but you can keep them out with you can keep them out reasonably well without having to shoot them. The problem in Canada isn't normally wolves. Wolves pretty much stay away from farms. They're smart enough to know not to fuck with the humans. It's the coyotes, which are dumb enough to not know that, and they'll just come and wreck your shit.
Like when you kill a wolf in Germany and you get caught with it, I think you need to pay a fine of 500,000 euros.
That
it's
is a fine.
Like that's like we had that once.
That's like you have to sell your house to fucking because you killed a wolf. That's yeah. That's
I mean,
a fine.
yeah, like even though they kill your sheep, the state of Germany will pay you back for the sheep. Like it's not even a big deal.
Yeah. Compared to the conservation aspect of it. Yeah. What do you reckon about that? You reckon the trade-off is worth it?
What again? What trade-off?
Trade-off between the conservation of wolves and harm to livestock and farmers.
I mean, I like wolves, so I don't like when it's fine for me if they would kill my sheeps, but as long as I get like stuff back from the state, I'm fine with it. Like if I wouldn't like get anything in return for not killing them.
Oh, if you were just expected to eat the loss, you mean?
Yeah, like
I could see that being more of an issue.
Eat the wolf.
I also am impressed consistently with the reasonableness of the German state, seemingly at least from the outside, because they'll do things like, yeah, we want to do this, but also we understand we need to pay for it. Down goes the turret.
Okay.
Come here, you fucker. I'm wondering.
I'll tell you, in Britain, they had a thing where they were reintroducing beaver, which they've done now in Scotland and parts of northern England. And the beaver can be quite destructive to habitats if you're not careful, but they're also building habitats. So it's a real interesting sort of thing. But there's been a whole bunch of people saying, well, what happens if my field floods because of beaver? And the government said, well, that's sort of your responsibility. So naturally, everybody is a little pissed off because it's like, well, so you think the beavers are more important than me? Thanks. So
Like, I think we don't have that much beaver anymore here in Germany.
well, famously, you had to go to Canada to start fucking importing more beaver because you killed all of the European beavers. That was like what built Canada, or the original reason that anybody went there was because there was a bunch of beavers, and beaver pelts were crazy in demand by people who wanted to make like fancy hats. The entire economy of Canada is because at one point in the 18th century, a bunch of Europeans went, you know what's really nice? Those weird fucking rodent pelts. Let's pay some fucking burly French dudes to import those for us. And then, 200 years later, we got a Canada.
But I want to say, oh yeah, like we have like, even though if we would have beavers, we wouldn't have that much of a problem. Like the main problem we have right now is like, I don't know what they're called. Like we call them nutria.
Is this a type of animal? Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah,
what
it's
is.
basically a bigger water rat, like kind of like a beaver, but not a beaver. Like
Capybara?
Muskrat?
Give me a second.
Opossum? Could be an opossum. Also, capybara in Germany? I thought they were a South American animal.
I have no idea.
like they're kind of called the same. Like you either call them nutrias or koipu,
Koipu, got it. Yeah, I know what those are.
or like muskrat.
Muskrat. Yeah.
No,
That's
no,
what I
no,
said.
no. A muskrat is something different. Sorry.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
Nutria
Koipu.
and muskrat are different.
How do you spell nutria? Nutria?
Yeah.
Got it. Invasive rodent species. Oh, interesting.
Like
That looks a lot like a beaver, my friend.
yeah, but it
That looks a
isn't.
lot like a beaver. Hang on.
But it isn't.
That's not a beaver. Huh. Today I learned there's like a beaver-like animal that isn't a beaver.
Like this.
I
This
wonder
is
if they still do
actually.
beaver stuff.
You can look at.
Koipu. Yeah.
like,
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for Koipu.
But yeah, like there's a bounty for every nutria you kill. You get 20 euros because they're like destroying everything. Like basically
Yeah.
the fishes and stuff like that. Like they are eating their.
Because this is a South American species that's invasive to Germany.
Not only Germany, like
Yeah, but
the whole
since
Europe.
we're talking about Germany, that's where I was focusing. But yeah, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like Germany, Mediterranean coast around. Yeah, their range is really interesting because there's evidently a bunch of them in Japan, a bunch of them in sort of the Gulf of Mexico, like up near fucking British Columbia. There's a bunch of them, and then northern France, and then around the Med and into the That's a really fucking weird spread, so probably they just got invasive to a bunch of places. Also, one place just south of Ethiopia. Is that? Yeah, Somalia. That's so weird. Is this a type of beaver? Hang on.
I mean, if you look at this there's a comparison.
They're cousins to it, is what it is. So they're like an evolutionary cousin. Okay. This is super cool. Thank you for introducing me to a new animal I wasn't aware of.
Oh my god! Well,
I fucking love animals. They're so cool. So there's like bounties on these things for 20 euro a head.
Yeah, at least here in Lower Saxony.
Nice.
Oh, come on.
Invasive species are really bad, and this is the part where I've had some interesting conversations with my more sort of vegan friends. And I'm like, so what do you do when that happens? And they go, well, don't make it happen. I'm like, yeah, okay, except it's already happened. So what do we do? Do we let them eat all of the fish and extinct a couple of species, or do we try to deal with the bullshit we caused? Right? I'm in favor of responsible conservation, personally. Side note, I love when in a video game like you're playing here, you go up to a laptop and it's like, hack the laptop, press F to hack.
Hmm.
And then like 3 seconds later, you've got root access through everything. And what you decide to do is go back and like open a door. This is the open the door computer. This is what this computer does.
No, these computers are actually for relocating, repositioning satellites.
Oh. So you just get into the computer and reposition the satellite. How long could that possibly take? Couple of weeks?
No, like, I think these satellites are actually... No. Never mind.
Has anybody seen a presentation of, I think it was Red Team or something? Basically, it's like, what is it called? Non-destructive entry,
Mhm.
where they showed how they opened the door with just, I don't know, basic materials that they found around.
Oh, these are the guys at DEF CON?
Yeah, those guys.
God, DEF CON is so funny sometimes. I love it. And then I sort of look around my house going like, I'm just going to fit a new lock.
I think this track is made by a German.
Are we talking about like the Rave or like not the Rave DEFCON 1, but are we talking about DEFCON 1 or what DEFCON?
Oh, DEF CON, there's a convention for defense contractors and security people, and that convention is called
Thanks.
DEF CON.
Oh, okay. I thought like, oh wait.
No, DEF CON is also, yeah, it's done on purpose. They named it knowing the actual DEF CON means defense condition, which is a way of sort of quickly communicating what your situation is. Like what the wider situation. If you're DEF CON 1, it's like, oh shit, we need to, like, someone get the president the nukes. We need to make sure that button is like available for him at all times, just in case he wants to nuke someone.
Sounds like a terrible plan.
Well, literally, they have a thing called the football, which it's a big leather bag that is carried around within sort of reasonable reach of the president all times, and that has the codes in it. Like, that's where the nuclear button is. Now, when you press the button, what actually happens is the president then gets a phone call from the guy who mans the real button, and he goes, are you certain? Because you just pressed the button. I just need to make 100% certain that that's what you intended to do. And then they get another guy on the line where they go, just making sure. Are you like super serious right now? And then after that second yes, they nuke Moscow. They still hate Moscow, right? I've lost track of who they hate.
God, I hate everyone. They
Who
simply
is
hate
it today? Is it Libya today? It might be Libya.
everyone. Nah, I think more like China right now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they don't like China, except that one part of China. That one part is okay.
I imagine though the US trying to nuke everything except like Hong Kong.
Even then, they're not super impressed by Hong Kong right now, but they're also not going to do anything. So,
I mean, Hong Kong citizens didn't even like try to ask Trump to help them. Like they came to Germany and asked, like, "Hey, Merkel, can you help us? Can you say something democratic for us?"
well, the association, like, it was British until '97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, they've got long-standing treaties and stuff with the European Union more widely, and many individual European countries on a bilateral basis. So the reason they went to Germany is because Germany and them have had 30 years, 40 years, 50 years of positive collaboration.
Oh my God! I'm getting shot. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're getting shot. Almost like you're in a game where you get shot sometimes. Quickly, shoot the shoot man. If these are human players, some of them are real brain dead.
Nah, like right now I'm only fighting AI.
Oh, I see. I was gonna say, like, there's either they don't move like people, so
Like if I would go to a dark zone like this one, I will play against AI and real enemies, like the real players.
And where do you go to play Dota? Garen,
Wait.
somebody has put Dota in here, right? Has made
Uh,
just a map where minions spawn on 3 lanes. If
know
I
what
were making
Dota
this, I
is.
absolutely would make like one neighborhood that just is Dota and wait for the players to find it.
I mean, so basically, you just want to add an Easter egg.
Yeah, I would put an Easter egg. I like Easter eggs. They're my favorite thing to find in games. Like, cause I'm
I think-
a big time explorer type. If we're talking the Bartle types, I'm not sure I'm super into the Bartle types as a thing. It's a bit reductive. But if I had to choose one, I'm an explorer most of the time. So when I find something and it's like, oh hey, this guy put like a little sticker of a Minecraft man on this ammo crate here. Oh, that's really cool. I love finding shit like that. Because it gives me a sense of like, oh hey, I found a part. I found like some developer had a really fun day that day.
Okay, still have 18 points. Oh, what's it?
I just noticed how much bullshit your character's wearing and how fast they're moving. That lady is hench. I couldn't do that. Also, bonus points for how she's not wearing combat boots, but like high tops, like sneakers.
Group members gain 5% damage to targets out of cover. Wait, wouldn't that be? What? I can't. No, I don't have enough points. Explosions adds 2 to your group's ammo bar. Expect from say. Oh, okay.
I also gravitate to the boring ones. 5% more damage? Great. I know that one also makes his head explode from a mile away, but it only does it one time in 2000, so I'd prefer 5%, thanks. Oh no, don't change the boots. The sneakers are so funny. If anything, give her high heels.
I can't. Actually,
Give her something, give her like the least useful pair of shoes here. Oh, those are good. That's hilarious. Oh my god, no, you know what you need to do. The America boots.
America
Buddy,
boots?
you had
Oh,
boots
there,
that had
cowboy
America
boots.
on them.
No,
Spurs.
Sandals.
Socks and
Okay.
sandals.
You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's it. Because there's something really fun about dominating people while wearing a silly outfit.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that.
I mean, I feel like we need to. If there's anything close to a Borat, I think we need to do a Borat.
No, wait. I can go full thermite.
Can you go just like, I'm going out on a. Oh, but listen, buddy. There is a Santa hat in there.
Yeah. No.
There is a Santa hat in there.
No.
You're not grabbing the Santa hat? What do you hate
No.
Christmas?
Maybe.
Was that Cherno I just saw on your stream, Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognise that face.
Oh, that's the good guy.
There he is. Whoop.
He's the,
Oh,
he's
yeah,
the
let's go
only
for
one
it.
who is explaining me how this shit works.
You know
I mean,
what? I would have gone full funny, but I think having it like all ultra serious and then also socks and sandals is way funnier.
I mean,
It's like,
so good.
all my characters in Titanfall I always make them bright pink, and like my
Oh, yeah.
Titans are neon pink.
That's the way. That is
Luca's
the way.
scene. Oh yeah, the first time I played with Luca, it kind of opens you up in a when you begin a Titanfall game. It kind of puts you all in like a dropship, and you can see some of the other players on your team, and then you all drop in like parachute. Well, not parachute, but jump in. And
My parachute is a
Luca
mech.
said,
What of it?
Who's this pink idiot in front of me?" And I'm like,
I didn't say idiot.
Well, you-
Hello,
Idiot.
I am the pink
"Oh no, I think you
idiot.
said who's this pink asshole?"
Not even. I didn't.
Or something
insult
like
you.
that.
Who is this pink guy? Probably, but nothing else.
Oh no! I remember it was you said something like, "Who's this stupid pink warrior?" It was something along those lines, and I was like,
That's sort of
That's
the
a
fun
me.
of playing the stupid pink guy, because there's nothing quite like the kind of rage you get out of people when they're not only raging at the fact you killed them twice and then 3 times, it's that you killed them 3 times while dressed in neon purple. Yes, I'm aware neon
Oh my
glows
God.
red. You know what I'm saying.
"Okay,
Can you put a Santa hat on the turret?
Sadly, not.
Ah, that would be way better than anything else.
Wait, my turret has more health than I do. It get 207k. I get 35k. But I also got 100k armor on me.
It's also made of metal, so that's got to count for something.
Nah. When do I get a better weapon? I want to have a fate slot.
God, gun drones are the most terrifying fucking thing. In a game, whatever, but like,
I mean,
ugh.
I can also use a rifle, missile
I mean,
drone.
you have the option to use a missile. I feel like, why would you ever not use a missile?
Because
Fire
it's-
the missile!
Mm. Yeah.
It occurs to me you're 18 years old. If I say fire the missiles, do you understand if that's a reference to something?
No.
Okay, so that's an ancient internet meme. It would take too. You'd either have to watch it and immediately go, "Well, that's dumb. Why did people like that?" And the answer is there were 4 videos on the internet. That was it. There was
So,
no YouTube.
this is the Earth."
So this is the Earth. Dang, nice Earth, you say? Wrong.
Oh, I don't know it off by heart.
It's been a long time. It's been a while. But yeah, there was like 3 websites that everyone went to. One of them was albinoblacksheep.com, and that's where people
I am
were learning how
tired.
this was just the guy who made like a badly drawn thing on Flash animation of like, here's all the countries in the world
There
that
it
have
is.
nukes.
I
And
put it in
here's how
general.
nuclear war happens. All it takes is for like America to say those Chinese sons of bitches are going down, and then we got a nuke flying over, and then China's like, "Oh shit, guys, we got to send a nuke over," and then the French are like, "Oh god, we got to send the fucking nukes." But I
But
am
no,
tired.
I am tired.
Well, then have a nap. Then fire the missiles. It is as stupid and silly as it sounds, and you might then
But this is what
understand
the
why
internet
people
was.
like me in my 30s are into the fucking stupid humor, because that's what we grew up with. Stupid humor.
Mm, well, probably if I would watch the video too right now, like I would.
Oh, you would-
love-
You might like it, but you also might go, "What the fuck is this? Why would you like this? This is not a thing people should like." Hi, whoever that is.
I mean, what I noticed is that
Oh, hey,
Like-
hey, Joey.
2002, 2003 are like basically
hear
the
him.
last like years that people are still normal. Like-
Yeah, that feels like that sometimes. It certainly does feel like that sometimes. And then the internet happened. Though even in I was on Facebook in like 2005 when I was at university. in the sort of first wave of it, because what it was used for was, oh hey, there's this weird internet tool where you're not anonymous. That's weird, but it helps because it's only people on campus. So I can like talk to people who are around me in real life, and I can like find ways to communicate with them if I just remember what their face looks like. It's the Facebook, right? It's not like an address book where I have to remember their name. I have a Facebook, and like a year later, they came out with this idea that you could post shit to your wall. I was like, oh, cool. So now I can post stuff for all of my friends to see. All 4 of my friends on my Facebook. And now if somebody else wants to get onto it, they'll see my face and they'll know who I am and they can add me to the Facebook. Great. It was like a legitimately useful tool. And then it became Facebook. And now I'm like, is there a way to stop using this? Because I now have like 400 people I have on this fucking thing. And I can't convince all of them to get on Discord. And then Discord's going to turn into another evil empire, and I'm giving like, okay, so I guess I'll set up a Mumble server on a Raspberry Pi now, and everybody download this package if you wanted. You know what? In fact, no one talked to me ever. That's fine. So yeah, 2002 probably the last time the world was sane. But yeah, all I mean is like, remember 2002, 2003 was like between 9/11 and the Iraq War, so it didn't feel terribly sane at the time. So didn't feel terribly sane at the time.
Oh man.
Have I just talked your head off? Sorry, I do that.
No. I just saw that I need to do this mission. Like this. I'm so annoyed already.
You're annoyed by a mission?
Yeah. Because
you don't have to play the mission. You could do something else.
No, the thing is, I want to go to New York, and I need to be world level 7, and I'm world level 1, and I think I need to repeat every mission 7 times.
Oh, that's like, bad design to me.
Like, I need to do this mission.
Why not just let you go to New York is my question, because then, like, you just find yourself being cannon fodder. You might either, sink or swim or have a Dark Souls style experience. I don't like the gating. Like, if you can get there, you should just be able to get there without having to play an arbitrary number of matches.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go
there.
But
I'm an explorer, right, I guess, so. Can you just go there, is my question?
I don't
when you say you need to be level 7, can you just go? Can you be sneaky?
Probably not.
I mean, it's a video game, so, like, I feel like try it.
Joey
Worst
came
case
in and
scenario,
left.
it gets funny.
I can boost to New York.
Oh, is that the part where you have to pay money now?
Since your agent hasn't reached level 30 World Tier 5, you can either return to the game and continue playing, or choose to transfer right away and boost your character. Boosting will automatically complete level 1 to 30 campaign and World Tier progress. If you're a new player to the division, we recommend your progress to at
Pay
least
to skip
level
the
30
game.
before transferring.
So, does a boost cost money, is my question.
Of course it does.
No. I actually had a boost. Fuck!
You just used a boost to go to New York.
I didn't want to!
Well, congratulations, you're going to New York.
I wanted to play this world with a friend.
Oh.
Shit.
Can you go back?
No!
Why can't you go back? Just take the helicopter.
Oh, well, yeah, I can go back, but my world is level 5 now.
Oh.
And
so now your friend is going to have a level 5 world to play in.
And they are not even World Tier 1.
So I don't know what that means, but it sounds to me like get good, scrub.
Like, they're going to stay at their level.
I get you. Yeah, no, I totally understand. I was looking for a Dark Souls joke.
I mean,
get them in there and be like, no, what do you mean? The game is really easy. Just play it.
Get good, mate.
And then watch them become this complete giant badass. Oh, got it.
Cutscene.
Why is that not working? Hmm. That is really weird.
These
Okay.
artworks,
That's
though.
fine now.
They're pretty
Yeah,
good.
That makes sense.
I'm kind of okay with the minimal sort of animation, call it. Like just, oh, you got more cutscene.
Okay.
Yep. The woman that just stood there would never actually stand there anymore.
Helicopters are pretty stable once you're
No, well,
flying 'em.
not if like you saw how they go down. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's the hair that stays perfectly flat down as if gravity still. It would have been nice to see that go up a bit. Yeah, she probably should have been strapped into something. But no,
How-
folks walk around in
wait,
helicopters.
did you saw the hand is clipping into the gun?
Yes, I did.
I
Literally
haven't-
unplayable. Agreed.
Valve,
1
please
out of
fix.
7 stars.
Oh wow, I got different weapons now. Are you kidding me?
Are they better?
I mean, I guess.
Are they fun?
I don't know yet.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Oh wow. And now, I mean, wow! It even gives me a tutorial.
At level 30, it gives you. I guess some people will boost right here right away. You would have thought like a little check of something like, if more than 3 hours played, then whatever. I don't know, maybe.
Okay, still got the. Oh my god, stuff got changed out. Why?
Because
wait.
you boost.
I guess they were not designing for people not to boost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well, no, they
wait,
were designing
these-
specifically
these
for
keys are
people to
actually way
boost.
better.
Okay.
Disable. I'm pressing Y. Thank you.
We had this song earlier. Oh well. What am I doing? Okay, so add track needs.
Is 153,000 a
data.
lot? Because it feels like it should be a lot.
Yeah, it is. I hit him in the arm.
It feels very Mass Effect-y in a way. Or looks very Mass Effect-y in the way it plays.
Oh, what?
Cover.
Oh no, we don't want artist IDs in that.
Oh wow! I leveled up to level 31. Are you kidding me?
Here. I'm gonna watch Michael's stream again because otherwise I fear like No, I still don't understand what's happening here.
Neither do I, to be fair. I'm working with SQL
Okay.
and I just... Okay.
I mean, you can
what I'm
basically watch
doing-
both streams at once.
What I'm doing now, so I've got my track data, and I've
Mhm.
set up a few functions to put that data, or to put data into my database. And now I'm just writing the bit which gets those two to talk to each other.
Man, nothing is going into my head today at all. Is today a write-off? Today might be a fucking write-off. I needed today to do things. I can't be write-off. Fuck. Oh well. Sometimes brain shit. Sometimes brain shit.
Yeah, right now I'm just testing stuff. So
I'm glad you're being productive, man. I'm having a lot of struggle today.
I'm being slow, to be fair.
Yeah, well, slow is better than zero.
Mhm.
How did you manage the opening of the database?
At the moment, I've just got a function which is to open a function which is closed. I'll get to setting up a wrapper and decorator for all that later on, because that's just not where my brain is right now. Popularity, and now I'm just testing those functions, but in order.
Where's the jump scare?
I don't know, such a different approach to programming. Because
Yeah.
I would actually start with all of the all of the abstractions,
Mm,
and then I would kind of use those because I don't want to, deal with SQL directly.
That's how I do things normally. But here I'm kind of building it as I go because I don't know SQL and I'm still figuring out how it's all going to work together. So I don't really know how to structure my code at a higher level yet.
Yeah, fair point. Pretty much what I'm doing right now as well. It's kind of throwing. I just learned how to add an entity and get the component from it.
Yeah.
And the good thing, the good thing about this is that you can basically have I think I lost my point.
You
Yeah,
thought that it was a weird approach when
No,
you would
I
start with
think
the abstractions.
it's just I need to. What was I saying? Okay, I'll just take a moment.
You know what I will say to my friend? I basically say that I did it all nighter.
Just say, hey, I accidentally hit a button. Sorry about that. I'm gonna start a new guy. You want to also start a new
Well,
guy?
starting a new guy that basically takes around 10 hours to
Oh
play.
God, why? God, I do not miss World of Warcraft. I miss World of Warcraft, but God, I do not miss World of Warcraft. Hey, you want to play together? Cool, yeah, all you have to do is spend like several months of work. Would you like a guide? We can get it down to like 6 full-time days.
Acousticness, is that spelt with 2 C's? It is, isn't it?
Acoustic?
Acoustic.
Acoustic as it... No, it's spelled with 1.
1. Okay, never mind. I never get double letters.
Oh, I feel like this, training tutorial thing is gonna be my game. Because I am planning on just adding stuff infinitely, and then
Wait, why am I doing this?
when you launch it, it will actually kind of throw all the stuff together. And so you might have, I mean, you'll have some templates, but that's still going to be pretty random in
I
terms
really
of how
should be-
template stuff.
I don't know why I'm not doing this in Jupyter Notebooks, to be fair. I'm doing a lot of testing, so I should be, but... Oh well.
Duplicate notebook?
Jupyter Notebooks. It's kind of like... It's good for testing and like writing quick stuff that you're there's not part of your main project, but just kind of jotting down ideas. It's a notebook, but for running code in.
Got it. So
It's
you
kind
can
of
then
like
sort of
one
copy
level.
paste it in
It's
if you
kind of
wanna.
like one level higher than a than a console like this, where you type stuff in.
Hang on. Wrong window. Yep.
And then it gives you an output. It's like that, except everything that you've done previously is editable.
Oh, sure.
So it's like halfway between this and this.
So
Oh, that's
you
like
would use Jupyter in order to like.
In fact, you know
almost
what?
have,
I'm
like,
gonna make one now.
a clean room. Yeah.
Okay, so
it's a Python emulator, right? Or better say Python
oh, it's
translator.
everything really. It contains.
That's actually something you can do in C++, I guess.
Hmm.
Because
I think it runs C++.
No, I mean you can write C++ code like that, and I wish
Yeah.
I could. Because sometimes I look at some of the stuff and just don't know where to start because there's so many like can I write this? And then it turns out, oh, actually no. But how do I test it quickly? Oh, I have to write a bunch of stuff, and then it's just not really cool. I wish I could tell, hey, C++. Okay, so this class here, just think of it as just something. Don't really care.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. Just run it. Just don't worry about it. I'm not going to relate you. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah. Also,
Just run the code.
I would love to see some kind of playground where you can say you create a class and then, or better say you declare that you're using some class, but don't worry about it. Then when it comes up, it asks you, okay, we need a variable from this class. So can you just please simply input what is the value and what's the type? And you don't need to actually declare it if you're not going to use it in the playground.
I think I follow.
Okay, why is that not running it?
You could probably build something like that, couldn't you? Call
If
it
I knew-
Playground.
If I knew C++ well enough, I probably would have done that.
Oh, okay. I mean, I feel like I've been listening to you talk and you sound super expert to me, but I'm also not expert at all. So everyone who knows anything more than I do sounds just like a genius to me.
Wait, now I know where I am in New York. Holy shit.
Is it actually a map of New York, though?
It is.
Let's see.
I mean, I don't know if you can see it on the map right now, but I probably is.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're in. Yeah, you're not in Manhattan. Oh, you're in Manhattan. Yeah. So you're downtown.
Holy
That's
shit.
neat, though. That's a lot of whatever that is.
Yeah, that's bodies.
That's bodies.
I
Don't
know
worry
why
about
they
it. I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, I don't know why they didn't burn them. Like that way, they still spread the.
What do you mean? That
the
just looks
illness.
like New York. This is what New York looked like in the 70s.
Oh, see,
Can't figure out how to get virtual environments to work in Jupyter. Never mind.
oh fuck you. Oh wait, I don't have any ammo for that anymore.
Ammo is
Okay.
useful when trying to shoot things with ammo. Do you think it's wise to be sitting there right next to two petrol cans?
They're
Oh,
not filled.
got it. I'm just looking at it going like someone's gonna lob a grenade. Side note, I find it weird still that when you shoot a kerosene can or something with a bullet, that the kerosene catches fire.
Okay.
That's super video games. It's like real life, it just punches a hole in it.
I can smell that there's some bigger loot than just these tiny things. But the real question is where? Wait, what do you mean return to mission area? Fuck you.
Oh god, yeah. There's a guy on YouTube called Rasputin who has a wife who just didn't grow up playing video games at all. So he made a video series where he gets her to play games. And one of the things that he had her play was The Last of Us. And in that first level where there's like the fire and stuff and you're carrying the daughter through the fire, she was like, oh, over there's a gap in the fire. I'll go over there. But it was outside of the play area, so when she tried, she'd get eaten by a zombie. Then she'd go again and was like, oh, I guess I didn't go fast enough, so then she'd get eaten by a zombie. She'd go, okay, well, I guess I have to go from another angle, eaten by a zombie. At no point did it ever tell this person, hey, you're going the wrong way. And, like, looking at it, it's clear that you should be able to go in that direction. There's, like, fire in every direction except this one. But if you play video games, you're like, oh, that's an invisible wall. Got it. But if you don't play video games, how the fuck are you supposed to know there's an invisible wall?
Oh wait, they're attacking from up there. I thought like.
Oh yeah, they're on top of the gate. That one's not video gamey. That's just people are going to be on top of the gate.
And I want to get the item from that.
But before I go in there, I will get something to eat. I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too,
Cool,
actually,
see you in
to
a
be
bit.
fair. I'm going to finish up the thing I'm writing right now, and then I'm going to go grab something to eat. Okay. I keep forgetting... Yeah, my brain is not working today. I keep forgetting what data I'm trying to grab out of this.
Oh, I lost track of everything you were
Yeah.
doing several hours ago. I don't know even all of these different files in the left side. I'm like, I don't know what any of these do.
Well, the only ones that matter are that one
Main
and that one.
and database.
And
the other
possibly
ones are
this one,
just-
which I've just started on, but...
And otherwise, they're just there.
Otherwise, they're just there, like... These, and that, and that. Let's ignore that as well. They're just to do with the project. That's just a bunch of shortcuts I've made for myself. And so's that, sort of. So the only... Yeah, so it's that. Oh, that's shortcuts I've made as well. Yeah, so these three are basically what I'm working on. And then there's my data that actually I'm saving to in here. Other than that, everything's just background.
God, I have so much to learn. Because I look at stuff like that. And
I mean,
like,
this isn't as
clearly
tidy
it's
as it
there,
should
it's
be for me.
important. I need to know what it means and what it does, and then I go back to like, oh, it's a memory address, but that doesn't mean anything. I can't do anything with that.
A lot of this is just untidy. Like, it should be tidier. It should be more intuitive, but it's not
Sure.
because I'm...
Well, no, I mean, you're also just prototype. I'm just trying to keep track because
Yeah.
I'm like, should I be working this way? I wonder if that's a thing I could use. And then like, I don't even know what you did, so no. Don't even know what you
And
did.
here
so.
I've just got basically I'm just pasting this as a note because I keep forgetting what data it is that I'm going to need.
Also, I am back.
Hello.
Hey.
That was very fast food.
I mean, I basically made myself a bread,
Explicit is...
like a sandwich. So
I was gonna say you made yourself bread. Okay, got it. I don't think that's what you meant. Like I got the yeast out, and then the flour, and I made myself some bread. Why? How long does it take you to make bread? Yeah, I had a lazy sandwich too earlier. I'm out of coffee, and that makes me sad.
Well, I could do it, coffee.
Coffee's good. Still looking around for like a few Christmas presents. You know, and you got like I got a thing for my mom,
Mm.
and I want to get her another thing because I guess I got I like my dad. I mean, I've got him the thing, and I think I want to get him another thing, but I don't know what that thing is. And he's reasonably well set up, so it's like he doesn't need much.
I'm
You
actually
get
more or
someone
less
who
on
doesn't
top of
need
everyone I
anything.
need to get for this year. Is
Mm.
normally a very, very last minute thing for me.
For me, it used to be like a thing I'd do in October because I worked retail. So
Uh.
it was like in our brains in October because we were doing
Mhm.
all the prep for Christmas. But also it was like I do not need to be spending more time in a shop in December than I absolutely have to. So
Hmm.
I think that's why I order online so much. I don't like going to shops. I don't feel like, man, I don't want to make these poor sods work because I know that kind of work. I'm like, oh Jesus, I don't want to make you do that. Someone yelled at you because this shirt wasn't exactly square to the rail. You know, like I don't want to. You know what I mean? Feels like I'm imposing in a way that like
God,
getting an order from an automated warehouse isn't.
I don't need any of these. For years. So we've got
Any what?
dictionaries, and you know what dictionaries are, right, Paul?
It's a list, right?
It's
like a type of
kind of
list.
it's kind of like a list. You can give names to things.
It's like
that
a
you put
list
in it.
that you can label stuff in.
Yeah, exactly. So and
It's
you
a
know
list
there's
containing variables.
and you know there's a function in there called get, which you can use to
Yes.
get from that, and if it's not in there, it will give you a default value instead. So you can set
get
like the
something
default
from
value
it
is
into
0 maybe.
some other value
Yeah.
you're getting from the list.
So like for example here, I'm asking for the title from the track, and if no title is specified, then it just enters in
Oh, but it'll
a blank
give you
string.
a default value anyway, so
Right?
you don't have to do that.
And
Okay,
for
this actually
years,
looks cool.
I've been adding none like that as a default.
Oh, I see. You don't have to do that
Because if I don't want if you know I don't want to specify a default type, but I want to give it none just to say, hey, no data was returned, don't crash. But it turns out I don't need to do that at all because it returns none by default.
Oh, I see.
I thought that if I entered that and this duration doesn't exist, then it would just crash. But it doesn't. It returns none. And then I've been doing that for years, and now I just decided, you know what? I'm going to test, see what that does. Huh? Okay, that does nothing. Let's see what the type is. It's none type. Yeah, it's exactly what I was typing. It does it. I was just being completely redundant.
Have you heard about the guy who changed his name to Mr. Null?
Ha! No.
It wasn't a change. It was either changed his name because he thought he was being clever, or his name is Mr. Null,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he started getting every parking ticket
Mm-hmm.
because if they didn't know who the name of the person was, it would return null.
Oh my god, I have so many points available.
That was a license plate, actually.
It was a license plate. You're right. Yeah. I forgot what it was. You're entirely correct. I just thought it was so funny. I was laughing so hard I forgot the details.
Yeah, but the thing that threw me off a lot, and I only figured out this when I was in university, is that he had null as a string, but null as a string is not the same as null as
Null value.
null value. Yeah, and I was like, how does this work? And then, as it turns out, the database is just text.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's an old fucking database, man.
Who the
It's an old fucking...
No.
People in the 80s is who. Everything was a fucking number. There wasn't a string back in the 80s. That's your fancy newfangled.
No, I mean, the database itself is stored as just a giant string, really.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds pretty dumb.
It sounds pretty dumb, but also, like, if it was made in the 80s, then it's coded pretty close to the metal, right? Am I right in that?
Pretty much.
So it just ends up being.
I
when you
mean,
compile it, it's a
maybe
big
not
ol'-
80s. I mean, programming languages existed in the 80s and they were used. But they
Sure,
weren't.
yeah,
I mean,
but what I
obviously
mean
they
is
were,
it would have when
closed in metal they are
one
now.
bit
But
of when 1 bit of storage was actually reasonably expensive, right? It would make sense
Hmm.
to reduce, but also license plate numbers are of a known length, so I could totally see someone going, "Oh, well, if I want to save data, I'll just order them all as like name, then set length field after,
they're not
and
all.
like we'll
They're
just
not all
make
the
a
same
giant
length though.
list." Car license plate numbers?
Hmm.
Yeah, they are. In the U.S., yeah, they are.
Oh, okay, but not elsewhere.
I
Because
don't
the thing
know
about
about
it, you
that.
can
Yeah,
add
maybe.
custom license plates,
I
custom
think that's
license
pretty
plates,
new.
and they can be
Yeah.
anything.
But anyway, I'm trying to put myself
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
brain of somebody back then and going like, well, we could, went to management and said, I can save you 60,000 bits of information. And went, oh, wow, great. Do it. I don't care how you do it. Just do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but then all the databases, usually the good ones, they don't have variable length of the values, because that's just a pain to look up.
hmm
Because like the point of it is, let's just say you have a query that what it does is if it's set up properly, it would get the IDs, and then when you need, so it would just have a list of IDs, not actually the values. So it's pretty short when the query is returned. When you need to look up a specific entry, you look at the ID and you just go whoop, and you're there. If you
Okay.
have this variable length, it's just so like you can't really tell.
Okay,
Like,
so I'm
it's not
probably
fast.
wrong there then. Is there any universe in which it makes sense to do this if there's like weird limitations, or if you're using a computer from 1977 or so? You know what I mean? Like,
Not entirely.
is there like why would let's assume that the people programming this system were competent. Why would they do that?
That's just how it's stored. I don't know.
So like the program they were using might just store stuff like that.
I think I'm lacking some background to really explain it. We were just told some stuff, and I kind of remember some of it.
Oh, I see.
So
Yeah.
I'm just
yeah.
telling you some facts. I think it's more just how it's more efficient, I guess. So
It might be it might be more efficient for certain types of computer, maybe. You reckon?
Nah, it's just an algorithm is much more efficient.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just, you see, databases, they're more like a very, very specific, very quick thing, and they are built with certain compromises, but those are for efficiency. Because when you have a bank and you need to fetch a specific, I don't know, credit information, you will not want to wait a long time. You will just want to go straight to that place. And YouTube, for example, if YouTube went through their links very slowly, that would probably suck. So they are designed to be quick.
Okay, I understand. So you reckon
Oh
that
my god, the puppy! The puppy!
so you reckon that this system that they put in place, where the whole thing is just one big long number, one big long value, that would have been done with some sort of efficiency in mind, whether it was storage efficiency or some other type.
I think their databases are stored as text.
Sure, this is what I meant. So their databases, does that make any kind of sense for any application? Because you said it's weird, and I think I don't understand why that would be weird.
The weird part is to have a null value be written as null.
Oh, like the letters NULL. It would just be a zero
It would
or
be
something.
better if you had maybe like in ASCII you probably have some weird characters, so you could use those.
Mm-hmm. But the designers of this system decided to use the word null. So because this guy's license plate was null, anytime it would find that series of characters, it would give him a ticket.
Yeah, I finally found that null.
So the system just went through a big text file and found any time that null happened, and the nearest address to the text to that, it would be like, send him that one. Oh god, that's awful. That's why you program defensively, kids. That's why you get somebody like me going in and go, what if you feed it a negative number? Oh. What if someone tries to troll you? Sure, there was an XKCD about something like that. It was like some dude got a license plate that was like 1ILLI11 or something. He was like, haha, nobody is ever going to be able to tell, to figure out what the sequence is. Ha ha ha. Reality. Hey, that guy who cut me off, his license plate was like a whole series of just the number 1. Police just going, yeah, we know the guy. Yeah, it's pretty unique, actually.
Okay.
God, I wish I understood more about this stuff. I need to understand more about this stuff. Thank you, by the way, guys, for entertaining my questions. This is actually helping me understand really a lot, I think.
And I just absent-mindedly typed the word null instead of none, which is what it is in Python, because we're talking about...
Oh, no. Don't name a variable null.
That wouldn't be the name, that's the value. So...
That's the least favorite thing to do.
No, I mean, in Python it just wouldn't recognize it as a thing, because the word is none rather than null.
So you could name a variable null.
You could do. I think. I don't know, let's do it. Let's see what happens. Null equals 1. Let's try it with a capital as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, okay, so it's not a thing in Python.
But I really don't think I can go like this. Yeah, cannot assign to none. There we go.
I wasn't watching what you were doing. Cannot assign to none?
Yeah, I can't give it a value. I can't assign a value to none because it is a value.
Keyword.
Yeah, it's keyword.
Yeah. So null is itself a value, so you can't be like 2 equals 1.
Whereas you can overwrite a lot of built-in stuff, but you can't overwrite a keyword.
Got it. Yeah, because I guess that's the language part of the language.
Yeah, okay. We have all of that stuff, which is done. Okay, cool. So, I don't want my time signature there. Okay, all my mode.
They have time signature as a field?
Yeah.
That's a weird field.
And I don't want my key.
Because time signatures are super made up.
Yeah, you were saying earlier.
Well, the key is sort of, you can have discussions about what key something is in, right? Like, if you're doing, like, I don't know, a B flat E vamp, so say you're just going between the two, a lot of it depends on what the melody's doing. And you can be deliberately a little awkward. You can be a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Ambiguous. You can be ambiguous about which key a thing is in because you can play a melody that contains notes that are part of one key but not the other, or part of one chord and not the other, or act as extensions to a chord and not the other, or would act as an extension to one chord and an extension to the other one, but depending on what's come before and what comes afterwards, you might hear it different or remember it different. So it's like, that's a weird thing that we're trying to describe. We're trying to describe the relationship of all of the musical elements to one another. Plus, key signature changes over time. Like, to say a song is in this key only makes sense if you remain.
The same with tempo, actually. Like they give tempo.
Tempo is also complicated because if you listen to like classical music, the tempo is much looser because when they were writing this in the 18th century, they didn't have, like, they had metronomes, but they didn't have this idea of like this is played at 121 beats per minute, right? They were not counting it that way. They were counting it as slowly or moderately, or some guys would get a little flowery with the language, and at the top of the score they would write hurry up or something, right? Or halfway through they would say hurry up. And that's partly where the classical guys have a different understanding of tempo, where it's sort of you can stretch it and compress it.
Yeah, have some sort of Italian word for it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if we really want to go into rubato, then yeah, fine. But even without rubato, there's the tempo itself is elastic, right? So if the conductor decides that this measure is going to take a little bit longer than the measure before, well, this measure is going to take a little bit longer than the measure before, as that's how it is. So even tempo is not quite set. You could give it a number, like an average or something, or you could just say probably around this in most cases. But time signature is like, I have had heated discussions about, like, is this in 6/8 or is this in like 12/8? You go, oh, hang on, actually, how many triplets are there in this? And you can naturally break it down. And partly it comes down to how the individual musician feels the rhythm and where their pulse is, right? And where your interpretation of the pulse is. And some of that is just based on experience. Like there was a whole, did you hear about Ludagate?
Nope.
There's a song called Roll Out by Ludacris. Good song, by the way. And people were being like, what the fuck time signature is this? Where the fuck is the downbeat? Because it's not clear where the downbeat is. And people were saying, people were literally divided along. The downbeat is on the 2, or actually the 2 is the 1, and the downbeat is on 1 beat after. It gets very complicated. And even then you're like, okay, so are you going to feel a measure of 9/8 as 3 triplets over 8, or are you going to feel it like an 8 with an added 1 on the top, right? And you're almost and depending on what the music is, if it's arranged as 3 triplets, then you're probably going to feel 3 triplets. But if you're not feeling 3 triplets, it doesn't mean it's not a 9/8. It means that you're counting 9 beats in your measure is 9 beats of 8 of eighth notes, which again is an eighth of a full tone. Which, like, what is one tone? Who knows, right? And then you got guys who do things like, we're going to have 6 different time signatures stacked on top of each other, and then guys who do things like, let's have an irrational time signature. Like, guys literally have written music intending to be like, let's do pi over E. Let's do literally a time signature pi over E. And shit gets wacky, right?
Yeah.
You got guys who don't pay attention to it as a concept. You got guys who disagree with the idea of separating beats into pulses. You got avant-garde guys who don't have any beat at all. So the fact that this is a category is like, okay, so for pop music, got it. Pop music almost always understood. But then Ludagate. So even then, it's a made-up thing. It's just it's a convenience we use to communicate some musical ideas. But they're approximations.
Yeah, so I'm sort of collecting all this data because I want to have it all sort of ready to use.
You want
if I realise that it's I want it available so that if I figure out that such a genre has 90% of their songs are in a certain time signature, then that's a very good way to categorize this particular song.
I see. Yeah.
Or this particular genre. Sorry.
I see what you're saying.
Because okay, so this is a part I haven't actually explained. Genres in Spotify are defined by the artist, not by the track.
Yeah.
So if I want to know, and some artists make tracks in multiple genres.
Yeah.
And if I want to know which of the many genres that they have made that track it fits into best, I need to, 1, find out what defines that genre, like what common features it has. Like, is it a very energetic genre?
If something is called speed metal. I think,
it's going to have a much faster tempo, a lot higher energy, and it's got a bunch. I mean, I just had it up just now. Where's it gone? By the way, this isn't the token for my.
1 second, getting back to your thing.
Oh, Spotify is really lazy with this stuff.
Well, yeah. Imagine how much more money they'd make if they were less lazy about this stuff.
I don't think so. It's more of like, I don't think like the cost to add those fields to every single song is just not worth the return they would get in that.
So this isn't actually. So before anyone wonders, this isn't actually my token for my thing. This is just one that gets automatically generated on the on their documentation thing. So I'm not too worried about. Kind of like username and password.
Understanding of like a token for the subway.
It's kind of like username and password.
Got it.
So yeah, not far off from that. So I'm not too fussed about showing that on the stream. But
you ever used Git?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
me, you mean?
Huh?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've never used Git.
Oh, okay. So like,
I am just figuring out while loops. Give me some I thank you for thinking that I know more than I do.
yeah, because in Git you can set up your, I think it's called two-step verification, and then if you want to connect to Git, it would actually not allow you to input your password. It would ask you for some sort of token. I don't
Oh,
remember
okay,
exactly.
yeah, I get you.
So
I get
yeah,
you.
what I've done here, I'm just in because their help page has like kind of helpful test things where you can actually run that particular function on whatever data you put in here, and it will output whatever it will output for that same track. So here I've got the audio features thing, which lists like various AI analyzed stuff about that particular thing. So I don't know which track I've just pasted in here. Let's have a look. No, that's not quite right. What happened there?
Well, why is he hitting me, but I can't hit him? Like stupid
Oh,
game.
okay. It doesn't like that for some reason.
Probably because it's a stupid game.
That might.
Just-
Okay, so anyway, I'm looking
the hell are
at
the targets?
the first track in this list, which is Spanish Sahara by Foals.
Okay.
So, Spanish Sahara, has sort of low to medium danceability. For example, here it's 0 to 1 float
Danceability
value.
is a thing they track.
Yeah, it's got a medium medium energy, like slightly over the average. It's in key 9, whatever that means. It's got a negative,
Nine.
like minus 10.05 decibels of loudness.
Wait,
It's
how
in
much?
minus 10.
DBFS?
I think so, probably. I don't know what that means. I'm just taking numbers. I'm
Minus
just looking
10
at numbers
dB.
right now.
Okay.
I'm going to find the average and the sort of standard deviation of all these numbers. To find out
your
sort of what
loudness
defines a
is going
genre.
to be... That's interesting.
It's
measuring
quite
that
a
in
quiet
dB,
song,
are
so it might. I don't know. I don't know, and it's not actually relevant to my.
Sorry,
I'm
yeah,
just.
yeah.
I'm just
I latched on to the
comparing
only
these
thing
numbers.
I've understood in 3 hours. My bad.
Yeah. So the all I care about is how similar these numbers are. It doesn't matter what they're measured in. I just need to find that out. And then mode, I think is major or minor.
God!
So I think this is minor key. So hang on, that'd be key,
Mode?
wouldn't it? Mode.
Well, mode is
Minor.
also a distinct musical idea.
Okay. Well, it's. I think that was something to do with minor and major.
Mode would be like if you see Lydian or Mixolydian or Dorian, for example. But again, that's a weird
Don't know
thing
what
to
that
put in
means.
there.
It's a Boolean true false value by the looks of it. Yeah,
Mode,
speechiness
true,
is
false. That would probably not
speechiness is
musical
like
mode.
how much it's just someone talking rather than singing. So if there's
What is that value?
speechiness,
Speechiness. Wow.
yeah. So it
So
basically it
podcasts
finds
get,
all the
like-
that would be very high speechiness, but then also
Yeah.
tracks which have like samples of some speech will get quite a high speechiness value,
Huh.
whereas tracks which are someone singing will get a low one.
I wonder
acousticness,
rappers get
if it
high
detects voice.
speechiness.
Probably yes. So
wonder.
that probably is one of the categories one of the values I can use to define rap genres. Because they'll
You'd
have a high speechiness.
You'd have to check the correlation, but it seems reasonable.
And
to
then
some extent.
acousticness is obviously, whether or not there's electronic music. So this is very low acousticness because the Foals have quite a lot of electronic sound effects and stuff, and especially this one. Instrumentalness is low again because there's people, there is speech and talking in it. So instrumentalness combined with speechiness can be quite useful. Liveness, it detects people clapping and cheering. Valence is like sort of the overall happiness of the track, the mood of it. And if it's a sort of, it's a kind of wishy-washy thing, but it seems to be fairly. It seems to say something useful about it. AI algorithms are very fuzzy, but they're useful.
You do all of this?
Hmm?
Are you sure you want to do all of this search and stuff? Because that sounds very complicated and very error prone.
None of this is handled by me. All of this is data I'm getting straight from from
Yeah, but then
Spotify.
if you want to know the genre, just ask. Like, why would you ever?
I can't. That doesn't work. So
No,
what
I mean the bot would ask.
the bot can't ask.
Why?
That data doesn't exist on Spotify servers. It's stupid. There's no genre per
No,
track.
I mean,
It's
okay,
genre
let's
per
just say
artist.
the song comes in.
Yeah.
It looks up all of the
Mhm.
the genres, and it just asks, okay, which one do you want?
1 second. Yeah. Oh yeah, I smelled it. I was just gonna head down in a second. So yeah, I smell bacon downstairs. I'm gonna have a look at that in a minute. But I'll just kind of explain the reasoning behind this, because there's one thing that I haven't really made clear in this, is that I want it to have similar genres grouped together, and I'm going to use these values. So for example, it will put genres with, a lot of electronic instruments next to other genres with electronic instruments, and it will like try and mix those together. Say it'll end up putting
Oh my god!
Yeah. Okay.
so it'll use these values to find similar genres and then queue them up next to each other. And also, as well as that, because I want it to kind of smoothly transition between genres. And also, like I was saying just now, it doesn't record the genre of a particular track. It records one of several, just everything that the artist has made. So if the artist makes tracks which are quite varied in different genres, then that's not really a useful thing. Whereas if I can find, what is the average and standard deviation of all of these values for a particular genre, maybe some genre is very danceable or not very danceable, and
So okay,
there's
let me
very
ask you.
little variation in that danceability. So like, the majority of the songs in this genre are very danceable. So that's like the first thing we look for. So then we can use that to find which of those genres a song fits best into.
So from what I understand, you don't really rely on the string value. You more think of numbers, right?
Yeah, it's just a float number that I'm looking at. I'm looking at all the ones which are a float from like 0 to 1. And then using that as like a comparison check between the average for that genre and for the track itself.
Why would you then think of genres? Because if there is no way to easily get the exact list
Because
of genres used, then just use
that was my original idea. And then I started to actually think through how many comparisons I would need to be making if I was doing every single track against every single other track. It would quickly balloon up. Like, that's...
So you're thinking instead, if you want something similar to what you just listened to, you want to find something with a number of these parameters that are
Yeah,
within
what I'm
some
doing
bounds.
is I'm chunking
you
the
sort
data
of
together into
sorry, go ahead.
genres. I'm chunking the data together into genres. So if I have to
Oh, right,
compare...
yeah.
So let's say there's like, several hundred songs in this playlist, which is quite common. Then I would have to be comparing every single one of them to every single other song to find the similarity. So 100 times 100 or however it is. So it squares. It scales up.
Your big O is big.
Yeah, my big O is big. Whereas doing it with genres, it still keeps it quite big, but you only have to do that comparison once to find what defines a genre. Then I can save that information about a genre specifically, and there'll be far fewer genres than there are songs.
How much do you care about it looking through the entire list is, I guess, what we come down to. So you've decided to chunk it by
Yeah,
thing.
which is,
You
I'm
could
shortcutting it.
also,
I'm
you-
using that
I-
as a shortcut. So
I
it only
totally
has to compare the
understand you,
genres
and I
against each
agree.
other, yeah.
I am merely spitballing here.
Mhm.
Instead of chunking it, why not take, say, 10 random values instead of a 10-song chunk? Like 10 random songs, chunk those together. You see what I mean? Because then they might not associate so well, but it depends what you want your thing to do.
Yeah, the thing is, I want it to build somewhat cohesive, like flow into the playlist.
So the thing I
So
would
I,
be...
I don't want it to jump straight from show tunes to heavy metal.
Okay. I get
and then
you.
back
So
to rap, and then down to lo-fi
first
chill
thing,
out. And
first
yeah.
thing to pay attention to there is your. There's going to be two big things that I think musically are going to affect that. The first one is your
Mhm.
BPM, which
Mhm.
tends to
Which
be
I'm
actually
recording
quite
here.
stable. Tempo is weird, but like the idea of BPM is actually just mathematically how many beats are going on between whatever, right? Even if your beats are fluid, you've got some number of them for some period of time. So that's a good one. I would also say timbre of your. I have no idea how to say timbre in English, but you take my meaning. Your
Neither do I.
timbre of your instruments is the. Consider the shape of the waveform. It's that sort of thing. So when they've got a thing that's like
Yeah,
more
I don't have
electronic,
access
less
to that data, though.
electronic. So if something is rounder, it will tend to go with other stuff that's rounder, even if it's in a completely different genre. Then it's
Yeah.
if it's super hard clipped, it's going to go reasonably well with other stuff that's super hard clipped. Only
What I'm
problem
hoping
with
for-
that approach, now I'm thinking about it, is if everything you're listening to is super hard clipped, that gets exhausting. So you want some variation. So you might consider, if you're using a variable that defines that, then widen it out a little bit in the parameter such that you achieve some more.
These are all stuff that I can
diversity.
I can account for later on and sort of tweak it. These are all tweaks rather than
Sure.
building into the core functioning of it. But
see.
what I'm hoping for is that, you know, these audio features that the AI generates. I'm hoping that they use a lot of what you mentioned to generate that information.
Yeah. Let's see. So some of that is just like names of stuff, album artist, etc. Disc number. Yeah. Duration in milliseconds is a fascinating. I guess it would have to have that, wouldn't it? Yeah.
You know what I thought right now? What if you have this? So how do you store the database query? The output of the database.
It comes out as you know what? I don't remember. I think it comes out as whatever type. Like the module just spits it out as whatever type it is equivalent in Python.
Oh, okay. So just you look up specific field and it gives you that, right?
Yeah. So I'm trying to work out if I'm doing this right because I'm very new to SQL. I did it wrong the first time, so I'm just selecting from the table where the ID is. Hang on, that's not right, is it? Or is it?
So what I'm gonna
Okay, I think I'm gonna come back to this after I've had some food because I can smell bacon downstairs. So.
Bacon is kind of that smell, isn't it?
And you know.
Oh, you posted the albino. Is albino black sheep still? Oh no, it's on YouTube. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Anyway, I will be back.
Yeah, can I just one little idea just so you, Michael, you still here?
I'm still here.
Basically, let's say you have 20 or something, those parameters. What you do is you create 20, I think sets, the ordered thing. But basically, you order them, and whenever a new song comes in, you look up the value, then you go through each of those set of parameters basically, and you find where to put it into. So you would have say a vector of different values, and it would be like a pair of, say, a value is 0.77 and the ID of the song is this, and then next up you'd have 0.56 and then the ID. So whenever you need to find, say, a song that is close
I've actually done this same thing quite a lot. So recently I've had to it's not quite exactly the same, but it's the same sort of lines. I had to do a program which looks through a database and finds mismatches between users of devices and the devices themselves, which were two separate databases, and I had to find where they didn't match up properly. and in order to do that, I sort of indexed in a dictionary each of those devices by their ID and the reverse for users with their username. So then if I wanted to quickly, find a thing, I just send that to the index, and then it pops out, and it's like, when I'm dealing with thousands of users, it is a fraction of a millisecond compared to 30 seconds to get through.
Yeah, also databases are pretty fast, so you should be concerned about the speed, really.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm
If
gonna
you
get some
really
food.
want to look up something specific, you would have
Yeah.
that pretty quickly. And it's probably going to be doing this once a week. So if it would search through the entire database for 5 minutes, that's probably going to be okay. So maybe it's not really such a concern. I think you could also maybe, I don't know. And that's too complicated.
Right, well, I am going to get some food, and I'm going to mute myself, and then I'm just going to leave the stream up, but I'll be back in a bit.
Cool, see you in a bit.
Alright.
Oh yeah, actually I'm going to leave right now. I'm not going to leave the stream, but I'll have dinner as well.
Cool, later. I'm not the only one left then.
No.
Yeah.
Electronic device detected where? There are a lot of them.
Electronic device detected. Looks around room. Yeah, well. What a way to spot it.
Yeah, also I made this cool thing here on my stream.
Oh, I'm jumping on now. Which? What's the thing you made?
I'll open my stream, you'll see. It's just
I've opened your stream.
just a text. That's it.
The text.
Yes.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah,
me too.
I mean, it just says stream is temporarily not transmitting. That's what it says.
Oh
On
yeah.
the-
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Where?
just double click on me, and you'll see. So instead of transmitting the entire screen, I just transmit the
Portable device detect. No shit, Sherlock.
Oh, I see. Got it. Yeah.
and now I can deafen properly. Because I find the click of the stream thing pretty annoying. It's just kind of interrupting people.
I could see it. It doesn't bother me personally, but I could see where it would bother you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, Okay, yeah, I'll go have some food.
Cool. Later.
Stay the fuck out. How about now?
What's that?
There's a big sign saying stay
yeah.
the fuck out.
Yeah, there it is. Every time I click off and I'm like, oh, they noticed something interesting. I click on and it's like, oh, that was back there, wasn't it? Oh, well. Oh, look, bystanders.
Aww. Okay, Oh wow. Oh wow.
That was a thing.
Come on, get out. Oh wow, he was stupid enough to shoot himself. Oh, okay.
Yeah. AI or human players? Because this doesn't feel like human players.
It's always like, as long as I'm not into a dark zone, it's always AI.
I don't know how to tell if it's a Dark Zone by just watching.
Mm,
I
like
never
I
played
wouldn't,
this
I
game,
wouldn't
right?
have any allies like these guys
Oh,
running
I see.
around. Oh wait, why did it throw me?
Your stream stopped you.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Oh,
Oh no, it crashed.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that'll do it.
Sending crash report. Okay, I was like, what? I still hear the game sounds and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'll do it. Thanks, Ubisoft. It is Ubisoft, right?
Yeah, it is.
God, I hate Ubisoft. I've got friends who worked for them in Montreal. They're not good people. I mean, my friends are good people, but the people who hired them, it's a real bad company.
Mm. I mean, what did I do and like what specific?
Generally, they're like they're known as being quite bully-like, and also they insist on crunch, and they treat people as effectively fungible, and they hold shit over their employees' heads. And more recently, it's turned out that there's been like a lot of sexual assault at that company. So, like, if you're a woman working there, then like the big bosses have been molesting you. That's just a thing that's been happening for like 10 years. It's not a good company. So,
Oh, what? Yeah.
to be fair, they do a bunch of education stuff. Like in Montreal, there's a thing called the UB School, where
The
you can
UB school.
yeah, I know. So it's you learn how to do programming for video games, but you learn it in a real, very specifically Ubisoft way.
So you can
So
only work for Ubisoft instead of
if
like.
you're smart, then you pick up other skills while you're there and you make other contacts. But it's like they made their own school as a training ground for people they would recruit. And if you don't get one of those 3 positions a year, maybe, or whatever it is in Ubisoft, then you know how to do one very specific style of software development, and it may or may not apply to other areas. So, you know, on the one hand, yeah, they're teaching people how to do cool stuff, but this is my main argument against letting, corporate entities do education, because it's like, this is the shit they're going to do. They're going to train up
Mhm.
2,000 people for 3 positions such that the price goes down and fuck everyone else. So it's they do some scummy bullshit. They really do. And that's even without mentioning the fucking allegations of literal rape for several of their high ranking guys, and the fact that they fired whistleblowers for talking to the police about it. It's like very scummy. So, not a good company. So a lot of the reason I haven't played The Division, like, it looked like a cool game, and I didn't want to pay money to Ubisoft because fuck, I can't be party to that kind of bullshit.
Everything is exploding.
Not to say that there's anything wrong with you buying the game, by the way. I have my own standards. I'm sure you have yours. No big deal. But like,
I mean-
I wouldn't have felt good about it.
I mean, every country has kind of like that, or does kind of things like that. Not gonna lie.
Not every company does it like Ubisoft. I don't know, man. Not every company. I don't think Nintendo has the same stuff. I don't think Sakurai. I don't think Sakurai was raping people. Let's put it that way, right?
I mean, you can compare kind of like the gaming industry with a little bit of the car industry. For example, you know, Volkswagen with the affair in the diesel thing, you know.
Oh yeah, that's also scummy. But I think
But
there's a difference
every
between cheating emissions and raping people. I think
yeah, yeah.
you know what? Like at a certain point, every company is going to try to cheat to get some financial advantage. Fine, but this is not that, right?
Like, but what I mean is every
They put up with
company.
people. They knew that their high-ranking guys were like violent criminals, and they decided to do nothing. And in fact, they decided to punish people for going to the police about it. I think
And
that's
I can
beyond
tell
just
you,
cheating on emissions tests, which I think is also awful.
and I can tell you why they did that.
We're
Like
talking about
they,
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft, yeah. I was trying to explain why I don't want to buy Ubisoft games, but still, it's like, no, yeah, you totally. I totally understand if you also buy them. That's no problem. I just think this is so beyond the pale that for my own, I could not enjoy that game knowing that I paid the money. So,
you know what the
in a
thing
way
is,
that I don't
though?
necessarily feel that way about Volkswagen, and I'm aware that I'm making an emotional decision, not a rational one. But you know what I mean. Like this bothers me more than the emissions test thing. But also, am I more likely to go somewhere other than Volkswagen the next time I buy a car? Yeah, I'm likely to go somewhere other than Volkswagen if
The
I can
thing
avoid
is,
it.
every company, every car company, and I mean every car company, does that.
Tesla?
Well, Tesla doesn't have, yeah,
Tesla's a
except
car company, man.
yeah, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I just felt like I felt like being pedantic. I like being pedantic. But yeah, I know what you
And
mean. Everyone does it, but it doesn't make it better.
and like
But the idea that
the
every
only
company is
way,
putting up with like their CEO raping their employees, I think that is fanciful.
the thing is with the Volkswagen affair, that the employees, I think, were
Employees are
too,
the ones being employed. The
yeah,
employer is the one paying them.
yeah, the employees were afraid to tell their upper man because they would rather go to jail than to lose their job. That's actually a thing.
Hmm.
And especially in German companies, they would like work is before everything else. Doesn't matter what it is.
Hmm.
And like that's how this whole thing like started. It like BMW and Mercedes, or Mercedes, how we call it.
I have
That's the
never
same.
heard that pronounced in German, and that's
Mercedes.
amazing. Mercedes. We pronounce it Mercedes because, of course, we do. Because I've only ever seen it written. Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Mercedes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, you were saying? Didn't mean to interrupt
Like every company does that. Audi, BMW, Mercedes, like everyone. And Volkswagen was the only like company that got caught because they were dumb. They were too dumb. But Volkswagen are some snitches, and Mercedes
What I find
need to
hilarious
pay
is
fines now
that you've
too.
just named a bunch of companies that are all Volkswagen except for
No,
Mercedes.
no, BMW
Audi is
is
owned. BMW, yeah, okay, BMW and Mercedes, whatever. But two of those companies are just BMW or are just Volkswagen.
yeah, Audi is, yeah, Bentley is, Skoda is,
So, like a
Lamborghini
lot
is,
of cars.
Bugatti is,
Yep.
yeah.
They're enormous. So yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Again, I have my own personal lines that I draw, and like at a certain point, yeah, I get you. Every car company does that. So the first answer to me is, well, I don't drive anyway. I take a bicycle most of the time, and when I need to drive, it's long distance, and I don't want to do that, so I'll do something else instead. Whatever. But if I were to get a car at this point, it would probably be electric, which means I would probably be looking at Tesla Model 3 for the kind of budgets I would be wanting to pay. So, yeah, I could absolutely use my consumer power to be like, well, no, I don't want to fuck with these people who are doing this shit. And I could choose an electric car company that's doing at least a little better. But
The
again,
thing-
like when you say it's all companies, I don't think it's all companies. I think all companies are like I think there's a bunch of companies that are okay, and a bunch that are really not okay. And this in particular is super ultra not okay because they don't even gain anything from it.
Oh, actually, Volkswagen gained something from it.
No,
Like-
Volkswagen gain. What I'm talking about Ubisoft now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ubisoft doesn't gain anything by protecting their CEO from accusations of sexual harassment, right? Like, not if they get caught, which they did, and now they're having to go out and be like, "Oh no, it's not a big deal. Also, buy our game. Check out our new game." Like, they don't address it, they don't apologize, they don't say anything. They just wait for the news cycle to pass by, and I'm sitting here going, okay, fine, like, the news cycle will forget you. I fucking won't. I don't want to pay people who do this. I don't want to support a company that thinks that this is okay. So to me, that's a personal line, right? And this is why, again, I'm like, I don't mind it if other people buy and enjoy Ubisoft games. Of course you can, right? Like, life is hard enough. Enjoy the thing you paid for, no problem. But I only meant this is, I find it distasteful to the point where, like, I haven't bought it on purpose, right?
Mhm.
So,
For
I don't
example,
mean to sound judgy. Like, I didn't mean to sound as if I'm judging
No, it's
you.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, but for
It does
example,
look
in
fun
the
too. I feel like I'm missing out, but whatever. Fuck it. My principles are worth more than my enjoyment.
but for example, in the Volkswagen fair, Volkswagen actually gained something from it. They managed to get higher sales in the American market actually
Mhm.
than before,
Yeah.
and the popularity of Volkswagen is now bigger than before. Like, for example, before the affair, only 3 out of 10 people out of I think 1,000 asked people knew Volkswagen. Now 9 out of 10. Like, there's actually a bigger popularity, and the Americans, I'm sorry to say that, the Americans are dumb as fuck. Like, they forget stuff so fast.
I think everyone does to a certain extent, but my impression is that the German news cycle is rather a lot longer than we have in the UK or the US, for example.
Sorry to cut in
What's the
here,
problem?
but this song is very appropriate. If
Oh, I
you
haven't
listen
been
to
listening,
it,
excuse me.
it's Ben Lee, "Catch My Disease."
Catch my disease. It's funny because there's a pandemic and I haven't seen another human being for 9 months.
Oh wait, we could change that.
If only there were somebody to cheat my emissions data, then we could change reality. But no, I see what you mean with Volkswagen, and you can almost understand it. You can almost understand other sort of corporate bad shit if at least it's motivated by greed, right? If at least it's like, well, we got more money from it, so that's okay. I disagree, but I can at least see the reasoning. We're not talking about that with Ubisoft. So
Yeah, for
I've just
example-
repeated myself 6 times, haven't I? Sorry, it's been a very long day and I've done nothing.
Yeah.
I'm
So
very-
so Paul,
yeah, help, get me out of the loop.
so what I'm doing at the moment is kind of advice taken from Adam Savage.
Oh yeah,
In that when you're doing a project, you deal with the like most difficult part that you really don't want to do first. So that's
which is
why
the exact opposite of troubleshooting, where you start with the easiest thing first, because if that fixes it, great.
But yeah, so I knew I was going to need to jump into the SQL and try and figure out how to get the data between SQL or between the database and Python, which I was absolutely dreading on figuring out how to do. So that's what I'm doing first, and that's why I'm.
I totally
one
get
of a few
that
reasons I'm
approach.
going very slowly today.
I've tried it and I get dismayed too easily. I need
Yeah.
to start some momentum, so I'll do one easy thing and
That is
then the hard
I should
thing.
probably have done that actually. Oh well.
But you find it
Okay.
works for you better to just
I
jump
don't know.
straight into the
Generally,
super
I
hard
think
thing?
I do what you just said. Like I do one easy thing, then jump to a hard thing, and then yeah.
Just get the momentum going.
Mm,
One thing that, like, I know I can do that. Once you're doing it, it's like, oh, great.
mm,
They talk about that in weight loss programs for like the extraordinarily heavy, right? People who are like 600 kilos or some bullshit, right? Like they say, okay, can you walk for 30 seconds? Can you walk for 3 minutes? Walk for 3 minutes. It's fine. Just go. And what they find is if you can walk for 3 minutes, you just keep walking because at
Mm.
that point you're just walking anyway. So it's actually less effort to keep walking, like less mental effort.
Mm.
That's the thing that I've taken away a lot is I need something that I know I can do. And then once the rest of it is just in front of me, I'll end up doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's but you're right, it's do the hard thing early in the process, if not first, is a very good way to do it. My struggle today is that first bit of doing anything. Oh, that's not true. I guess I did. I'm making my sister, bought her some chopsticks, some nice ones, the Japanese ones, and I'm making her some chopstick rests out of birch that
Nice.
I cut off of the common. So, yeah, I milled it myself on the bandsaw and everything. So, cut it down, planed it, sanded it, got it down to bare, and then I'm applying coats of Danish oil. Should be really nice. Do you know woodworking at all? I forget.
Not really, although I'd quite like to get into it.
Huh. It's I would advise you to have an idea of the kind of thing you want to make at first.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because otherwise you'll buy a lot of tooling. The second thing I'd advise is whatever you do, you should start with a bunch of safety equipment as well as your first few tools, which is frequently as expensive as the first few tools.
Mm.
But you need hearing protection, you need eye protection, because replacing your eyes is a bit more expensive than replacing a machine. After that, it's things like table saw is pretty much the basic one. Says the guy who doesn't have a table saw, but I share it's my dad's garage I use, and he uses it for other stuff, so I can't use a bunch of floor space for a table saw. So I have a band saw, and I do generally smaller stuff. My life would be a lot fucking easier with a table saw.
So I was thinking about because I've got like a space around there, sort of in the hall. Because
I'm not
you
watching
can tell.
your thing. 1 second.
Oh well, you can tell from the
You're where?
you can tell from the roof. Sorry, from the ceiling that I'm sort of in the loft space.
Yes, I can see you.
And yeah, the sort of area out there is just like a little landing and some staircase and a stair and the stairs. And you know that place back there could be a good place for some storage. So I was thinking about I could make something to go in there. Be quite good.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So you're thinking of making like joinery, like furniture.
Yeah.
So what do you know about woodworking?
Not a whole lot, other than watching Adam Savage do it.
Cool. So there's 2 basic ways you how much do you know about wood?
Some. Depends on how much there is to know about wood.
Well, a fair amount. I mean, the basic structure is it's not a solid. Think of it as a big bundle of straws with a bunch of air in the middle. Except the air is the pulp of the tree, the part between the rings. You can it's effectively a carbohydrate foam, right? It's a durable carbohydrate foam with these lines in it, like the rings, that act as reinforcement, right? So we're talking about a sort of a bundle of straws almost that is bound together and has some rigidity due to this foam interface between the various bits. So you can cut across this by cutting through these fibers, or you can cut between the fibers such that you split the log. If you're cutting across them, it's called a cross cut. If you're cutting in the direction of the grain, it's called a rip cut. Direction of the grain also happens to be the way the tree grows up and down. So when you're splitting a log, for example, that's technically what you're doing is a rift cut, right? You're riving the wood, you're ripping the wood, right? So normally for when you're buying lumber, you get it pre-milled, which is when you mill wood, you're you're ripping it down to dimension. So you'll get some dimensional lumber, and that's generally what you'll buy to start off. The mistake that I made was I was like, well, I got to start at the beginning, so I'll mill my own wood. And that's hard to do. So it's quite labor intensive, and also the wood sort of changes and flexes over time because there's internal stresses, because it's not like a bundle of straws, it's got these rings, and those rings exert tension. And that tension is not uniform. So we're talking about a wacky material that we're trying to like really twist into place. So then you've got you got some real wacky material to work with, which is why I'm going to recommend you work with plywood at the front. Because plywood you just cut. You get a plywood, you get yourself a track saw or a circular saw with a good straight edge that can go across your thing. Put down a thing of like insulating material or something underneath to support the saw. Get a blade that's made to cut plywood, and you're golden, right? At that point, it's all about, you don't have to worry about the material so much, and this is the beauty of plywood. You just get a big, stable, solid sheet of stuff that you can cut into any shape that you want. So I would be it depends on how. Do you want it to look nice though?
Nice-ish, yeah. Doesn't have to be fancy, but you know.
So you don't want legs that are made of something other than 2x4. Also, fun fact: you ever measured a 2x4?
I've seen I've seen Adam
It's
Savage
not
talk
2,
about that.
and it's not 4. Well, again, because wood changes over time. That's your nominal dimensions, right? Your true dimensions are whatever it shrinks down to.
That brought a whole new dimension to what I think about wood.
Wood is a really cool material. It is really fun stuff. And
Yeah, I mean, I knew about this, kind of suspected it, but now that you talk about it, I just kind
And
of...
also,
wood is
it was
fabulous.
a good excuse for a pun there.
Yeah, no, wood is good. It's really good stuff. But it's complicated, and it's if you want to work with solid woods, then a lot of this is stuff you should know, right? Like if you're like if you've ever seen a board that's bowed in one direction or the other, it twists in one direction or the other, you might wonder why that happens. And it's because of these internal tensions that once you cut it apart, it sort of twists because there's mechanical tension. So the way you fix that is you cut it proud in every dimension, and then when it's time to use it, when it's seasoned, when it's got whatever, right? It's twisted, it's bowed, it's whatever. You pass that across what's called a jointer, which is a known flat surface with a known flat cutter, and that flattens one side and one edge. And then you can flatten the other two on a machine called a planer, which thicknesses it. So it achieves some thickness that's desired from the piece. Then you could finish it on a sand or whatever. But like the whole point is you actually have to get rid of material to get whatever your sort of rectangle is in the middle. And then that might still cup or bow if you haven't aged it correctly. Because then it's like, what's the moisture content of your wood? How long has it been aging? Because if it's too high moisture content, then as that evaporates, it's a foam, so it sort of tries to evaporate but gets stuck, and it grows and it shrinks and it can move. And then you got stuff like, unless your wood is really well seasoned, if you lacquer it, like that beautiful Japanese lacquer work, if your wood is not sufficiently dry and you apply the lacquer, it's going to twist and it's going to snap off your lacquer because that stuff is quite hard and quite brittle. So 2 years later, your lovely table has cracks all over it. That's a lot of everything that you could possibly learn about has levels to it. But at the front, if you're just making like a utilitarian table, get you some plywood, get you buy some legs of some kind for the table, and bolt one to the other. That's a fun little project. You learn a couple of cuts. Again, I would say the main thing if you're going to start learning is just make sure that you know your safety procedures. Make sure that you've
Of course,
got your
yeah.
respirator. Make sure you got your eye protection and ear protection. And make sure you get used to the idea that this tool you're holding is capable of tearing your leg off if you treat it wrong. So, like that's the big one to remember, because otherwise you don't want to make a mistake with these things. Or rather, the mistake you make with this, if it costs you a sheet of plywood, that's fine. It sucks, but whatever, it's
Yes.
fine. You didn't lose your leg.
Okay.
Right, so I'm
How's your thing
not
going?
processing this.
Yeah,
not-
probably because I was talking your head off about wood.
Maybe.
Name a variable wood.
Wood equals
Wood? You like a
Thank-
log?
Okay, what?
Would you?
Yes,
Oh,
I
my-
would. All right.
Wood
What
equals
was I
blank.
actually doing here?
I think you were writing some code.
I was indeed. And I was also very lost. I forgot.
I think
Yeah, I was
that
kind of
was what
writing
you were
code
doing,
without
was
thinking here
being
for a minute.
lost. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do
Mhm.
is, I'm trying to get the data for this track, which should be in the format of not this, but that
Well,
will
you're
be
on
included
YouTube,
in
but
it.
you're not on Discord.
Oh, not on Discord. Okay.
Well, we're talking on, but you're not
Yeah.
sharing.
Oh,
it to me.
Luca, we've got D&D in about half an hour-ish, so I'll have to end the stream
I
by then.
know, but thank you for reminding me.
Oh, y'all are playing D&D?
Yep.
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah, I got my game I'm running tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm running Rime of the Frost Maiden, having some fun with it.
Yeah, it's up now. Yeah, so what I was doing
Watching.
is
What's up?
the track data, which is going to be in the format of where is it gone? It was over here. It's going to be in the format of each of these objects, so everything from album down to tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to make just an example of it up here so I don't have to keep searching for it.
Might help you sort of scrimmage up
Hmm.
little idea too. You still
Yeah, 'cause I
figuring
keep
out where your head's
forgetting-
at with it?
Yeah, because what happens if I keep forgetting what format this data is going to take.
I see.
ID.
I don't know if it's
equals-
worth keeping a pad and paper with you or.
Yeah, I've got one. Okay, so the ID. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use data from a real track.
Yeah.
So that's the ID. What else is it going to need? I had an example somewhere. So title duration explicit. So I'm just doing this manually for now.
And later you'll automate the filling of these forms.
Yeah.
The filling of these fields, I suppose. Defining of these fields. I'll try to get the words right.
Well, assignment that would be.
Assigning of the fields, yeah. So you want to automate the field assignment.
Yep.
Well, yeah. I just want to grab the data rather than from the.
Grab the data rather than have to enter it yourself. Yeah, understood.
I'm gonna go eat now.
Cool.
Right.
Nice to
So-
meet you, man. Take care.
Hey, I'm gonna be back soon.
Oh, I thought
I'm
you
not
had
eating that long.
D&D in a half hour.
Yeah, but I won't eat half an hour long.
Oh, fair enough.
So I'll see you in
See
probably
you in a bit
about
then.
15 to 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
We're back.
So is the stream ending?
It will do, yeah. Not quite this
eventually.
second, but eventually, yeah. I mean, it's 4 that we need to be on the other 4, and it's now 3:26. So I'll probably go on for another, 20 minutes.
Well, thanks for putting up with my bullshit.
It's alright. Yeah, I'm just hoping that, I kind of want to do this again next Sunday, and hopefully I'll kind of have the part which I'm
Well, I'm in totally.
The part which I'm
I-
really slow at, done and out of the way, so then I'll actually be
Sure.
able to properly get at this project,
Mhm.
and start, doing things neat and tidy and
Yeah.
organised.
Yeah. I'll have to
Uh,
figure out a way to work and converse at the same time because I
Mm.
don't know how to do that. Because I guess my work is right now learning stuff, and a
Mm.
lot of that just it has to go in.
Well,
So-
maybe just pick a project really and just do it.
Mm.
Oh no, yeah, I get you. I have I've been enjoying following this textbook I got, like I said. So been following that through. But what I mean to say is, I might not try to do that manner of work on the stream with y'all. Because this whole time I've been like, I try to read and then someone will say something interesting and I'm like, oh yeah, we get to have a conversation now. And 2 hours later, I'm like, oh shit, I've not done anything. So I might choose another kind of work to do along with you.
Yeah, so the
Next time.
problem that I'm facing at the moment, is, and the one that I'm spending so long trying to wrap my head around, is that the same data is being stored in 2 different ways in 2 different places. So when it comes from Spotify, it comes in as JSON data. But when I'm storing it locally, I'm saving it as in a database, which I'm reading with SQL, which comes out in a different format. So I need to make sure I can translate the JSON to the data
your
which I'm putting
database.
through in SQL, and be able to translate both of those into the data that I'm actually going to be using.
Well, it sounds like you just have to have a class that has fields that have specific values, and then
Yeah,
you convert, you just use that, probably. I don't know. Maybe
yeah.
you
I'm
can.
just trying to. So I'm going to probably have a track class, and then the problem is I need to figure out how I'm going to build the constructor of that, because am I going to? Yeah, how am I going to get the data that comes from either Spotify or my database into the class? Because, both ways will end up giving me different data, so I need to, I suppose, translate them first before I send it to the class? Maybe.
Are they giving you
Um,
completely different sets of variables or different names for the same numbers?
Different formats.
Oh, different. Oh, that's more difficult.
Well,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So, I mean, also it's just because I'm really unfamiliar with SQL. So the SQL, I have to build the thing myself. So, I guess I could just format the output from my SQL in the exact same way that Spotify.
I mean, that would have been my thought because
Yeah, but I have to write that function myself. I just hadn't done that before. So.
Oh, I see.
So
So you'd have to write the function that does that.
yeah, because right now I've just got a universal get item function, which gets playlist playlist tracks, artist, and genre, and then just spits out whatever data was in there.
Can you store those data in a variable of some kind?
Yeah, but the problem is they're all going to be different. Hello, what are you looking for? Under
Is
my
it
bed.
me? Is it
What?
me you're looking for?
Christmas lights.
Okay, what I really need to do, actually, the thing that's holding me back on this is that I don't know what format the data takes when it comes out of the database. That's my problem. So I'm just going to do a little test, I think. Let's just run the database. Let's actually put something in the database first. That will help. So, add track, and that needs a Okay, so track needs a track data patterned object, which looks like one of those. Yeah, I've been stuck on this same problem for hours. It's really
You reckon
slow.
you want to solve a different problem first, come back to it?
I'm going back to the root of the problem. I'm forgetting about all the other little nuances and everything, and I'm just going back to the core of the problem to try and.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you want to fixate on this one for a bit.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's
But just
the
boil it down to the simple parts of it rather than.
hmm I fear I won't be able to help you for a bit. Then. I'm going to grab a coffee. Back in a minute.
Feeling? Okay,
what's the format of a JSON? How do you store it?
it's just it's text, like and it comes in as squirrely brackets. It's essentially the exact same format as a dictionary in Python. So it's squirrely brackets with names, and then a colon. I think it's colon. It might be an equals.
No,
I think
I
it's
mean-
colon. And then the actual value.
I mean the what's the what is it? What's the
type?
type? Type, yeah.
String.
String. Oh, okay. So I see it as you have a class that has all of the all of the fields for all the values for a specific entry, I guess. And maybe
Well,
actually
it's a string or it's a dict.
then you just cast it. You just override the cast.
The problem is,
maybe you make the
that's fine. I
return-
can deal with that. The problem is that I don't know how the SQL data is coming out. I don't know what that type is. That's what I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to figure that out and just gonna. I don't need this to be the real data for this particular song. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. So the duration is going to be. Oops. One. And then for the rest of the floats, I can just post them as and just set them as 0. Oops, didn't copy that. Ugh, what am I doing? So yeah, I should have done this at the start, really. Set up some just placeholder data for it. Okay. Oh. Required positional argument was track data. Wait, what? I included... Oh, I didn't include the connection. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, binding one has no name, but you supplied a dictionary which has only names. Okay, I don't know what that means. That's an SQL error. Has no names. But a dictionary doesn't have only names. A dictionary has names and values. Word. Oh, okay. So it doesn't actually want a dict. It wants the values from it. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'll just enter in them then. Or... Oh, I want to actually Okay. Yeah, this would all be a lot easier if I actually understood SQL and the way it's expecting my data to come in. Okay, so first off, we've got the ID, so...
So just something I think would be easiest for you is if you in your program you would store all of your data in a class, and you would
Yeah,
just,
normally
would-
that's the way I
if
approach
you
it.
needed to query the SQL, you would then convert from the class,
Yeah.
and in the JSON the same thing.
Yeah,
And so
that is
it's just
a
a
very good
matter
point. Yeah, I almost always jump straight to classes, but because I didn't know exactly how this SQL data... Like, all of my problems today have come because I don't know SQL.
So what are you using?
Well, I'm using Python, but I'm using an SQL module or package built into
What's the name of the package?
SQLite 3.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the docs for this thing.
Cool. Probably not the best way to do this, but oh well. Acousticness. It has to be in order, so I can't just enter in all the keys. Could do an ordered dict, I suppose, but ooh.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I am back.
Indeed, you are. And we have liveness, and we have loudness, and we have speechiness, and we have... Oops. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Putting up Christmas lights.
We are.
Free.
You got still with you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I have
Max's
Paul,
live stream.
Luca, and Max.
Hello.
Okay, never mind. Max stream is loading. We're the only ones here right now, or?
Oh, I think so at the moment. Oh no, Max is reading. I think he's reading documentation.
Ah, I see.
Oh, not date list, data list.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
I'll just call it data.
can I do in the next 20 minutes? Oh yeah, I need to roll my HP.
Okay, cool. Let's try this again.
Yeah.
Incorrect number of bindings. Blah. 17, and there are 16 supplied. It'd be very nice if it told you which one's missing. I suppose it doesn't know, does it? ID, title, duration.
I have returned.
You have the return.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, and
Hey, that's a solid 6 I take that.
was that now?
I rolled the HP for my level up. Indeed.
Oh, neat. What are you playing?
A wizard.
Neat.
And I
Nice.
still like that. Well, actually, I don't like, but I choose a freaking German name no one can pronounce. or
What's that?
Properly pronounce. Like, you pronounce it like Frederick?
Mhm.
So
but-
Friedrich.
Friedrich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it. Which part of that am I not getting right when I say Friedrich?
Like the CH at the
It's
at
a
the
harder
end.
CH, like a ch.
Friedrich.
Chi.
Like
Friedrich.
yeah,
Friedrich.
yeah, kinda.
Explicit popularity.
I think I
Key
understand which
word.
sound it is, but I'm not able to make it right now. It's not sort of integrated in my language.
Responsibility,
I have
energy,
an
and
interest in
status.
linguistics, and what you learn
Yes.
real quick is there's only like 27 sounds
Tempo.
that humans can make.
27 sounds only.
It's something
humans
like
can
that, yeah.
make.
Like the human voice is
Phonemes.
only capable. Yeah, phonemes. So you break it down, which sounds are you making, and then you make combinations of those, etc. So, and most languages don't contain all of them. In fact, I don't think any language contains all of them.
Yeah, because some of them are only sort of theoretically possible to pronounce,
And some of them are like
or just
literally
nonsense.
impossible.
Yeah.
Well, it would involve like you need to flick your tongue at the front of your mouth and also at the back of your mouth. Like you
Mhm.
can't be in two places. So, but yeah, in linguistics, that's it. So I sort of because I did a bunch of voice acting for a while, I learned how to do these so that I could do accents. Badly, granted, but I was like not doing anything serious. So no one was paying me for the 6 months of prep it takes to really integrate an accent properly.
Michael, you probably need. Also, is it okay, Michael? Name.
Yeah,
Kind of.
yeah, that's fine.
Is it supposed to be pronounced somehow?
Yeah, that's all right. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying. So from what I can see, when you get a new song, you just put it in the database. But when you'll be searching for specific songs, you only need to get the value. You don't need to set anything, right? In the database.
Yes, yeah. Actually, to be
okay.
fair, I'm never going to be taking stuff directly from JSON because it's always going through the database first.
Yeah.
So I
So
only.
you just
I mean, that's the problem is that's the one that I don't know how it comes out with. So we'll have to. And my test didn't seem to actually do anything. So It didn't. Nothing came out when I did that. Yeah, I don't know why. Let's try just opening it again. Maybe that's... Nope, there's still now in there. Why is my database empty, guys? Why is it empty? I just put
Did you
data in
fill
it.
with anything?
I just put data in the bloody database.
I mean,
It didn't give
seems
me an
that it
error
didn't-
either.
Didn't in fact do
Uh,
that. It just gave you zeros. So you did fill it with something, but it filled it with zeros, which
Nope,
means
it
that
didn't fill it with
something-
zeros. That's my input. That's what
I
I'm
see.
trying to put in there.
Okay. So what did it? So if you call that, what happens?
Hang on, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that out again.
Hmm.
But I'm going to put it in the main. Down. Wait, am I? Yes. Ah! Why is that? There we go. Oh, I can see it's got these
Was it
as well.
just an indentation expert thing?
Hang on. I love that you can do this. If you middle click and drag, it does it like column selection mode. So you can like do this.
Holy shit! You can do what? Oh
Hi.
my god, that changes so much.
But yeah, it's good because you can like, edit stuff.
Oh, why doesn't my word processor do that?
I mean, don't you use PyCharm?
I do
For
use
your
PyCharm. I
programming,
didn't know
yeah.
it did this.
Yeah, it does. It's good. So just middle click and drag, and you can select vertically. And you can also do like
That's knowledge and stuff.
oh, I thought you could do control, but apparently not. Control. Oh no. Oh no. I thought you could. Oh, never mind.
Anyway, so you're back to your problem though.
Um,
So you're trying to pull data out of a database that wasn't popular.
Well, actually, I'm actually trying to put it in data. I'm put it in right now. So
Okay.
what I'm
so
going to do is I'm
you
going
were
to
trying
test
to
that.
put data into your thing.
Yeah. Oof, that's a lot of stuff that I don't understand. Let's see if I can find my data in that mess. Ooh. And okay, so that's that's actually that I want. Okay, so track data. Then I just oh. What? Okay, cool. So data is stuff for Spanish Sahara that I just put in, and I execute that, and nothing happens at all. Or does it? Oh, hang on, something happened. I don't know what.
Bye, Max.
What? So it doesn't give me any errors. It doesn't tell me off in any way. But it doesn't do anything. I'm putting in the right amount of data because it's not giving me that error anymore.
Try to print the database and see if it prints anything.
I don't know how to do that.
Print the database. You know what I mean? Like, is there a way to just like?
I mean, I've got
ask it
no,
to
because
spew
databases
the-
aren't like,
Well, a database is a file, right?
yeah,
Open the file.
that's what
Like
I've got
in-
here, and it's empty.
Where? Oh,
This-
yeah.
This
yeah,
program
I
is
see
like a
what you mean now.
database thing, and there's supposed to
Understood
be a line of data there.
Okay.
Mm,
Do you need to do anything? Are you phrasing things correctly Python wise? Like, are you
think
doing
so.
the right thing but you said the wrong thing?
don't know. Okay, tell you what, I'll go
What is
even
cur?
simpler.
Con cursor object at whatever.
Oh, cursor, yeah.
What's that
So
doing?
that's you know what? I'm not entirely sure. It's the way you interact with
It's giving you a
the
position of the
database.
cursor on the screen.
I think it's position.
Or
On
it's
the
giving you a-
database.
Okay, well, it's giving you a hex value of some kind.
Is it where? Oh, right,
cur
that's just-
SQLite 3
well,
cursor
okay,
object at
so-
hex value.
When you see the hex value, that's just how Python stores things. So if I like, for example, if I just make a new class test, yeah, init, and that's just going to pass. So I've just made a class that doesn't do anything. And if I make a new class, a new instance of that class called boop, and then if I go boop, it tells me that that's just the address in my memory, in my
Got
RAM,
it.
where
Got it,
that
got it,
thing
got it,
is
got it.
stored.
Understood.
And if it doesn't have, so if I then go back up to, this is something more about like just how Python works a little bit under the hood, something you can actually edit. So if I say, if I modify or overwrite the string function, the double underscore str, and then I say return, I don't know, so let's say this class has name equals, so what I'm doing here, this function gets run when I first create one, and it's asking, oops, that's not overwrite itself, and it asks for a name, and I give it a name, and it saves that name. right? And then what I can do is overwrite the string function for it. So instead of just returning its memory address, it will return that name. So return self dot name. I don't know why that's probably because I'm doing it in the console. So now if I do that same thing again, so I make a new. Oops, yeah. So I need to give it a name this time. So Jack. So this boop's name is Jack, and then if I look what this. Oh, okay. So actually, in that case. So that's what happens if I like convert it into a string. So if I, for example, print f name is boop, and then run that. So there we go. Name is Jack. So it knows that when I say boop and I want it in string format, it's going to take this and print whatever I've told it to do there. Whereas if I overwrite the repr, which means representation, I think. Return. And then you can like format this in a way that is useful to you. So maybe mention what kind of object it is, and then include the actual, identifying information about this. So self.name. So now, if I do that same thing again, so boop is test with the name Jack. So still, if I'm asking for it in string format, it will still give me what I put in that function. But if I'm sort of working with sort of the data more, and I want to know about the class specifically, not just what I want to call it, then it will return this instead, which is like, maybe a more explicit definition of it.
I see what you mean.
And also, I've just seen the time. We should be heading off for D&D in a sec, so...
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on the stream, man. I hope I haven't
No, it's all right.
been too difficult.
It's good to have you talking. Good to have someone
Thank you.
here. Yeah, so I'm just going to leave a to-do here to remind myself what I'm doing next time. Okay, so...
Just describe the problem you're having.
Why... no data is added to database. Okay, cool. And then I'm just going to commit that. And I haven't been doing keeping up with my commits. Let's have a look. That's imports.
But yeah, I will already head out to Rahel and Semi.
Yeah, I'll be joining in a sec.
Yep. So see you, Paul.
Nice
It
to meet you,
was
buddy.
meeting you.
Yeah, take care, man. I might hang out on future streams. See you then.
So yeah.
Yeah, so let me know if you're serious about doing an episode, for example. And sometime this week would be great. Like, ideally, the next couple of days would be great.
Okay. Well, that might be a bit soon, but...
Sure. I mean, like, the way that you've listened to the show, right?
Yeah.
So the way that I do it is you just find a movie, you'd watch it the night before, we record shit for a while. I would have all of my notes, so it's a lot of work for me. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you can work however you'd like to. If you want to take a bunch of notes, absolutely go for it. You'd be there as like my expert guy who's seen the movie and is continuously shocked of like, no, how have you not seen this shit? So it'd be like, what's your favorite Christmas movies? Are there like British Christmas movies that I haven't seen? Because that's the other thing. I could turn it around and be like, have you seen Charlie Brown Christmas?
Nope.
Okay, that might be a candidate.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I could get you to write a quick, because that's like a 20. That's a TV show. It's 25 minutes long, so it's really easy to do.
Okay.
Or if you want to do a film, what's good Christmas movies?
Die
that
Hard.
you love. Well, like I've seen Die Hard, but also yes, I agree. Trying to find movies I haven't seen.
Not sure.
I've seen The Grinch. I've seen a lot of Christmas movies now I'm thinking about it. Haven't seen I've seen the Jim Carrey Grinch. I guess there's a 3D Grinch. I haven't seen that.
mm, Never.
The sort of
No.
claymation Rudolph movie. I've seen that. That was weird and terrifying when I was a kid, and still kinda. What's Christmas movies? Let's look for British Christmas movies. I don't think I've seen Love Actually. I think that's a Christmas movie.
I'm sending
Top
this commit
British
with the
Christmas movies. Yep.
with the message a bunch of mess, because I can't think of what to call it.
So the website I found, anglotopia.net, which are the best British Christmas movies? Love Actually, Bridget Jones's Diary. They're counting A Muppet Christmas Carol as a British movie. It has what's his face in it, fine, but the Muppets are not British, surely. All right. Have you seen The Muppet Christmas Carol?
I have, yeah.
Yeah. About a boy. Also, I would maintain technically not. There's just a bunch of Hugh Grant.
Mm,
The Lion in Winter from like the 50s or something. Some movie called Millions.
no idea.
Scrooge, the one with Albert Finney. I don't think I've seen that.
All right. Anyway,
So-
so I'm just gonna end the stream here.
Yeah,
So I
got
didn't
it.
get
got
like
it,
a
got it.
whole lot done, but I got the start of some ideas, and I
It
figured a
occurs
couple
to
of
me
things
I'm gonna
out.
be on a fucking VOD talking my ass off. Fuck it. All right.
I mean,
Please
you know,
delete VOD.
we'll have a look. Anyway, so yeah, I've figured a few things out, but I'm gonna revisit a lot of what I've done, and yeah, hopefully I'll
It
get
looks like you got
the
a
stuff
lot
I
done
don't
then.
like out of the way.
It looks like you got a lot done.
I got a lot of mess done. It needs cleaning
Yeah.
up, and it needs
Well, that's prototyping,
rethinking, and yeah.
Yeah, it's prototyping. Of course,
Anyway.
you got a bunch of mess done.
There we go. We'll give
Yeah,
it
I'll
a go
leave you
next
to
time.
D&D. Shall we talk over the next couple of days about
Yeah, sure.
films? Because really what it would
Mm.
be ideal is if we have a movie that means a lot to you that I haven't seen. Doesn't have
Yeah.
to be a Christmas movie. It would be nice if it were. And backup plan is like, well, let's just do a Charlie Brown Christmas because that's quick as well.
Mhm.
And it's available on Amazon Prime. So I
Okay.
think I paid like £2.50 for it or something. Fully worth it. But if you need me to absorb the cost, I will.
Yeah, we'll